Yes, I did.
What I was actually saying is you muted the mic for those of you who missed that, by the way.
Yes.
So yes, YouTube's back up now. It's just like one of the stupid like takedown notices which were automated. So luckily it didn't happen mid-series or something.
Still not quite sure what triggers them.
I think it's full screen adverts might also be a problem too. So if there's nothing on screen to block some adverts, I think that the visuals get it done as well. So I think that if we have it like this, there's nothing on the screen, it can get it taken down there too.
Interesting.
I think that's something which I've noticed, yeah. Yeah, okay, let me go. Oh, whatever. I'm here now, I guess. Okay, well, that is what it is. Corporate employee, thanks for the follow, by the way.
And I said that when I said welcome to the firm.
Yeah, YouTube really strict. I don't actually necessarily think it's YouTube being strict. I think it's YouTube putting AI automated checks in for stuff and making big mistakes.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think it's literally YouTube relying more on AI stuff, which means they make a lot more errors because they really want to force this technology into everything they can, and it's just being wrong.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, effectively, what was I gonna say? It just doesn't. Yeah, it does so many automated takedowns. We've had some where we've had like several takedowns a day. Yeah.
First time that's happened in a while, actually, which is a bit frustrating.
Yeah. We have audio on.
I put the
Spotify
on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was that then. Yeah.
I
don't get it. Anyway, onto the stage we go.
Indeed, we do again. Here at our fly through. I have quite enjoyed our sort of medieval script for this.
The font, yeah. It's quite rustic.
I'll tell you what, here's a movie I really want to watch. I've never watched Knight's Tale.
Yeah, yeah, that's the Heath Ledger one.
It is indeed, with the rock soundtrack.
Yeah.
Basically making a sport movie about jousting, which I just think is genius.
Not even just jousting, it's not dueling as well.
Yeah, it is, but it's basically like it's basically Knight the sports movie. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Appreciate that.
Also, arguably the best use ever of "We Will Rock You" in a movie.
Okay, so OMG EDG coming in from Group Perseverance, narrowly missed out on top 2 in that group to get the upper bracket effectively. OMG coming in from Group Nirvana. So EDG, I think, coming in heavy favorites. I think that EDG are on par with NIP and Team WE, and they showed that they were actually better than the Ascend team, or like at least competing very closely with Ascend teams. Whereas OMG, lucky to get out of bottom 2 in the entire league. So I think OMG, heavy underdogs here. EDG probably looking to sweep this series.
Yeah, I think that is probably my read as well. We saw that their key matchup from the official broadcast was going to be Starry versus Leave, and I can understand why, because Leave has been so key to EDG. And on the other side, Starry has tried his best, been quite good on things like the Ash, but I just think there is going to be a discrepancy in most places. But Leave in general is one of our best AD carries, not on a top team, and we'll see what he can do today against OMG to help try and deliver EDG towards playoffs, at least one step further.
You know, we talked a lot about 1xN last series. I think that Leave is the other AD carry that came up around a similar time. We thought, okay, this guy can really do something. He's been a bit more inconsistent, I think, Leave. I think Leave, when he's off form, can really be a problem. However, his creative playmaking from ahead and his team fighting late game has been absurdly good. And I think OMG, when I look at them, they also have themselves a pretty talented AD carry. I think that Starry as an AD carry is very good for OMG. I don't think he's had the upper ceiling of these other players, though, that we're talking about in that same bracket. And, of course, he is the strongest point of that roster. Rayo coming in to replace the outgoing Juhan. Has been a big change for this team, though. It looks like they actually have someone that's coordinating the attacks, been better on the front foot, and it means that this team is actually functional in a way that it wasn't before, where it was just Starry just trying to pop off in his own way, where he had to get huge leads. Now, actually, it feels like... So, Juhan's been benched. And Rayo, who played in Demacia Cup, is now starting on the roster full-time.
Indeed, he is. We'll see what he can do here, and I think he has actually largely played to the level that was required to get OMG here, because it looked like it was going to wash out of Group Nirvana. It was going to be a done deal, right? And that hasn't, in the end, been the case. They managed to squeeze their way in to Knight's rivals, Knight's Road, whatever your particular translation is, depending on source, basically, and has done what was required to get them here. The question is whether they've got any capacity to go further. And at least for myself, and I think Alex as well, as we just been chatting about, we think realistically EDG should just dismantle this. But hey, stranger things have happened. We'll see whether OMG's rise to prominence here.
Unfortunately, for 5 seasons. Yeah, really, just did it need more than one? Really? How many times do you need a season of just, oh, fly into a wall? How much do you do to that, Sam? The 80s nostalgia wore off pretty quickly, Sam.
I forgot what the movie, the TV
Sam, they
was.
said, wow, we played Baldur's Gate 3 and it made us think about our game and how we should make it more like D&D. You just didn't realize that people should work together as a team to work the enemy. Great job. Great job, writers. You did great. That's...
I mean, there is... I think the other thing is, I feel like a lot of TV and movie guys have not really done a lot of good thinking about...
yeah, no, that's it. Not done a lot of good thinking.
True. Hello, vid student. Good to have you in here. But specifically what I was saying was more in terms of the we lost me.
Yeah.
Like actually using magic in an interesting way.
You've lost your train of thought. If you consider about working in TV or movies.
Basically using magic in interesting ways. Like actually everything turns into coloured light or shove away. Yeah. And actually, where's your creativity?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you did get that. Yeah, the roast for Montes. You did ask for one earlier. And of course, Montes is of course our Stranger Things. We're gonna say season 4 or season 5. Neither one's particularly good. It's choosing between a brand of, outdated nostalgia and.
Neither a fan of Moam.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you can still support him after that Worlds, that actually does say a lot to your character, but also it says a lot towards your choices.
And again, Kiwi, appreciate you coming on in. Welcome on, and thank you for showing us what a prime looks like. I'd never seen one before. Anyone else want to give me more examples?
Oh, that was from Human on Onivia's chat. Well, thank you there. Appreciate you. Hey, Galfy as well. So yes, we're done with our first series. We're on to our second one now, and realistically, OMG will have to prey on EDG's older flaws showing up. They seem to be better in the second half of the regular season. EDG did have problems around late game. They did have issues around playing around objectives, and we did occasionally see players like Angel be well off form.
Yeah.
If those things don't happen, I don't think this is a competitive series. I think that EDG, if they play the way that they did towards the back end of things, should be fantastic. They beat WE pretty cleanly 2-0 in the second round robin, and they beat NIP 2-1 in the second round robin too, I believe. So it was a 3-game series. I don't think I was there to cast that. I think it was you that was there casting that one. So you have to remind me on some of the specifics of that situation as well. By the way, while we're waiting for the series as well, if you'd like to support us in any other way, hey Scubs, how's it going? I like how you introduce yourself like that every time in chat. If you'd like to support us, think about dropping a like or follow. If you do have a Prime drop or a subscription, we'd obviously very much appreciate that too. Because again, we do this every day, and it's a lot of hours, and we do it for free. However, if you do have any way to support us, it does make a lot of difference. You can support us for free by watching, liking, subscribing, stuff like, well, subscribing with Prime is definitely free. You can also download and try out Opera GX as a gaming browser, which has a bunch of different customization. I'll put a link in chat for that.
Yes. I didn't run ads in the break, I'm sorry.
Oh, we need to do that like now. Oh, we actually do need to do that now. I'm going to run them now before we get into draft, so it'll just be how it is.
Yeah, I just realized, because basically I'm so used to doing it off here, and I don't because it's not on here anymore. I've kind of blanked on it being over there.
Yeah, all good.
There we go. Thank you, everyone, for coming and helping out on that one. We will get as many ads in as we can, because we want your money. Oh, dear. I'm choking on my own aspirations, director. We'll allow that. Hang on, I will allow that. There we go. Let me in. Also, Scubs, not gonna lie, with the way you introduce yourself, I'm really tempted just to start quoting Austin Powers at you, like, yeah, baby,
groovy,
baby, yeah.
Okay, let me go close the door.
I too like to live dangerously. Nearly. Leave has always had that kind of face, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think part of it is just his natural build being what it is. clear love behind. Obviously, on EDG was a talismanic player for them once upon a time. One of the real greats in the world. When Graves became a jungler, he was spamming that all the time as well. It was like Sejuani in the Graves, what I remember him for all those years ago. Has struggled to convert into being a consistent coach. Been dropped a number of times from teams. Had teams that have really not succeeded in the way you would expect from a player of that caliber and the experience in leading within a team environment. Has never really managed to translate that over into being a coach properly. It is quite. That is a serious amount of like bounce in that chair. Boing. What are you doing? Is it lightsabering?
I don't know, it's just putting them away.
Ah.
When we were talking about Star Wars earlier, I was just like, oh yeah, these are things I have. So,
one day I will own a Darth Maul saber.
They cost a pretty penny, but they are very cool.
It's a genuine dream.
What's your beef with Polly? Polly was just bad.
That is my beef is that he is not good.
Polly, I mean, it was quite funny how, like, effectively, I was on Power Spike yesterday, and Degon was like, he was surprised that Polly basically had a job after his year last year, really. And he's not looked good. He's not looked good on KT either. Not that Ghost has looked fantastic either, really. Yeah.
The irony of you saying that, Scubs, talking about saying you feel like a lot of women might find Leave attractive, is one of the things that Uzi said when Leave was coming in to replace him in EDG when he first came up, and he basically said, Leave, listen to my words. Do not talk to women for 3 years. Only talk to your sister and your wife. 3 years, and then you can go find yourself a girlfriend.
Sister and mother, I think
sister and mother.
You said sister and wife.
Sorry, sister and mother. Yeah, then 3 years, and then you can find yourself a girlfriend. But you've got to lock in for the first 3 years. You can't afford distractions. And allegedly, that didn't happen.
I literally can't tell the difference between you and Procasters. So, funny enough, we are the only siblings to have ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends. We've been on... So, I've been on the LPL official broadcast. We've both been on the LEC broadcast. Yeah. I've cast 3 LPL finals. I've cast 3 EMEA Masters finals. Sam's cast 2, I believe. Yeah. We've both cast in NLC for a number of years. We've cast LEC playoffs a number of times. I never did any LEC finals. They never gave me that one, which is how it is. But yeah, we live in Berlin, Scubs. We live in Berlin, but because we moved out here for the LEC and NLC. So we moved out here for work back in 2022. We've lived out here for a number of years now. But yeah, so we are the only siblings to have ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends. So we're somewhat unique in that regard. And we're also, I also think I've cast more League of Legends than anyone else in the world for the last 3 years.
It's been a lot of League.
Because ever since I started in LPL, and then also went on to do co-streaming the games which weren't broadcast, and then LEC last year as well, I've cast thousands of games. I don't think anyone's... I mean, yeah, I don't think that... yeah, I think I've cast more League of Legends than anyone else in Tier 1. I think.
It's pretty probably... Anyone else who might have done something similar? I mean, we don't have any ones who co-stream at the same time anymore, really.
Will you be an LEC again? If LEC want me, I'm here. I mean, I'd like to, but I think I've not had any communications since like November. I don't think I left on bad terms or anything. I mean, I'd like to work there again, but yeah, didn't get the contract for this year. Things leave. Yes, similar cheekbones to me. Yeah, cheekbone gaming.
In fairness, your cheekbones are quite impressive.
Yeah. It's like, cut an apple on it. There is actually a trend right now in terms of like, can you cut this apple? Sure. On the jawline.
Yeah. So we're doing all right on that front.
Yeah.
That's all right. I need to neaten the beard up.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no, I mean, look, if LEC 1 is with there, folks, that's basically been the way it's been since 2022. It's like, we moved out here for them. We're around. It pays, and we like doing it. It's very cool to cast in a studio environment. Look, casting from home, it does have its benefits, because I can just roll out about it, and I can kind of like, not brain off, but it's very easy for me to slip into casting mode when I'm here. However, casting from a studio environment, you've got people to take care of you, and you've got a much better mic setup, when you actually have a crowd there as well. It's a much better experience, of course it is, yeah. Rollout in the UD, I would be quite... I don't know if they'd let me get away with that, but we could do a cozy... Oh, that would have been quite funny, actually. That would have been funny. Yeah. Traveling the League of Legends lands. I mean, I did fly out to China once in 2023 for that. Yeah, the only time... Oh, no, I have flown to Dublin for work as well, but...
I've done Paris, was the big one from Air Masters.
think we're going to draft though, so we can Sam. We can finally stop yapping.
That's a lie. We're gonna keep yapping, but about different things.
Yeah, we are. So basically, folks, OMG coming in from Group Nirvana. They were lucky to make it in over LGD, who for most of this split, I thought were going to be quite cleanly in as top 2 from Group Nirvana. EDG just about made it, didn't make it into top 2 of Group Perseverance. They made it into, well, they were put into 3rd because of one game lost to TT. One game lost where TT had like the mega wombo combo, and they lost to that. The only game which TT won in Group Perseverance. Angel gets his it. Haichao immediately in with LeBlanc.
Very aggressive early duo there, but again, Haichao has been the talisman for this team in general. He's one of those streaky mid-table mid laners, and he kind of sank towards lower end realistically over the last year or so. But we know what the highs of this player can be. It's just not been very regular of late. But a LeBlanc Shinzao is certainly a statement to make in Game 1.
Pantheon potential for Xiao Hao, of course, pretty nasty versus LeBlanc, points and click. Even if you dash away from the stun, it will still stun you. The only way you stop a Pantheon stun is by actually stopping the motions. You have to displace him, which LeBlanc doesn't have. So Pantheon, pretty good against the LeBlanc at kind of keeping her accountable. She can't jump into the enemy team nearly as effectively. It has a slight losing matchup versus Shinzao. There are some cases where the Pantheon can jump onto the Shinzao and win out that trade instead. Renekton shows that EDG really want to play through strong early lanes.
Oh, yes, they do. And again, because OMG have definitely drafted for their own early aggression here. We saw Rookie attempt the LeBlanc into the Azir matchup just the other day. Actually did quite successfully so in the lane. Just the issue was there was a Draven that got 2,500 gold from one side die.
We're back to Kasante Gaming. I think we're back to Kasante Gaming.
Are.
Now, I think another, other players might just lock the Gnar and say, screw it, we're going skill matchup. Kasante is... The problem I have here, Kasante needs to be frontlining to buy space for someone valuable to do damage. LeBlanc is not that champion. LeBlanc actually wants a high damage top lane, so you can roam towards them and snowball them. But LeBlanc is also not going to give the DPS for Kasante to provide a frontline for. LeBlanc doesn't really need a frontline. And also, Kasante, if you're buying time for carries to do something, LeBlanc's not the person who's really going to pay that off.
I will say that Kasante does have a lot of ability to scrap in skirmishes with the all-outs. There is some sort of ability in those kind of 2v2, 3v3 to kind of go all out and just get really stuck in the mix. But I know what you mean. It's not really like a Gwen or... I think about like a Renekton, I suppose, would have been a better choice, or a Rumble, I suppose. Those champions that are much more about the damage rather than Kasante, that does have it, but in particular windows and in particular scenarios, and that's not always the guarantee. We are into second phase of bans, so it's worth noting where those bans are going, and largely they are bot lane focused in some capacity, support focused by EDG, getting rid of the Braum, which is a Moam special, and the Aphelios away from Leave to kind of deny something like a Thresh Valios that would have made life a little bit tricky. Poppy away as well.
Yunara Varus are gone, so two of our big kind of lane dominant champions are out. I suppose we could actually be looking with a lot of the lane dominant champions gone at a Kai'Sa. I think this is the kind of game where a Kai'Sa can really scrap. Works well with the Renekton. We could also be looking at Sivir for either team.
I'm just putting this out there. Nico's gotten through, as has Malphite.
That's very true. I had completely forgotten about that. Yeah, Nico and Malphite both available. Of course, the Malphite not going to be picked up now because jungle and top lane are through. But Nico's the easy lock-in. That now opens up either Sivir or Kai'Sa for Starry last, which is very powerful. Leave and Palkia, what do they think of? Do they take Kai'Sa Nautilus now?
Corki Nami.
Corki could also work.
If you want to do the Corki, if you do Corki Nami, you could miss Fortune here as well for a bit more AoE. I would also contend you could look at a Sivir if you want that scaling option.
Talked about that,
You mentioned the Kai'Sa. Leave is currently undefeated this year on the Kai'Sa 3-0 as of this split. So instead going to go towards the MF.
It's not the best MF angle. You need a heavy engaged support now. Now, that means that you're going to be playing melee support into double range. You could go Bard, but it's not the best MF. Nautilus is okay. Yeah, that's fine, I suppose. But it's not great if they lock in something like the Sivir on the other side. The MF has a slight winning matchup into the Sivir, but not the best.
Palkia loves a Rel.
So the Rel might be the answer here. So Palkia, by the way, we had a lot of Pokemon jokes just before this, right? But Palkia is actually named after Palkia the Pokemon. It's just for licensing reasons. It's Parukia instead. And it's the Jhin for Starry, so trying to compete more in the laning phase.
It will do. Now, basically, I'm looking at OMG's comp, and if this LeBlanc and Shinzao don't get rolling, I think there is a real world where OMG are going to hit two items and go, where damage? Because the burst is pretty good with this comp, especially early on. 0 to 1 items, level 6, great. But I think if you get to the point where you're just 5v5 team fighting at 2 items apiece, EDG just have a much simpler time doing damage.
I think OMG are very lucky that there's no real hyper tank on the other side. Because, look, Cassandra is meant to be frontlining for someone to do damage, Sam. Like, these are not what you would call high damage AD carry mid laners. Now, they're good against squishies, and luckily EDG has a fair amount of them. But OMG, if they do fall behind, they are not going to dent like
Wait,
a Rene.
I've got a message.
What's the message, Sam?
It's from Showmaker,
right?
And it's a copy pasta, Alex.
Oh dear God!
About Cassante.
Oh, wonderful.
You know what, something about cubing on a 0.5 second cooldown can knock you airborne. Has Omnivamp. So, what is this about?
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I just don't have the brain power to spare on this right now. I'm already at my wits. I'm already at my wits end, and it's not the one with midget magic resist. On to the rip. For our second series of the day, take it away, Joe. I'm joined by.
No yodels allowed.
What? Why am I joined by a seagull? What is wrong with you? Sam, get yourself, pull yourself together, man. I don't get why that was funny. Out of everything I said, I thought that was pretty tame.
I don't know. It just made me giggle.
The real way to feel funny, folks, is not actually to say something funny. It's just to have someone who laughs like that at your joke. That's the everything else completely decorative.
All right, back. All right.
Oh God, it's made me laugh now. Okay, so we're expecting a fairly tight contest between these lanes. Actually, you know, Cassandra Rex and Renekton can go. Well, typically it's towards the Renekton in the push, but you're expecting that to go fairly even. Oh bloody hell!
Wow.
Yeah. So we've been telling you OMG have an uphill battle. We've talked about the routes to success for OMG, which largely rely on EDG playing back on their flaws, really. Hopefully for OMG, EDG aren't playing like the second half of that split, but it is such an uphill battle.
Yes, it is. And again, look, the early pick potential and skirmish power from OMG comp is very, very good. But again, they have all in on this. This was a Shinzao LeBlanc first rotation from this team. They wanted that blue 1-2. It's a bit weird saying V1v2, because again, some of our terminology is getting a bit messed around now with the fact that we are decoupling first pick from side to... That's been a whole thing. Still.
Rayo's been really important to OMG.
Yeah.
This guy came in for ex-world champion Juhan from DRX. He was the guy with the Maokai skin from that skin line. And Juhan kind of sucked, not gonna lie. Rayo's come in as a player who came in towards Demacia Cup, and he has been aggressive. He's been tip of the spear, and Shinzao's been one of those champions, topically, I suppose, with that in mind. And he has kind of revolutionized OMG, and that's really the guy which made OMG escape bottom 2 in the league, and he's going for an invade here.
He does indeed. He's got the support, but actually Palkia moved over despite the wave being under the turret. Flash away the deadly thrust just wide on catching that Pantheon.
The blue buff has reset. Rayo, while they do have some cooldowns left, I think they'll just get that camp for free.
Yeah.
Bot lane getting the early shove, Rayo early invade. That's a good start for OMG.
And again, they need to with a comp like this. We've talked about the timer and the windows of power. They've got a very potent window of power early on. Lots of pick, lots of burst, lots of skirmishing power. But the moment it gets a bit later, we both said we worry about the potential DPS checks later on.
See the Angel doing well in this early lane, mid lane. LeBlanc needs to lane bully, not quite managing to do so. And also worth noting that Angel is one of our better Azir players within the LPL. He's a guy which has kind of been locked away from Group Ascend and playing in top matchups for a little while now, sadly. He's had 1 or 2 series. You know, he had the JDG series, which went to 5 games last year. They very nearly knocked out JDG from upper bracket of summer playoffs last year. Fell down at that, and then, of course, ran into... I'm trying to remember who they lost to in lower bracket, actually. But maybe that was JDG. Oh, sorry, my memory's getting a little bit fuzzy on that. But they did have a 5-game series versus JDG. That one I can tell you for free. And Angel... it means that despite him being someone that we actually think is a good mid laner within LPL, hasn't really been able to consistently have those matchups to retain that reputation, though, amongst the LPL fan base.
Alex, I think I need you to work with me on a song here briefly.
Oh, God, go on.
It's specifically Robbie Williams' Angels.
Uh,
So, and through the lane, he there's something about jungle attention. He deals with jungle. He get jungle attention. Okay, basically.
Okay, Sam, I'm going to need a little bit of time for this. Sam, if I get an inspiration, I'll let you know. Rayo's invading again here, importantly.
He is indeed all over these Raptor camps right now. Gonna get another one here. Again, the early lane power being used to set Rayo up for success is very much the game plan from OMG here, and it is working out relatively well so far.
It's been really good from him, you know, using the pushing bot lane. Haichao does get that push in mid lane, importantly, for that Raptor respawn. That means he's, what, 2 camps ahead? Did he get double scuttle as well? That's a huge advantage. Just Xiaohao's a player I have a lot of respect for. I think Xiaohao, you know, when he came up into the league on Anyone's Legend before, of course, they became a notable team. Anyone's Legend were like perennial kind of bottom tier team. Xiaohao was incredibly strong for that team despite their limited results. And him and ZDZ have stuck together throughout all of it, really. ZDZ, a player which has kind of come as a package deal almost with Xiaohao. They went to Weibo for one split in early 2024. Didn't really work out for them. I don't think they were the problem, but they were replaced by, you know, like Breathe and Tarzan, who are quite hard to really understate the value which they can have. Jumping in towards bot lane. Didn't get that stun.
Xiaohao is here. Won't be able to get anything there, though, nonetheless. So Flash and heal traded there. Palkia also down his Flash. I think that might have been from earlier on in the lane. Or was it there?
I thought he just used that.
Maybe. I wasn't sure whether we used it in the invade. Honestly, I can't remember.
Again, after 9 games yesterday and the full series, well, not full series, but 3 games earlier, I'm starting to lose some of those details. But yeah, Palkia didn't land the stun on Nico, interestingly. They landed on Clone instead. Meant that gank kind of fell apart. EDG needs some kind of pressure valve. They need some way to get out onto the map, stop Rayo just kind of... oh, Sam, it might actually be an anime reference. It might be just ReZero, by the way.
Might well be.
In fact, wait, who is Rem?
Rem was... that's true. I did love him. I much preferred Amelia.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Well, it's not really competing against one.
No, that's true.
Yeah. People talk about Rem. Don't know who that is. Crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, ReZero doing well in this early game so far. No love for that in chat. That was funny.
I thought that was.
That was a good reference.
I should have laughed again, Alex. Is what I should have done. I would have let people.
Now, for those who don't know, it's an anime where first of all Ram gets forgotten because of some giant whale cryptid thing, and then I forgot what happened after that because hang on, Root doesn't land that.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, fancy feet dodges all of them. Good stuff with the strut.
And again, one of the things about Misfortune is, again, you do get that additional movement speed, assuming you've not been hit in a while.
Yeah, and if you activate that W, of course, it reactivates itself effectively for a little while, and that's where you get the attack speed from. So for a while, we saw Blade of the Ruin King. Misfortune was very good with that on-hit, kind of getting the attack speed as well.
Thank you for the follow, Nymaera.
That better be because you enjoyed the anime.
I hope
it better been, but welcome in anyway. ReZero there again. Yeah, interesting show that. I think it came from light novels, didn't it? I think it came from that.
I think a lot of them do, really.
Yeah, for better or for worse. A lot of the time they adapt it and miss a lot of things out. So one of my favorite anime of all time is Certain Magical Index, where they just missed like a ton out from the Alchemist arc, and then season 3 was just an absolute dumpster fire. Sadly, it really annoyed me because it took like, I don't know, like 8 years to get out.
Hey. Very disappointing.
Yeah. So Rayo is really trying to stay ahead of the curve. No surprise, he's trying to stay ahead of the curve. He's a full level ahead of Xiaohao. And there's a comment in chat from Galfi saying that OMG should be forcing dragons. And while I agree with that in sentiment, I think actually the most important thing for them is to keep ahead in gold and pressure. They want to just make sure that they continue pushing up, putting wards into the enemy jungle, because what you really need to do is make sure that Xiaohao cannot break the lock on this game with his ultimate. If he gets an ult onto Flash this Moham here, that could be a big problem. In fact, he's coming in right now.
Grand start for bullet time. Moham is turned into a Mawam. He is a snack for the bot lane.
That's what they were trying to prevent. That's what they were trying to prevent. Rayo was invading, trying to find him out, and bot lane didn't quite get the memo. He didn't go for the invade either. Rayo didn't quite keep the pressure up hard enough to stop that Pantheon coming in. And that's suddenly Xiaohao on the board.
And observers put a little camera over there on the control board over the blue buff from EDG that spotted Rayo going in for the invade, which gave Xiaohao the license to come on in. Will now get invaded. Smite fight won by the side of Rayo, but the problem is Xiaohao's got the red buff, and Palkia is coming. This could be way too deep. We're going to see a Crescent Guard at least here, I think. Fail Flash, Magnet Storm. Where is that Crescent Guard? Finally in. Xiao needs to come on in. The Empress Divide is not fantastic. Flash on forwards with the Shield Vault, and they bring down Rayo. Buff delivered to the Pantheon.
That is a huge series of mistakes from OMG. The early game was going so well, but now we see what their plan was. It was effectively keep the Pantheon penned into his own jungle, make sure he's behind in farm, behind in levels, and not able to ult onto the map. They very nearly got away with it, but this is the problem with that kind of full court press style and trying to be up in the jungle battle warding, really, in the way that Peanut revolutionized that in Season 5 and Season 6. If you miss it once, suddenly the ult comes out of Fog of War, out from an area of the map, and someone dies. So now suddenly, Xiaohao has 2 kills. Rayo's not going to just have domination in the matchup. Good son!
Gets the kill! That's important. Haichao didn't get trapped under the turret either. And will be just about able to get that kill off nicely. Managed to even throw Flash.
Xiaovi gets himself onto the board. What happened there on the bot side? Did he just dodge all of them again? Wow, that's 2 times he's done that. Starry's getting just outstepped by Leave, really. Yeah. Underground bot. I can't remember.
Yeah, I just know that's the only line I remember.
It's honestly a really good aura farming song.
It is a really good aura farming song.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, let's take stock of the game again. Even gold, XP lead in the jungle still to Rayo. That's the big lead there. Mid lane, well, what we're saying, Angel, one of these mid laners we actually think is very good. However, not really had the kind of consistent presence against top tier top laners because he's just not been in Group Ascend, right? You good, Sam?
I'm still thinking on the song.
I just thought you were just like smacking your lips and I'm like, okay, weird thing to be doing on cast. That makes a lot more sense.
No, I think I'm nearly there, Al.
With what?
There is an extra line that's kind of required. I could just skip it. I don't think it works quite so well.
For what?
For Angel.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Big Stepper still.
No.
That's why I was like,
I'm still working on my EDG Angel song.
Okay, that's wonderful. Haichao looking for the QE under turret. Doesn't quite get that. Angel's in kill range now. He's in kill range. There's a flash from Haichao. He can kill here, folks. He has that flash up. Angel needs to reset on this wave. Just about survives to do so. Angel getting bullied out. 700 gold down because of the plate and the kill and the farm.
Yep, that is a big deal. And again, Angel made that move over to help in the jungle, but he didn't have that Empress Divide despite having the support of the turret. Haichao finding that angle was a big deal. And again, OMG do need the early advantage. The fact they're behind gold is still problematic, and Xiaohao has made his way bot.
Rayo's on vision. The clone will spot out Xiaohao. Good use of that from Moham. Xiaohao does have ult to go up here somewhere on the map. Now, if Haichao over pushes in mid lane, there is actually a chance that Xiaohao can jump in there, potentially force a flash and even a kill if he mispositions badly enough. Jumping force, like right here, you use the double W. There's actually a chance that Xiaohao just immediately presses R on mid lane as those cooldowns go down. Not to be hit. And that'll just be the wave being pushed in.
Haichao rather. When I said Xiaohao, he's on the other side of the screen.
I actually think that Xiaohao should just be sending ult mid. I think that you have to blow the flash from Haichao. When he uses that W, just jump in onto the return pad, and he should die, especially with the Mimic down. I think that's something he should be keeping his head on the swivel for, because you need to get a little bit of breathing room for Angel. You don't want to just have this LeBlanc being lane bully. We said in the early stage the lane wasn't really achieving as much as we wanted to see from it.
Has now.
And now it has, yeah.
See where it goes from there. Angel throws down a soldier or two. There's Mimic 1. There's Mimic 2. Gets the chains and backs out.
Zia just kind of using the E for the extra shield there, but it doesn't look like you're not taking the damage still. First item is in for Angel, but the Ludens is really good in this kind of combo. Leave does have bullet time throughout the hit.
Yeah, this could get a bit dicey there. Side step on that bullet time is not fantastic. And here we go. Can he dodge this time? This time we get a hit. 2, 3. Fourth shot won't kill, but we'll leave him low.
Having very low. Has flash no barriers. Actually a chance of Starry looking for a W. Or a flash also. Rayo's in topside, spotted out by Water Overlord, which didn't actually make it into the brush, by the way. Oops, but still auto attack is seen anyway. Yeah, Leave. Bad angle on the bullet time there. I mean, yes, you can call it a sidestep. I'd call that one a miss, Sam. Very hard to miss a giant cone like that, but Leave finds a way.
Misses the angle up there. I guess that's what it is. Could be an Angel. But the angle.
Oh, yeah, they got an Angel on the team. No one said anything about an angle.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
that could be your angle or your devil.
A devil who? You have a for those of you in chat, you know, you want a cheap bit of entertainment for free. This is like early 2000s internet culture. You got to search your name, whatever your first name is, plus the hedgehog.
Oh, true.
And then like see what like very
Really awful,
very edgy early 2000s Sonic the Hedgehog OCs you can find. It's truly an experience.
because they're all basically Shadow, but even darker.
Yeah, Alex the Hedgehog's family was killed by Snackmen People, which is meant to be Snake Men People, but it's just badly misspelled. I remember that one. And then there's Darksteel the Hedgehog, which is just wonderful.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Darksteel, really?
Yeah. That's like some 40k stuff there.
Darksteel.
Yeah, Haichao's on the roam. Angel went towards that top side. They're trying to get him out of the LeBlanc matchup. Problem is, Haichao's just going to match him, and that's a problem. Now, everyone's side quest has been done. The role quest leaves back in towards mid lane. 1,000 gold lead for the Misfortune. This game can be taken over by a good enough LeBlanc. Haichao, on his debut year, was that kind of player. Ever since then, less so. Haichao in a position now, though, with significant gold up against a full squishy team to do some real damage.
I think I've got the first part of the chorus out.
Yeah, and through it.
And through the lane, he gets jungle attention. Lane leads gold retention.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Whether he's ganked or not.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, you know what, Sam? I didn't believe I was somewhat do. Black Cleaver in for ZDZ means he does actually win these 1v1s pretty well, even against the Thornmail.
Yeah,
Harry,
well.
Down 20 CS or
so.
Well, I think you can. There is an all-out. I mean, I think he has his W up still. Anyway, and he'll use that there. So he's going to be out safe. Problem is, he's losing a wave to tap, and he's losing plays. Angel, though, on the other side, not exactly having a happy time. More gold towards Haichao. He is going to get fed here.
Mid lane, Starry is getting hit a little bit here. Does need to be a bit careful. Backs wisely towards the top side of the map. Overcomes Angel, forces the flash out of Moam. Nice little look in from the mid laner of EDG.
I think Angel realized I can't stay top lane anyway. Let's look for a play. Now he has got the flash, but no immediate gold. Wave will be frozen top side, and he'll collect that at the inner turret. Haichao does now, though, get to 1,500 gold ahead. Yeah, you can hire us for your musical
That's
styling,
true,
folks,
yeah.
You know. You saw those LEC rap battles and stuff, you know.
It's true.
We got that in spades, folks.
We needed Ender around as well. We could have a full 5-piece.
Yeah. I miss Ender. Ender's great. Christie's awesome.
Christie's great.
Yeah.
Lovely guy.
Yeah, with the guitar in the background there.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe the game gets really slow.
Yeah. Tell you what I miss. And I've talked about this a couple of times in the stream. I do miss when Monty would do Disney parody lyrics, and then it was TV Sky and would end up performing them on YouTube. Those were the good old days, folks. It's like you've never had a jungler like me. From Genie from Genie from Aladdin. That was sick.
Which jungler was it about?
I think that was Score.
Score would make
Yeah, I
sense.
think it was about Score. Yeah.
Score was superb.
He was so good.
The immortal Score when he was an AD carry. What was his nickname as a jungler? Did he just have one?
The Immortal Score. It was the Immortal Score. That was the guy. He just retained that nickname.
He just retained it, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just named it. Yeah. Haichao jumping on. Oh, he's even dunking on ZDZ now, who's got the steel caps, doesn't have any magic resist. Raz jumping onto him, but doesn't land when comes lightning.
Back step, audacious charge does go in, but again,
he's not as swift as a coursing river.
He's not. Be a crocodile.
You know, one thing which I found quite interesting is like all of the terms in that song, like rivers and moons and blah blah. They're actually all very feminine things in Chinese mythos. It's like be as swift as a coursing river. It's like you realize you're talking about like a whole, you know, like Milan in disguise as a man.
That's very yang coded, isn't it? Yeah, it's not very yin of you.
It's like all of these things. Like you realize this is all like very feminine in like Chinese literature. Anyway, just this very, very nice thing which
nice little nod, yeah.
Thought about the other day. Well, like I saw a post about it the other day. I was like, oh yeah, that is I should check out. But you know, like 5-year-old me watching it and on VHS or whatever probably didn't think about that much.
Dragon number 2 is currently going down by the by. Just letting
Sam,
you guys know.
Yin is feminine, by the way.
Oh, is it that way around? I'm sorry, guys. I don't run around. Apologies.
Sam, how can you make that mistake on our LPL stream?
So true.
Right in front of our Chinese League of Legends.
Right in front of our Chinese League of Legends.
The game's slowed down in terms of actual...
eyes, but could not see Mount Tai.
We're riffing quite a lot here. The game's slowed down in terms of actual kills. 3 kills in 18 minutes. Bit slow as it comes to it. EDG slim gold lead. I will say the gold lead from Haichao isn't expanding over Angel anymore. So Angel, well, he's hoping really to get up to 2 items safely before any big fight happens. However, this is the kind of game state which is actually quite dangerous for EDG because while you do have the Pantheon ultimate to go into side lanes, I do feel as though the LeBlanc can just randomly kill someone and the game starts to fall apart from that. So Haichao, onus is on him to get either a lot of pressure, push out a side lane, get vision control, or something like that, and then also just look for those miracle Fog of War picks. If you do that, that's a big problem for EDG, particularly because they've already got 2 dragons against them on a Hex Rift.
Yeah, and there goes another turret in mid lane. EDG now 2,000 gold up. And again, this is a game where we asked OMG to snowball. There were some good early moments, and then it's completely stalled out.
Dragon number 2 is now is going down. Does that mean it's YouTube? Is that a joke about our YouTube going down?
Wow.
Okay. Well, have you know, it's completely fine for now. Okay, so Crystallize on here means the single auto will take this down. Tower for OMG. They're actually doing pretty well here. They are down 2k. Yes, they are, but they do even up that mid lane turret, which is taken from Leave. Leave is strong. He is very strong, and he can definitely do a lot of damage himself. Misfortune not always great into the Cassandra, great into everyone else on the enemy team, though. Shinzo has to pop that ult very quickly if that ult starts flying his way.
Got the next line, Al.
Yeah.
And though the turrets fall, said down the waterfall. Genius. I need a couple more lines and we're there.
I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I don't actually know Robbie Williams' Angels that well.
That chorus
it is a good song.
Very obvious.
It is good. No, that one's pretty good.
It's just a famously bad song at karaoke because people tried to sing it and realized they can't hit the note.
I think you'll find that any song can be a bad song at karaoke.
Sweet.
No, I heard that song is just. Oh, that one is Sam. Yeah,
so good.
Sam, I went to uni in the north, so I heard way too much of that. Actually, that's probably nothing wrong. But anyway, I heard too much of that, Sam. It was I could have done without that one. Everyone's chill until I bust out the Linkin Park at karaoke, Sam. Everyone's chill. Okay, potential play on the side link and stop the recall. They choose not to, actually. Rare might have been able to get there in time. OMG doing a good job of getting into enemy jungle, putting down wards. I mean, reminder folks that OMG were like looking like perhaps the worst team in the LPL for grand majority of the split. They really have managed to bring themselves a new gift of breath of life, really, by bringing in this jungler Rayo. They've had good vision control, and one thing which is really impressing me is the fact that Xiaohao has not managed to get a second ult off this game, really. He's not found angles for it. He's holding it instead, saying, well, it's just not worth me casting. It's better me having it off cooldown and threatening it. OMG have not really had to worry about the Pantheon ult because they've done well to kind of dissuade it. I heard that Robbie Williams' biopic was good.
It was quite clever,
Yeah.
allegedly, because he did it because there was a line.
And apparently people like wrote it off, and then they saw like a couple of clips and thought, damn, that's good. Leave getting jumped on, first kills of the game.
That could be a big one. He needs to try and run away, and I don't think he'll be able to. That's a nice pick in mid.
Okay, first kills of the game for a while is what I meant to say, but pick off in mid, good, use the cleanser. Just what the hell happened there? He just walks up and gets demolished by Rayo and Starry. And God, is this actually going to be Baron?
God, no way.
Leave. I think he just slept walk his seat. He was the guy with the lead as well. They don't have a bullet time. This is just going to be Baron. We saw this a lot earlier, right, with LNG getting ahead of the game and not able to do much after getting picked off. I think does Xiaohao have to ult into the pit?
What happens? Can you afford not to try and make this a contest?
It's a bit of a slow take. You do have the Jhin and LeBlanc. This is a slow take. Xiaohao might look for the flash in.
This could get really dicey. ZDZ with the ult. They're going to try and turn it around. It's a decent Empress Divide to deny the Pop Blossom somewhat. Rayo to the backline. They are trying to turn off this Baron. It's not gone very well from OMG. Oh dear. I think he might have been better sticking on as the health bars are looking pretty dicey. And again, the damage isn't that great. Here he goes all out, but I don't think there's really all that much all to out.
ZDZ just jumped into 4 people and came out the better from it. Just destroyed them on the mid-game Renekton. He saves that fight in a lot of ways as Rayo goes in, and he misjudges his own tankiness, actually. Misjudgment, a rare one from him in this early game. As EDG survive what should have been, a very scary situation for them. OMG, I think realizing, we don't have Baron damage. We've got a LeBlanc and we've got a Jhin. That's just not a quick Baron at all. Cassandra also terrible at taking down Baron as well. So Leave just walks up, finds the Shinzo in a bush, dies. It doesn't flash out. Very disrespectful from there, honestly. And puts EDG into a bit of a pickle. Dragon has now spawned. EDG will need to fight against this. Don't want to give that third dragon to OMG.
Moam was jumped on there, eats a fair amount of damage, will be chased away, but not too much more there. This would be first Dragon for EDG or third for OMG. If they can get to Soul Point, we might be having a different conversation again.
Yeah, I did see some comments like, oh, they should just rush Baron. How? You have a Jin, a LeBlanc, and a Cassante. That's like one of the worst Baron taking combos I can ever think of, actually. Dragon now started from EDG. OMG, if they get the steal, they're in a great position. High Chow walking over. What can he do?
Yeah, I think he might be turning into Low Chow right now. Doesn't quite get what he's looking for there. Dragon secured by Xiaohao. Palkia chunked out there by the 4th shot of the curtain call, but chunk out on the rel is really not that valuable at this point.
Yeah, OMG. Teleport back, and that is from the LeBlanc, actually. Regened a bit of HP. Doesn't change much except the scuttle will go to Rayo. So EDG, get away with the objective, stop that 3rd dragon and that threat of a Hextech Soul later. We were saying, look, a lot of this game is on High Chow. How much can he do in terms of popping out a Fog of War, getting those miracle picks? Haven't really seen him do that much yet. I need to see more from High Chow, especially with the lead which he garnered early. Has the Luden Shadow Flame. Looks like he's building towards, it could be either a Death Cap or something like the Zhonya's instead. There are a couple of different options, yeah. So High Chow, need to see him start flexing his muscles. LeBlanc has got the lead. You need to use it though. LeBlanc is not a champion who can really sit back on the laurels.
Angel's also got quite a nasty build there with the Shadow Flame second on the Azir. That actually does give the Azir quite a lot of upfront burst against some of these squishier targets. Not really anyone who's building much magic resist here.
Yeah, well, your Soul AP, which is fine. Soul AP. Then, I mean, there's a Moat Treads on Rayo. That's it, really.
Yeah. I'm also looking at Rayo's build. He's gone for the Titanic Hydra Sundera build. I sometimes thought that we've seen the Titanic Hydra Black Cleaver build, but this kind of gives you that upfront burst combo on the Shinzao where you kind of get a few really quick autos off.
I will say, I don't think it's that different in damage to the Black Cleaver because the Armor Shred's obviously really powerful, but what it does do is give you very quick knockup. And it means that you can be very strong in terms of your pick potential. It means that, yeah, you can just jump on someone, get through your Q auto attacks a little quicker because the Titanic Hydra auto reset, and it means that someone out of position gets blasted.
So what is the combo? Is it like E auto, Q auto, Hydra auto?
So depends on how quick you want the knockup, because sometimes you'll go in with the Q, because if you auto Q, you still have to get through 2 extra auto attacks to get the knockup. So if you're doing optimal damage, yeah, you auto reset with your Q and then the Hydra afterwards. And for those of you that if it's not clear, basically, because you get the knockup on your 3rd auto after pressing Q, Titanic Hydra effectively gets you a free one of those because it gives you an instant auto attack reset on the items. It means you can get, instead of auto attacking basically 3 times, you just do it twice. So if you're looking for the instant auto, you're just going to go in with your Q already active. If you can get it onto a ward first or something like that, you can kind of charge up your Q, which is where a lot of the flashy Shinzao plays come from. I've attacked a ward or a minion or an objective, and then I flash E to get like instant knockup because the Q's already primed.
If you want a really great example of this, BLG game 1 of their best of 5, where we saw Shun...
best of 5?
No, not best of 5, sorry, it was the best of 3, wasn't it? What am I talking about? When they played AL. Was it AL?
Yeah.
It was, and then we saw the really clever Realm Warp plus Shinzao stacking Q play into the mid lane turret. Was very, very cool.
Oh, yeah, he stacked it on the ward and then Realm Warped in. Yeah, I remember that now. It's very, very cool. ZDZ has the level advantage. It's a 30 CS lead, almost 1,000 gold lead there. Of course, he had a great fight early on. ZDZ's early part of his career was not great, folks. I think that of the Xiaohao ZDZ duo, Xiaohao has been the dominant force of that, and ZDZ was often kind of seen as like, oh, ZDZ, well, I guess if he comes with Xiaohao, right? Sigil's up there. Puts up the tower. He doesn't have much defensive stats, though.
Chain Lace Crushers are gone. It's a decent shove back. Does get Rayo vaguely low, but it's just not enough. And a nice combo. But ZDZ's teleported in, and the Grand Starfall. It's a little late. They have managed to get someone trapped under the Sun Disc. Hurry, though, will go all out. Has used the W already, and I think ZDZ's going to go down. I fear we may have cast a curse in just a touch there. The Crouching Guard is decent, as they do get a bullet time across multiple members. The problem is it's only now starting to get some kills back. Decent little Comet Spear, but Starry threatening with the 4th shot, attempting to turn that around. Leave in the 1v4, tries to get some more value and cannot. And OMG finally get themselves a concerted fight.
And it comes through High Chow. High Chow's the guy which gets the pick on the sideline, opens up the fight where EDG just completely fumble the macro, saying, look, OMG, they should really be heavy underdogs in this series.
Yeah.
EDG, if they play like they did in the 2nd round robin, this should be a pretty done and dusted deal, but their macro has not been good enough in this game so far, and I think that Xiaohao and Angel have struggled to get on the board compared to High Chow and Rayo on the other side. Finally, we see High Chow getting into the play. Angel has been blasted. Teleport under turret. There's a teleport from the Renekton 2 coming in, but he doesn't have dominance. Just use it in that bot side, so he's not particularly that impactful.
when looking for Haichao, who hops back well. In fairness to Haichao, has actually played a pretty mean LeBlanc game, got that early solo kill, not managed to get that much done in the mid game, but this might be what it takes for OMG to get themselves in a winning position. We worried about their mid to late game damage. I thought their time in the sun was over. They kind of proved us a bit wrong there with some nice picks, and for all this build from Angel is great damage, if you do get jumped on, you don't have that much fun.
Yeah, I mean, we were waiting for Haichao to do something with his lead. He's done that now, and now he's 3-0. He's got a Death Cap in inventory alongside the Shadow Flame and that Luden, so he will be doing a ton of damage because no one else is particularly tanky on the other side. So look, OMG, if you fall behind, your damage is going to fall off. You need to get ahead. Just realized that the OpGX is massively signed up, by the way. Thank you to everyone who signed up to OpGX. Just jumped up like 20 or something.
I know, I just saw that as well, I know.
Thank you everyone for that. There's some side lane pressure coming in.
They make it 50 today. Come on, 3 more.
See, OMG trying to siege in towards the bot side here. Do you pull out the curtains?
Though the curtains call.
Yeah. Oh, Dominus was blown in the replays. That's why it's on cooldown again. CDZ did have a very big lead. Not really that much now. Angel had teleported in. They're going in with a Pantheon.
Harry's not there. That's quite a lot of the front line. The Crescent Guard does disengage well, though. Not bad from Rayo.
And, well, I mean, Rel's is dead.
Yeah.
Palkia has been returned to the Spatial Rift. OMG.
Dialga was always better.
Always time to talk about Dialga. Well, I mean, actually, in terms of both well, okay, whatever. Palkia's the better competitive Pokemon as far as I know. Actually, no, both of them are okay. You know what am I talking about? Let's just talk about the damn game of League of Legends. I know, crazy, right? We had to do that sometimes. EDG, they've just sleptwalked into this situation. They're behind so much now.
Ooh, that's a fairly decent amount of tap. Goodbye, Xiaohao, as Harry helps set up for a pop from the Jin. Again, Pantheon has damage, but no resists. And Jin at this point is beginning to sting.
I'm so surprised that EDG, particularly when they had the winning Misfortune to give them that winning lane, I'm so surprised they couldn't leverage that into a pushing lane, Xiaohao ulting around the map and trying to bail out Angel. EDG have struggled to be proactive this game. Really struggled to be proactive this game. And OMG, they took that inactivity and said, okay, well, eventually Haichao's going to find something. He did, and now suddenly, with Baron getting themselves an extra dragon, they are firmly in control of this game now. And this is a team, reminder, folks, that was solidly worst team in the league for most of this split.
Yes, it was. And again, Jin has gone towards his Collector Lord Dom's build. It means basically your 4th shots are less cool, but your more consistent damage with your basic pick is much better because your armor pen stings onto people who don't have much more beyond, say, a locket and whatever that kind of Noxian sigil thing that builds into GA is. Either way, EDG now really fumbling through that mid game of giving up that Baron, giving up the inhibitor, giving up Soul Point, now down 3.8, nearly 4,000 gold. It isn't getting any easier anytime soon, I fear.
I think EDG really misjudged what they needed to do in mid-game. EDG, at the start of the split, that was something which we found a little bit of issues with too, where they'd get early leads, and in this game they didn't even get that, but they would get early leads earlier into the split, and then they'd kind of not know what to do around objectives. There is a Dominus on ZDZ, so they're not going to jump onto him just there. Sterak's blown though. You see how powerful Haichao is, especially with the threat the follow-up that Shin's out.
Yeah, he is not nice to deal with right now. And again, it just feels like what we thought was going to be a damage issue has now gotten to the point where the front line just isn't very front line. You've got a GA done now for the side of EDG, but there's no real magic resist anywhere. Outside of Angel, who's now picked up the Verdant Barrier, which is not a bad idea, I think, for this Shin's out at this point of the game. The problem is whether this gold lead for OMG will be enough to take them over to the victory. They've managed to really decisively find a way back into the game. Put them on that front, but there's still work to be done, especially when you're looking at things like a 4-item Misfortune. Despite being 0-2-2, it's quite scary.
The way that EDG get back into this game is just like a miracle bullet time which kills someone. I mean, it's not like Haichao has a Zhonya's, so if Xiaohao or Palkia manage to catch that LeBlanc on the side, can die. So basically Haichao needs to not die, try and go on Starry.
Oh, that's not bad. They will get the GA off one. Can they turn that into any more? They lose Powder Kit, but it'll be attempting to kill off Rayo, who flashes away. So they don't secure that one. Xiaohao can't get any further.
So it's actually a 1 for none. They get the GA and that's it. They only get the GA. It's not a bad engage opportunity, but a good flash away from Starry means that he's safe. You know, that bullet time is the one-shot combo. Jumping in towards top lane. Here comes the Pantheon ult.
Try and jump on his spot. He's got a GA to wear, but Angel does get in. That's a decent jump onto the wall. Remember, Rayo, no flash, no GA. Would likely die. Starry just popped Angel, though. This Jin keeps hitting shots.
Misfortune takes one on the other side, so it's currently a 1-for-2. Haichao getting low HP, sticks around in the clone.
Oh my god, nearly goes down. Is very lucky he got a little bit of something there to not go down.
Flash for flash. Leave does have damage. It's all in Leave's hands now, folks. It's just whether this Misfortune can get crazy damage. 4 item Misfortune, as you say, with the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge, single auto attack with a Sheen proc on it can just obliterate someone. So OMG, somewhat lucky to get away with that. They end up losing a couple on the engage there. Moham also died somewhere in that play. I think I personally missed that one, actually. But, however, big things now. A lot of people are now missing cooldowns for the 2-minute dragon.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes, we're not going to have LeBlanc Flash, Starry Flash, Rayo and Harry. So basically, well, yeah, they won't have it, but then the carries of EDG also don't have them. Maybe ZDZ can look for a Flash, Renekton stun angle. Maybe that's the play which can lead into the bullet time, which can maybe get the EDG back into the game.
Worth noting as well, of course, that there's that world where Xiao just flash sends it, which can be quite scary. I think the problem is actually when they have pulled the Pantheon up, though, it feels like the turnaround pick CC into burst has been really, really impressive.
Well, that's because they're doing it late game when they're already behind. Yeah. Should have done this in the mid game when you had the Misfortune who was controlling the map and before Haichao was kind of flexing the muscles more. Worth noting that Haichao's actually lost a lot of his gold lead because Angels did. I guess he got a shutdown or a load of farm from somewhere.
Both.
I suppose probably, but yeah. The details of these fights. In terms of who gets the actual kills, someone's slipping away from me there. But yeah, he's got a lot of farm in side lanes and does have a Void Staff. Has the Banshees on the way too.
Hex Optics for Misfortune 5th there. Actually, can be quite nice when basically she gets a double up, it kind of triggers the Hex Optics, I believe.
Yeah. Also worth noting that Leave is the kind of like the chef really in our bot lane. He's the guy which does our strike. Hang on, teleport coming in.
They managed to get a potential angle. That bullet time gets a bit of a
It's
jump. Not that much more. Starry has got a GA. Doesn't go down to it yet. Xiaohao tries to get on top of him. Won't quite. Starry still without the GA being procced. Haichao not turning up yet. That's a decent Kurdic call angle. They've lost a couple members. The Grand Starfall allows her to go in. Starry's in danger down to the GA. They lose the Pantheon though on the way in. Haichao with the Elixir Sorcery running. Starry should go down. Doesn't get a chance to do any more. Haichao's going to be aware of those soldiers at this point as well. As ZDZ is threatening Rayo. Wind becomes lightning. Gets the mark. Haichao over the wall. Tries to get on top of Palkia. Crashes down and forces the return to the Mimic Distortion spot.
EDG find a fight while Haichao's out of position. The LeBlanc isn't there at the start of the fight, and EDG finally find their aggressive combo. Can they get the dragon after ZDZ could recall and teleport back in? That is an option for them. Neither smite available. Haichao's coming up. He can actually kill someone here. They need to be so careful. ZDZ should have teleported back.
He's going in, gets a decent chunk. Haichao's dead.
Haichao just goes in and he dies. The Fed LeBlanc syndrome. Even when you're ahead of the game, it doesn't make you hard to kill. Angel just sweeps up so many kills, goes from 1 to 4. Now 2,000 gold ahead of the Fed LeBlanc, and they stop the soul.
So we'll see this replay as they try to jump onto ZDZ, and it isn't as simple as they think.
Well, the big thing is that this fight is happening without LeBlanc. LeBlanc is pushing in top lane. Why do OMG think they're safe here? You must have the LeBlanc being the tip of the spear here. Needs to be there at the start of the play. And the big plays are happening while the LeBlanc is not doing damage. Leaf gets, massively comboed, but manages to survive long enough that Haichao has to kind of dive in, try and clean them up, but he's not there at the start of the fight. Pantheon also then ends up taking out Jin with his ultimate of all things.
He goes down to the GA, there's nowhere really to go, and again, Pantheon dies at the back end of it, and that's all good. In the picture-in-picture by the by, I am noticing the Baron going down. We'll see what happens with that. I just don't think there's a realistic way of stopping it at this point in time.
There it goes, EDG. What?
Just saw the death cap one-shot by Angel.
You also ended up completing the Banshees from that too, so it's a death cap and the completion of the Banshees off of one fight. So Angel is now most powerful person on the board.
Yeah.
Now, one of the problems here is that now if LeBlanc jumps onto his ear with the hang on jumping onto Rayo, he does have flash, we'll have to use it.
This is more like it from EDG. Good recovery from them to come back, but that is a big gold swing from OMG. They're going to be kicking themselves for that poorly executed fight.
They were, yeah. And now the problem comes in for their composition. We said if they fall behind, damage starts to fall off. I think that might be an issue for them now. The damage from EDG is so much easier to put down from a Fed Azir and a late game Misfortune.
Oh, those turrets are disappearing!
And that's Azir with an Ashes Tube, has 1,000,000 AP, can set up the turret around the inner turrets. Can't put them onto the inhibitor stumps, of course. But EDG, they are lucky to get away with this late game, Sam.
Yeah.
They didn't do enough in the mid game. OMG were the ones to pull the trigger first, and now they've kind of lucked into a late game team fight where they chose the angle a bit better.
Now Angel with a very scary build could still do a lot of work here. Be attempting to, for sure. Moam threatens with the rocket belt. He's not really found the big engages of late, has he? He's trying to be defensive with those pop blocks, but quite been that successful. EDG still eats a lot of damage from this LeBlanc, who still has got the raw damage.
Yeah,
it's just
the Death Cap Void Staff.
Yeah.
Death Cap Void Staff is what Void Staff Death Cap is where you really get the crazy damage coming in late game. So Haichao does still do damage to what is, you know, not a particularly tanky Renekton. Does have the Spirit Visage though, which will make it harder to kill him in the future. EDG break the base, take an inhibitor, and out.
Dragon will be 2 minutes away. Baron 4. Will that come to be our next point of pressure? We are likely hitting a 40-minute game, folks. Look, the base is broken, but it's going to be difficult, I suspect, to fully finish the game from here. One thing about late game Gen Z has a lot of traps around, and that's actually very good defensiveness. Stops a lot of flanks. Can be quite threatening if you get caught on them. Actually do quite a lot of damage if you do end up getting procced on them, it must be said.
Big thing for OMG right now is both their carries have flashes. GA is about to come up for Rayo. In fact, it might... Yeah, it's just come up now. Xiaohao on the other side needs to wait another 30 seconds or so. Crystallize will help LeBlanc take down these side lane towers. Chooses not to go towards it, though. Wants to be out of vision. Uses the empowered recall. Maybe afraid that EDG will force on the other side.
And there goes that tier 2 bot. And again, they've got Baron for another 15 seconds. Still a 4,000 gold Baron power play. You'll take that, I think, if you are an Edward Gaming enjoyer.
The Haichao's now back on the defensive duty. Baron buff about to time out. It's a pretty good haul, though, from EDG. One of the big things about Baron buff this year is that when you kill the Baron itself, you get less gold. In fact, one of the big things that pro players have been talking about is effectively how a single Baron doesn't really do as much anymore, because you don't get, I think it was something like 1,500 gold, even more than that. It's basically almost like a kill per person worth of gold, like 300 gold each, when you kill the Baron itself. And you don't get that now, because it's, I think they halved the gold you get from it overall, which means that you do need a little bit of extra help to see out games. One Baron is typically not enough in the way that we've seen some of the best teams in the world really run through it. Dragon in less than a minute would still be sold for OMG. That's their win condition, I suppose. Teleport coming from the LeBlanc, looking for that unexpected flank.
Leave has got to be a bit careful. He's walking towards Haichao. Oh, I leave! No, no, no! He's gone!
Nico goes in, continues to engage. ZDZ trying to pick things up, but Nazir is still alive.
Oh, you can believe in Angel instead, perhaps. That'll have to be the play. The Kern's getting called. Sliding away, doing his very best as ZDZ breaks the ethereal chains. Look at Angel. Look at the soldiers. The Emperor might do it himself. Slides them forwards. Can't quite kill the Cassante. Can't quite kill anyone.
The old OMG logo flashed up from Starry as Leave. It's a tale of two picks in the mid lane. Died to put the snowball in motion, dies to potentially end the game. OMG, we thought they'd thrown it, but they rescue it from the brink.
What an incredible game. It is back and forth and back again, and oh my god, they're winning this game 1.
OMG, reliving a bit of the old rivalry with EDG way back in 2014. It's a matchup which we don't get to talk about as much anymore, because bluntly, they're very rarely in the same division anymore. EDG lose game 1 after we thought they rescued it.
Reminder, EDG's late games have not exactly been stellar, even when they did start to come together, and that ain't great.
I just don't see, I just don't see how Leave thought it was safe to go close to Fog of War.
Ridiculous.
He just didn't, Leave gets caught out twice by walking up in mid lane and dying. You know, and those two picks earlier into the game and mid game, which then led to, I mean, that was only the 4th kill of the game, something after a while of no kills happening. And then that one in the late game, that's disaster. It's absolute disaster for them. Leave just misjudging the Fog of War a couple of times, very importantly. Haichao, though, real credit to him. He made that play happen at the end of the game. He made the play in top lane, which led to the snowball in the first place as well. Haichao is the player of the game by quite a way here.
Yeah. He was fantastic on that LeBlanc. See whether that will end up defining the series or not. OMG were kind of like speculated by the casters over in the LPL for a 3-1 in favor for EDG, but they would give one game over to OMG. We were both saying we thought actually EDG should just clean this one up. OMG too inconsistent, and kind of got proven wrong there by OMG making the hard composition work.
Yeah, sadly for EDG, I don't think Angel had the best early game. Late game was fine, but Leave can't afford to play like that. He was very far ahead. We were looking for the great bullet time. You can't afford to play that close to the fog of war. Gets jumped on by, you know, the Shins out at the same time there too, and maybe just didn't expect the threat to come through. Yeah, EDG, the big problems were they failed to be proactive in the mid game. They shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place, especially with the Pantheon and the Misfortune. We felt like actually in a pretty good position in that mid game. The Pantheon surviving the early game after losing a fair amount of farm. I need another coffee, Sam. I'm going to go put some adverts on, folks. So if you'd like to support us, think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe, things like that. They all matter to us.
I had a couple of subs. Anyone else want to throw a subscription in? Just right now, because you can.
Appreciate you. And thanks for the follow earlier.
I appreciate it. Exactly. That managed to do follow then sub within 20 minutes, which is great news. Appreciate you all joining. And again, we are pushing for various levels of Partner Plus. So for those of you who do sub and stay subbed, makes a massive difference to us in terms of our ability to get towards some of those breakpoints for Twitch.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna go grab myself a coffee. Yeah, there's some post-gaming stuff, I suppose, and then there's words on stream if you want to run it.
Okay. We'll wait for words on stream until we don't have important things on screen. And then we can think about doing that. Man, this was the play that EDG are going to be cursing for, because this is what really, really put the game into a hole. Horribly disconnected on their journey top. It's a great Pot Blossom. The bullet time is decent, but again, doesn't actually get that much in the way of kills. Then Highchild just gets to jump over and cause even more trouble. Sigils of Malice, the chains, the distortion. Yikes. What a bizarre game. I don't even read it, because again, both teams made some very unfortunate calls. Like this one here, very nearly. Just let EDG come right back into it. In fact, they really should have won it from this point after they managed to get this comeback, and then threw it again. Threw it again. It's a good job I don't trust LoL Esports to tell me when LPL matches are on. Like, sorry. Honestly, there is something true to the fact that watching League is still a really good way to enjoy it, right? Like, if you're not a massive fan of playing or just don't have the time or capacity, because League can often be one of those games where actually you have to play quite regularly to feel like you enjoy it, because there's a certain skill maintenance required. I can see how that can be quite tricky in some scenarios. And so watching can be a better way of doing that if you don't have the time to commit to the game regularly. Child gets player of the game. That is no surprise to anyone. He was rather good at the game of League of Legends. So I don't really watch the LPL that much. Would this be equivalent to like Bro versus KT? It's a good question. Probably not miles off. Maybe a little further down the tables. Because again, part of the difficulty with doing a complete one-to-one is there are more teams in the LPL, so you get a bigger range of like talent. Like OMG were expected to be bottom of the barrel and managed to recover to being okay. EDG were middle of the pack with some strengths but some weaknesses and kind of just about skipped out on making playoffs directly. And now having to make their way through play-ins, which is making things a bit tricky for them as well. But yeah, probably Bro versus KT. Yeah, maybe Bro versus DNS is probably a better call, Nightstar. I agree. Well, not KT. Yeah, well, not DK. DK is significantly further up. But yeah, probably DNS rather than KT. Yeah, League is just... yeah, exactly. League, if you're a competitive player, League is a game that requires you to actually play to be competitively good. In fact, I can put words on stream back on there. So for you Twitch viewers out there, where is words on stream? Here we go. There we go. Where is my words on stream? Words on stream is here. Boom. Where's my words on stream? There we go. Do it there. Boom. Continue. But yeah, as we were kind of saying, there is an element of to be good at League of Legends just takes time. Is the honest answer, especially if you want to play it competitively rather than just chill and play ARAMs or whatever, which is a completely valid way to play the game. It can be a big deal. Cry EDG fans, yeah, not been an easy day on that front. ADC gets decapitated. Your one job is just not dying. Yeah, it's very frustrating as well because actually, Leave, they had a whole pre-match graphic talk about how Leave is like the AD character that dies the least on average in games, which is slightly ironic considering that game then. Oh, game over. Unfortunate. Let's try that again, shall we? A restart. I need to run some more adverts while we're in the break. Yeah, when you come back and it's like I am returning from the depths to come play. Yeah, it can be a bit of that element going on for sure. Probably not the best time to run ads when people are trying to play this game, but there you go. It's fine. It's fine. Nicely done. Another one to go. We'll try and get like at least another round in here before we get into game a bit more regularly. I sing, says Katari. No way words on stream, but I had leave. Oh my god. I did as well, didn't it? That's incredible. Oh dear. Am I going to watch the 25 LCS opening? Tie me up. Yay, do it. It was a good opening. I enjoyed that. Forgot how good that opening was, actually. One other round, nicely done. Do we have time for one more? I think we probably do. Oh, no, we're on to stage, we're on to stage, we're on to stage. This would be foolish. Foolish. We'll avoid doing that. I'll turn my camera back on briefly. Bling, says Googly. Googly Moogly. Welcome to the follow. Welcome for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the channel. Horrible conflation. Horrible conflation. We do need to think about changing our audio over. We get ready to go back into the swing of things. I'm sort of reclining in an unusual position right now. Hey, Shady. That's plastic. What word is bling, not a word? But that's a good question. It is a word. It might be that it had a fake letter, though. Might have had a fake letter. But here we go. It's sounding like draft to me, and it is indeed. And here we are for game number 2. EDG a little humbled after a really bizarre game 1 from them. Again, OMG, credit to them. Drafted for an early game pick comp that got kind of stymied out before coming back in and winning the game regardless. Come back, some fumbles, and again, an imperfect team, but one that got the win regardless. EDG now are over on blue side, red side rather, but with first pick nonetheless. Varus and Aphelios banned out. Oriana Jace also removed from the table. Nico, of course, got through draft very, very late in the game 1. Put them into a peculiar odd position. What are we banning away last? The Kaiser away from... That's just triple AD carry bans. They just want to put Leave into as difficult a position as possible. Yunara banned as well. So, at this point, Rumble's up. Malphite's up. What else is up that I'm blanking on here? Jarvan is up. Ambess is up. Mundo, I suppose. That doesn't get banned as much anymore because people aren't spamming the Malphite in the way they were at the start of the split. Oh, this does get interesting. So are we Jarvaning here? I think we might be Jarvaning. You don't have a shot glass combo, so the Misfortune's gone. You can't Rumble, you can't Ori. Not that many great combos here, but you don't want to give up the Jarvan to the Jarvan Rumble. The Hot Pot combo cannot be allowed. It probably does have to be the Jarvan plus X. What are we looking to go with this? The Aphelios gone, so you can't think of Thresh Aphelios. Are we thinking mid laner here? We've lost the Azir. Ori's banned. Could look to a Syndra. Corki might be a decision here, especially with the Yunara out. It gives you a lane dominant AD carry. Compare that up with a number of different supports as necessary. Nami, of course, a consideration. Ashe, Seraphine, immediate slam. Starry loves the Ashe. Moam has played the Seraphine. If you Ashe Seraphine here, your ability to basically throw down some insane CC chains is really, really nasty. Equalizer plus Encore plus Arrow is a very unfun time. And it's pretty good disengage as well. Like, if the Jarvan plays this wrong, it's very possible to dive into your own doom here. Again, immobile are the Jarvan, the Rumble, Ashe, Seraphine. We've seen that. They are quite long range, so getting to them can be a challenge. Nautilus might be the option to say, look, you're very squishy for all that you are quite long range and obnoxious. And yes, eventually Seraphine gets to the point where her shield plus Echoes of Helia and stuff end up allowing you to mitigate the initial pick. There's the Ornn instead to basically say, well, look, we'll have a tank matchup into the Rumble and use this as a way to threaten the immobile carries from beyond the position where they can deal with this. He had a very good Seraphine performance, yes, Misai Shimamura. Japanese name if I ever saw one. Took me a second to actually pronounce that. I do apologize. I was going to say katakana reading is bad, but let's be real, that's just in straight Romaji. So there you go. Apologies. We are into draft for game number 2 here out. We've got Rumble Ashe Seraphine in for OMG. And the Jarvan Corki Ornn in for EDG. The Ornn seeing that kind of double long range obnoxious pick comp to try and deal with that somewhat.
That is a good combo from OMG. I do like that a lot. You know, it's a lot of long range damage. However, on the other side, you know, EDG have a lot of ways to now contain 3 immobile targets. So like 3 immobile squishies. You know, Leave on the Corki as well. We'll be able to. I mean, presumably there's a Nami ban coming in from OMG. I think
as well. Sure. I mean, I think you can block out the Encore, block out the Arrow.
No, you get destroyed in lane. You can't play Brawl Seraphine, so they don't care about that. They have banned the Akali instead. Okay. Now, maybe they just think, look, if they lock in the Corki Nami, we're still going to win the lane anyway. And in fairness, Ashe Seraphine is one of the most dominant lanes in the meta right now.
I suppose the Nami gives you some sustain. Bard might allow you to find a bit more pick, whereas the Nami's pick is a lot more hard to execute. I've seen enough Kitty streams to see Aqua Prisons go wide. Shout out to Athena. Don't clip that and send it to her. She will never forgive me. He just clipped it! I'm in so much trouble, chat.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, Kitty Nami, Hand Samurai and G2 right now.
Oh, hang on, that's a clever. One from each of us.
Bard locked in for EDG. Double long range, well, triple long range engage now. They just need like one extra pick to follow. They need some extra damage to follow up with the long range engage. The Vi's going to come in. Vi Rumble is really nasty. Haichao might go... Oh, Talia's not... Oh, that's another immobile pick, even though if it's good with the...
What the pick combo from OMG
Vi.
at this point.
But you'd have like 4 immobiles, and you'd have a very squishy team into Java and Ornn. If EDG pick in just one decent long-range follow-up, like Angel could go Ahri last pick, and I think it would be really good here, actually.
Xerath.
Unironically, you could think of a lot of different things for Angel here, but you can think... You just want something that just can follow up on the engage.
Malzahar's a weird one. I think Ahri, as you noted, probably isn't bad here, actually.
I think Ahri would be good on either side. It's just long-range follow-up. It would have been good with the Vi, and it would have meant that you could survive the Cataclysm. I think Angel should be going towards the Ahri here. It's a fine matchup into the Talia. You win that. You're pretty good against Vitalia, because when Vi ults you ult back, and then the Talia can't follow up.
Okay, I could really use a quick opportunity to make myself a
All
cup of
good.
tea.
You can
I
go
shall leave
do
it to it. Remember some ads, and I shall return chat very shortly.
Okay,
very
yeah.
shortly indeed.
Okay, now I get to re-enter the draft a little bit more as well. Of course, I was just stepping out because I got myself a coffee.
Oh, very lovely.
And bluntly, I think I actually dozed off for like half a minute. It's
It's one of those weeks, isn't it?
It's one of those weeks, folks. Oh, God. 6 a.m. start. I'm not built for mornings, folks. I'm just not built for them.
I think the problem is double best of 5 into podcasts, into other stuff as well.
Great.
It's
I've
just
got,
a
mate, I've
lot.
got something inside later.
It's just a lot.
Okay, too much pick for OMG. Now, yeah, this is the thing. I think that the lanes from OMG are going to be good. Like, Talia Ahri is competitive, but Rumble pushes in Ornn. Ashe Seraphine is one of the most dominant lanes that we have in the meta, as we were saying. But yeah, I think that, Ryman, I agree with them in chat. Look, this is 4 immobile champions versus Ornn, Jarvan, Bard as well. Ahri, Corki have more than enough damage to kill the squishies as well, even if they're not, premier late-game hypercarries. They will slaughter the first person into the play. And what happens is you can just Valkyrie and ult forwards with the both of them to finish off the kill. I think that this is a better draft from EDG this time. Reminder that OMG did win that first game. EDG not looking great around mid-game proactivity, and then of course leaves a sense of self-preservation. Weren't as good as it needed to be. Let's get on to the Rift. EDG pick Cork. Oh, there are some Gyros though. Okay, so EDG, they need to make it through the laning phase, but if they do, I think they have plenty of tools to pull the trigger in the mid game, which they didn't do in that last game. Ah, the double Q not landing. First Q of the game, you really want to land from the Seraphine when you've got that stacked up. Palkia, oh, almost getting the double stun there. That would have been disaster for OMG's bot lane. Did I spy an electrocute there? See if what marine did I see there? Leave dodging out on another Q. Moham really needs to hit more of those. Can't really afford to be missing too many of them. And actually just can't see the runes in general. Where are they? Wherefore art thou runes? Can't see them at all there. I haven't loaded in. Level 2 now hit by Palkia first. Leave just after. Hawk shot used for the map hacks. We'll spot that jungle is heading top to bot, so there's no crazy jungle path. Crazy jungle path. I miss Crazy Taxi. What a game. So EDG's bot lane doing better than they should have done in this early game. Honestly, hang on, there's no Valkyrie leveled up level 2. That could be a problem. Leave, you've just shown you don't have a Valkyrie. Leave, you've just shown you don't have a Valkyrie. The wall stun might save his life. There's going to be the Frost Bomb over the wall. Palkia, can you get the extra auto attack? He can. He's the one that gets the kill, though. Leave showing that he didn't have the Valkyrie meant that he couldn't escape the skill shot. Xiaohao. Oh, he can kill Moham here. Don't overstay like that. Don't overstay like that. There's a stun. It's a free flag and drag. And I think Xiaohao will very easily take that last kill. Kill for Xiaohao. Easy as you like. Skips his bot camps. They knew he was going to be there on that timing. So even though the initial 2v2 goes well, that is a big loss. Leave here in time to pick up some farm. He's actually going to be ahead in farm now because Starry died as the wave was crashing in. This is an entire wave there. He's going to be behind it. He's going to be behind an XP as well. Disaster for OMG's bot lane. This lane needs to be doing more. Needs to be doing more consistently as well. I mean, at the end of the day, Leave even gets to come back with a tier, so he's not too unhappy with that. Ooh, was that the Q cancelled out? It was! Rayo tried to get the Q and it gets cancelled out. The wall stun has to be flashed away from. He's not even used it there, Rayo. You can't die in the early game as well. Surely Q's down. Flag and Drag comes through and he'll die anyway. It's disaster in the early game for OMG. His bot lane 2v2 has not achieved what they wanted to. Moham still doesn't have a flash too, but at least the root will see him to safety. It is disaster for OMG in the 2v2. Jumping forwards down the magical journey. Oh, it's just gone from bad to worse. Whilst not even landing. Palkia has exited this early game with a 2-0-2 scoreline. But so much of this is just disaster. Ill thought out fights from OMG's bot lane. Oh dear God, OMG. That is not how you want to play. And look at this wave. Starry's going to lose the cannon minion here. At least he gets some home guards coming out of base. That's one. You miss cannon. And probably about four minions there. I think 3 actually, because that last support item execute came through. That is just, well, what do you say to that? 500 going, well, 600 gold lead for Xiaohao. He's gone back to base, has a tunneler, has a longsword, is so much more powerful than Rayo now. Top lane is even in farms. It's not like Harry's getting ahead of ZDZ. Mid lane is even as well. And what we were saying was, like, EDG, they just need to get out of the early game. And then later into the game, they're going to just be dunking on immobile carries on cooldown. Now, if Via's behind and the Jarvan is ahead, the Jarvan can be tanky enough to go in a lot more brazenly. That's one of the problems with Jarvan from behind, is that he often dies on the engage. Not dissimilar to a Vi, actually. I just feel like Vi is a bit more easy to find the flash ult angle in some cases than the Jarvan. Angel's gone back, got himself a Dark Seal first item. Good, good. We love to see those on the Ahri. Rayo's now headed bot side. He leech level 6 off of the wave. Doesn't have a Q flash. Leave, be careful of those brushes. Fog of War has not been kind to Leave in this series so far. First game, walked into Rayo. Don't walk into Rayo again. Don't walk into Rayo again. Has a Valkyrie out of trouble. Scary, scary. Jarvan's starting bot Scuttle. No, sorry, he's starting the bot Dragon rather. Scuttle should be spawning soon. That would give Xiaohao level 6. Oh, sorry, he must have. Wait, huh? What happened to that first Scuttle? Were some Scuttles taken late because of the early place? I think they were. Normally you get level 6 off of that timer. No worries. Dragon will give him level 6 anyway. Oh, is he? They're gonna immediately magical journey in. They're gonna magical journey in. They're gonna get the dunk. No, you gotta separate. Separate. They both jumped in. They put into the baby cage's story. Early bedtime. Luckily staved off for now. The first dunk, scary. 3 summoners down for a quick magical journey. Palkia got a space in Pokemon, utilizing the ability to traverse it with that magical journey. They're very well on the Rift. Oh, this bot lane is just a disaster for OMG. Angel walking into the enemy jungle. Haichao, I think, was just spotted there, by the way. Can he walk forwards? He can. Where's the charm? He might be flashed away from here. Angel using the ult, forcing the ult to flashing forwards. The wall stun, the double stun is insane. It's insane. Angel even has himself an ult charge to go forwards here. Astari, well, he's already gone, of course. Moam will join him. Tower aggro, not going to be enough to take a return kill. Angel does leave with 2 Dark Seal stacks and an Ultimate Hunter stack as well for himself. Note that we actually can't see the runes from either side, which is really annoying. The HUD is somewhat broken on the front. Rayo is going to take some Raptors, but that is a, I wouldn't even call that silver lining at that point. A single flake of silver on the turd of the early game this has been for OMG.
That bad, huh?
Sam, it's that bad. Oh, the stun is wonderful. As I was saying, Sam, Palkia got a space in Pokemon. He's utilizing the ability to traverse it mighty fine here in game. So basically what happened was 2v2. Sam just full on need the microphone. Bloody hell, man.
Squeeze in.
Yeah, you don't squeeze in by brutally assaulting my technology, Sam.
Unintentional. There we go.
But yeah, no, the early game's just been disaster. If you look at the score lines of what should be dominant bot lane, Ashe Seraphine, they're currently behind them, between them 1 and 5. You know, the first 2v2 went really well, actually. And then they overstayed. Palkia got a kill to take down Starry, and then Moam overstayed. The wave was frozen out a little bit. And then it's just gone from bad to worse, really. Palkia has 3 kills. This is one of the best Bard games we've seen in the LPL so far. Jumping forwards.
They're trying to jump on the leave. Everyone's here, but Xiao can maybe look to turn this around. Will it matter? Leave is gone.
He has that flash, can't use it. Xiaohao does have the dunk. Maybe.
Yeah,
oh, hang on. Starry doesn't have flash. Oh, sorry, he does have flash. Maybe they jump onto him anyway.
Moam's still around with a big shield. They're going to reset. He's got to leave, right? What happens if we face check Xiaohao here?
Who do they go
on? Oh, he's going to interrupt.
Jumping onto Starry.
This might be a bit far, Xiaohao. Encore after. Yeah, Xiaohao, what?
Oh, the stun! The stun! Palkia gets the double stun! There was a flash available for Ashe, but didn't use it in time, and now Xiaohao is so fed from the early game, just murders them both. Starry doesn't flash the stun, and Palkia with another excellent Bard play.
When am I getting my Leandri's Bard in pro play?
Mate, at this one, I want to see Protobelt. I want to see Protobelt. Just have another gap closer. Palkia, this is absurdly good from him.
I need to see that replay, because I genuinely thought that Xiaohao was about to int it after the encore catches him, and then Starry's just disrespectful with that flash, doesn't bother burning it, and ends up dying in a very ignominious way.
Now, Bard has never been an LPL specialty, and we've seen a lot of champion players try it and fail it. This has been one of our better games seen of it. Of course, Vampa had that one really good game versus BLG. Even then, you know, he had that one poor game versus Anyone's Legend just before that, right? Pretty much everyone has, like, the mixed performances on this champion. Palkia is 404. He has 1,000. He is the gold lead. This is a support gold lead. That's ridiculous.
What do you do with that as the Bard? Can you look to get some? I suppose you can start roaming as the plan. Tempered Fate, force a flash from Haichao. My God,
it's a natural journey as well. There's an ult available from the Ahri. Gets the slow. There's no flash on the Talia. Palkia does it again.
He's so fast. Angel gets donated that one. He's now 4 stacks on the Dark Seal himself.
4 stacks on the Dark Seal. It's another ultimate Hunter stack as well, so he gets that in inventory. This is what we wanted to see from Palkia. This is why we think Palkia could be one of our next great supports here in the LPL. Now, he's not been as consistent this split, but oh my God, what a great game he's having here.
I'm going to try and punch Xiaohao in the face. He doesn't have a flag right now, so at least I think be one back there. Indeed it is. So it'll be 2 grubs to 1 in the favor of EDG. Bot lane, we look again. There's Starry and Moam. Doing a decent job of getting shove, at least. It's just the problem is the code has been interesting.
Well, I mean, they are in this case because Palkia was roaming. Now, I think actually if they wanted shove, I think Leave and Palkia could probably just do that now, actually. They are very fed. Well, Palkia is very fed.
Starry's hilariously actually ahead of Leave now.
Yeah, it's because Palkia's the one that got the kills, and Leave not really the same one on the other side to do that. Even in the first 2v2, Leave didn't get the kill. It was Palkia that got it. Starry did on the other side. So right from the start of the game, it's been Leave not having the easiest time. I think
so. Mikhail's done already?
Mikhail's at 11 minutes. And that means that the Ashe arrow, before we've even seen our first Ashe arrow of the game, it could potentially get cleansed.
That's ridiculous.
That's just so ridiculous.
And again, look, normally early supports getting gold, particularly over their AD carries, can be problematic. That item could be massive.
There's still no flash from Hydra. He can get dunked it.
He does indeed get dunked. Charm Encore isn't bad, actually. Into the beat drop. I think Hydra could be in danger. Flashes to get the kill and dies. That's way too far.
There's a flash and a heal. I think Xiaohao knew that he was kind of out. Angel didn't have the ult, still doesn't have it available. It's a little too early from Xiaohao to make that play happen. Good response from Moham to flash over the wall for the heal.
Harry was there, and it's giving ZDZ a lot of free time top, actually, for an Ornn, which is what you go best you can get for now. He's still sticking around here. They might want to play this. Harry debating, looking for the equalizer. Instead has to flash away. What is happening here is Lee trading out in the 1v2. I don't think he wants that. Dragon is taken by OMG, despite EDG putting a lot of members down.
Indeed he doesn't. ZDZ does get some alone time top side, and we did note that Harry stuck around for the equalizer. Instead had to flash away from Angel, whose ult was used aggressively onto him. EDG... Well, you know, Palkia's been playing great, but a Bard doesn't really do that much with the gold lead, we will say.
Especially when he's not doing, like, Dead Man's Leandrizy, Eram buildy things. Like, the Mikhail's is important.
Yeah, Fire Cannon, Lichbane, the hot tech.
Yeah. Which is pretty silly, to be fair.
It is. Look, hey, hang on.
Hang on, Palkia. Oh no, dude, you can't do this. You can't do this.
He has the magical journey. Can get it in time.
He's gone. Last auto. That is a monster pick. Was that a shutdown as well? I think it might have been. That's a huge pickup for Star. He's now 3 kills deep, and Palkia disrespectful. Good lane gank there from Rayo.
Yeah, Palkia didn't cast the defensive ultimate in time, really. Did have the flash and the heal, and as we said, really, Bard with a gold lead, what do they do? This is the problem. It's really funny to see 1,000 gold lead, don't get me wrong, but what does it actually do? Well, we're waiting to see that. Palkia, first death of the game. He's still been excellent, folks. He still has been excellent, but this is the problem out of Bard. Bard, even when you're ahead of the game, very hard to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, unless you're named Carrier, and you're just very good at spacing yourself and knowing your team will follow you in your psychotic moves.
Well, that was the same kind of thing where like people are picking range supports, right? Where you're always squishy even when you're fed. That doesn't change. Palkia has the Swifties and he's moving around the map very quickly. No flash on the rumble.
Does equalize at the back end of the magical journey. That's not bad damage back, but it's nowhere near a kill, and so Harry is immediately taken out by the 4-man gank.
The flash was blown by Angel earlier at the dragon fight, dies there, and this is what the Bard does. When you're ahead of the game, you can just roam across the map very freely. So now he's gotten value across the rift. OMG trying to push in both bot lane and mid lane. Can see that Starry doing quite well at pushing Leave off of waves. Significant amount of gold ahead. However, top lane does look like it'll be the first tier tower to fall in favor of EDG.
We'll be at that. And again, those Swifties, that Blood Race, that Mikhails, this Bard will be everywhere doing everything is the plan. Whether that will be enough to win the game is another matter entirely. But for now, EDG, good with the proactive moves, up 2,000 gold. It's a good gold lead. The question is whether the gold lead has been distributed correctly, as we've kind of been noting. Angel might now be in danger as Rayo is looking to force an ult here.
It's coming up, so it's going to be ult vault from mid lane. There's nothing from Rayo because, of course, they already had that ult on cooldown. Would have had to flash to really confirm anything. I actually wonder if Angel mistimed the ult from Vi. Maybe he thought he would get ulted there. Chose to be respectful. Hey, better to be cautious, I suppose.
Well, no, there's quite a lot of topside vision from EDG right now. A couple of control wards quite deep, both in the lane and over by the blue buff. Partly how they managed to make that good topside move over onto Harry. Does mean that theoretically, despite being on vision here, we're dragging a couple minutes. I suspect EDG will want to try and use the knowledge of people being topside to attack Harry again.
Look, he's so fast. There's Swifties in the shy movement speed. I mean, he is moving around the map really quickly. Not actually sure what runes he's got. Again, you can see the runes have kind of bugged out on the scoreboard, so we don't actually get to see which keystone people have.
Oh yeah, true.
Which is tad annoying. Equalizer to wave click.
I had to say the same thing, probably because it was on screen.
Yeah. I will say, look, there is something to be said about just saying what is on screen. So, I mean, one of the things which has been complimentary about what I've done in the past has been, you can, like, tell what's happening fairly concisely without looking at the screen. Now, you don't want to just be running a running commentary of everything that happens, but the important things like tower going down, like right now, or dragons going down, 2 groves to EDG, it's important to just kind of hit down on them and make sure that we're kind of impressing how important it is.
A woman with clinically improbable hands is currently punching things.
There is a golden ultimate flying towards Starry.
That's pretty dangerous. Palkia now going to get turned around on, though. And again, you can cleanse a lot of things, but you can't cleanse death. Equalizer. Sorry, make that Encore to get that ultimate ability right. We'll force an ult from Angel. Here comes the Herald, and Angel has to leave.
Yeah, Palkia mistimed the Q coming out of the ultimate. Meant that he had nothing to run away with as well. The CC was down. CDC, he was Q'd on under turret, but I think Tao died anyway. Good slap back, and Palkia has found out the hard way. Bard is not easy to play even when you're ahead of the game.
The official broadcast was highlighting Starry v Leave. Hell, they had a whole segment basically talking about how Leave dies incredibly rarely as an AD carry. He's 0-2 and 4. Starry, the opposite number, the one we thought was going to be second best here, has managed to come back from a very rough early laning start, is now 4 and 4, has 1,000 gold lead, has 2 items, the Phantom Dance to try and kite this out as well, with a lot of tools around him to keep him safe.
Yeah, it's not been a great day at the office from Leave, who, even in this early game, quite disrespectful, leveling up the Gatling gun level 2, meant that he couldn't Valkyrie away from the play, and showed then he didn't have the Valkyrie, and then just died in the 2v2. Dragon started by EDG. OMG, well, they don't have the arrow or the Encore to play around here.
Will it matter as the Weaver's Wall comes flying across before Palkia away? The Equalizer comes on down. That's a fair amount of damage. DDC in the front line gets chunked out. That's a cease and desist, but flashed into the play is Rayo, who needs to flash out in turn. But the slowed, the approach velocity, they'll throw down the Cataclysm to try and deny the chase down as Harry's kept a barbecue rolling.
And while we were asking, you know, would those ultimates matter for OMG, the answer is probably no. They still managed to find themselves in a front to back. I think one of the things that we're finding here is that the damage from EDG is low. You know, Leave is not particularly strong right now, and Angel didn't want to commit to that ultimate. EDG, they should have just turned for the fight if they were going to stick around, I think. Just pull out the Call of the Forge God. They didn't pull that from the Ornn at all. Bonus for EDG is that you now see three flashless members of the enemy team. 2 of them are immobile. That is something you can return to. But EDG need to show they can actually play this combo. No, TDZ doesn't pull the Call of the Forge God. You do have a Mikhails. You can afford to play fairly aggressively around this. I'm quite surprised they didn't use Mikhails. I'm not sure if it was used earlier. Yeah, it was used there. They did have it to use. I think they should have just pulled the engage. I don't know why they didn't throw that Call of the Forge God out. Maybe afraid of going front to back. But then Xiaohua goes in anyway, so feels like they're missing the point of the comp a little bit.
And they do at least get the dragon there, so that's something. The problem is that gold lead they had has gone, and I really worry again about the fact that scaling-wise, yes, you've got Ornn items, and that's great, and you've got a very good pick comp. I do worry a little bit that if you throw the comp in and you say, just get one person, the late-game Seraphine turnaround on the is very, very good, especially if the kill you get isn't onto Ashe. Ashe gets to keep just chaining autos. You're basically seeing Starry go, if I'm hitting someone, they're dying.
So now OMG, can they survive this time with their flashes being down? Because I think, you know, Cataclysm is back up, ultimates are available from EDG. I think EDG need to be showing that lethal mentality. This is something which I think the teams outside of Group Ascend, they've struggled with this somewhat. But they need to show intent now. There's the flashless Ashe in this Seraphine. You want to just be taking those kills. Just want to make sure that you're starting to get some gold racked up. And EDG last game, we criticized them for not having mid-game activity.
Angel Xiaohua from the topside river. Baron has now spawned. Are we rushing this? Are we threatening to rush this? What's going on here?
They're getting vision control down, but realistically, they wouldn't look to rush it. One, their Baron damage is very low, so it won't be a rush. All it would be was it'd be a bait for OMG to walk towards the objective. OMG, I think they'd be pretty happy if EDG just pulled throw an Ashe arrow and equalize when they die. So EDG, that's not what they're looking for. They should really be looking, well, not what they should be looking for. They should really be looking for these aggressive dives while some of these flashes are down.
How easy is that gonna be? As again, I'm starting to get to the point where, like, look, these items that were not there for OMG very much are now. We're nearly at a third item for Starry. We've got 2 for Haichao, nearly at 2 for Harry.
Let me tell you, well, you asked how easy is it? How easy is that going to be? Easier than if they had the flashes up. And that's the main thing. It's like, actually, is it going to get easier? Dragon is now up in a minute 30. The problem is, if they go towards that Dragon, flashes will be back up as it spawns pretty much, because they were blown as that last Dragon fight happened. So, EDG, they don't have a crazy amount of time to utilize the summoner advantage that they have and the ability to kind of punish those being down. You know, Jarvan really does want to play into your team without flashes, but EDG, hang on a second, might be jump onto Angel here, but again, quite hard to punish the Ahri. Has the Vitalier. Potentially, this is where they need to go for something like this. Again, they really should be just throwing ults to them. They don't have flashes. Go! Pull the trigger!
There's the tempered fate. Good step. That makes things tricky. The Call of the Forge God still summoned. Starry's still low. Throws the arrow out. May need to flash. He's going to get jumped on regardless. It's a big shield coming that way. The encore through him. The damage onto Xiaohua, who gets Mikhail. They do go 1-for-1. But is that enough? They're kind of running low on damage.
It's 1-for-2. The Corki's gone down. Right. EDG, they don't pull the trigger well. They see them clump together. They miss the Bardock. Really, they should have just sent the Jarvan first. EDG lose 3 in the play. They don't pull the trigger effectively, and OMG must be thanking their lucky stars from this. They survived the period of time where their summoners were down in the bot lane, and it's going to give them a Baron. EDG, the mid-game proactivity has been awful from this team.
And it was a problem we saw even in Group Perseverance. EDG with strong early games into perplexing mid and late stages. Palkia does not have the spellbook, so he's not going, I don't think he's going to go towards the smite. You never know, actually, with the Bard. I take that back. Either way, very tricky to get in here. This is going down. Jarvan not here. Can they get anything at the back end of the play? It's a desperation look. The Orb Deception comes on forward, Unraveled Earth. Angel, unfortunately, will not be surviving. Palkia goes through a magical journey and is not enjoying his experience with Rayo being there. The Equalizer tags both bot laners, and the Bard has to flash. The seismic shove is a 9 on the Richter scale.
EDG fall apart. Folks, if you tell me you have a hard engage comp versus a mobile carries and they don't have flashes, how do you not pull the trigger for 5 minutes, and when you do, you miss the shot and die? This is just alien from EDG. We thought they'd done away with some of these issues later in. You probably should be aiming at the clump when they're further away from their teammates as well. I think they took it a little late. Leave takes the dangerous way to his team as well, and then he gets his Valkyrie cancelled by the Talia wall. He sees it coming towards him. He just face bumps into the Talia wall and gets knocked up. So Leave just basically kills himself.
He's having an awful day in the office.
EDG were a game off of being top 2 or fighting for top 2 in group perseverance. We thought coming into this split, coming into this year, EDG should be clearly best team within perseverance. Then these sorts of issues happened in the first round robin. Second round robin, they looked a lot better. We said, look, OMG, realistically, they should be huge underdogs. Real credit to them. ReZero's come in, and he's really changed this team. Juhan subbed out, who was looking awful for OMG. New jungler coming through that played for them in Demacia Cup, and he's revolutionized the team. I think that Starry and Moham now have such a lead in this game. It is so hard for EDG to kind of play if they do have good summoners available to them.
Have we confirmed it is ReZero? It would make sense if it was.
Sam, I'm just saying it how I want to say it.
That's super fair. That is super. Down goes the tier 2. And it is picked up, and the Baron is allowing OMG to accelerate to a monster gold lead at this point. Infinity Edge also picked up from Starry, who, again, they jumped him, but they spent so much time to do it, and he went 1 for 1 regardless.
Yeah, it was a really poor pull of the trigger from EDG. I think you should just send the Cataclysm onto him if he's flashed this, right? Just flash Cataclysm. I think that Xiaohao in that last play in the top river, he should have just flashed the Seraphine skill shot and then just gone for the dunk. There was no flash to kind of respond to it. I think it's just been a huge... I don't know, the shock is just not there. Xiaohao's going through the Talia minefield now.
Jumping onto Haichao, and unfortunately, he's going to flash out and does survive. That's not bad. They kill off the Vibe, but what about the rest of the players? Moam is here. The Equalizer is absolutely glorious. Then Core after keeps them on the red carpet. ZDZ gets him Mikhails, but he goes down. Haichao goes back on in. Angel as well, trying to dash around. Gets a reset on the ult. The seismic shove is wide. It's a triple kill to Harry, though, who will eventually fall. Not bad from EDG at all.
Yeah, EDG finally pulled the trigger. Why does it take this to do it, though? You could have done this the entire game. It's taken them 25 minutes to figure out their combo. And even though the Rumble does an absurd amount of damage, EDG should be walking away much happier from this situation. They're going to get... I mean, I'm trying to think how many summoners they got. Not a crazy amount, actually, but they did get one off of Haichao, importantly. Mohams is also down, so there are a couple of targets to dunk in the next fight. And Angel does get a lot of kills there too, or kill participation. So Magical Journey goes over the wall after the Talia's come down. They spot Rayo out of position and think, well, I guess we can just jump onto the flashless Talia. Manages to get through the bit of CC to dunk onto the Talia. So Xiaohao, good escape considering I thought he was just going to just immediately die. And then, of course, the turnaround happens. I thought that Star was just going to start gliding on them, really, but gets hit by Flag Drag here. Xiaohao, I don't think they were expecting him to come back in. A crazy amount of healing comes in from the Sundered Sky. Manages to clean up the fight alongside Angel.
I think he also got hit by that kind of sweet spot Q from Nari simultaneously with the upgraded Shadow Flame as well. Very nice damage there from the Ahri, who has gone to try and pop, for the build to try and pop people. If you get the death cap in there, can look to be quite threatening onto some of the squishier members of OMG and try and play for some of those resets.
This is so disappointing to see from EDG that it takes them so long to figure out how to play their composition. Suppose we're getting to the point now where the gold lead is less important. 2 dragons apiece. We are getting all items in. Did we mention that just here?
Yes, I did just say the upgraded Shadow Flame, but not in general. So, yeah.
Okay, so that's important. So we do have that coming through. Xiaohao does have GA. Should be safe here from this flag drag. Well, in fact, he could actually go for the engage here. In fact, I would almost suggest he does that. Let's go.
Here he goes. Goes looking for it. The Call of the Forge got flashed away from Harry, and golden now is Xiaohao, but I don't know how easy it's going to be. What about a potential angle?
Here comes Angel.
Side? There is Angel looking for Rayo. Should be able to get him down, but not quite. And that's unfortunate. Harry is doing a lot of work with that Rift Maker to buy time. Seismic Shove catches Xiaohao, but again, he's got a GA. And good pick from EDG. Takes them a lot to do it, but they succeed.
Yeah, they get the junglers flash out as well. So ReZero is not going to be able to flash ult. And again, these are the kind of plays they should have been doing 10 minutes ago. They had the power for it. You didn't have to wait until, you know, Starry Mom just stomped on you a little bit for you to get back into it. Xiaohao with the GA really helps him go for those plays as well. And of course, Angel having Malignance and having Ult Hunter fully stacked means that he can also more freely look for those plays. EDG, if they keep making plays at this kind of cadence, will be fine. 20 seconds till Dragon. OMG down all of their top side flashes. That's the important thing. Starry does have his. He's the only one with flash available. Now under 10 seconds. Ultimate's not quite available. Flash away from Palkia because he was about to get shoved back by the Talia. Ultimate's not quite there yet from EDG, waiting for them to come back up. Once they're there, though, they should, again, just immediately pull the trigger. Keep the playmaking, the pace of playmaking high. OMG on the other side, of course, we spoke about it from the EDG perspective a lot. Realistically, what OMG need to do is try and defend Ash's flash religiously. Try and bait EDG into going onto a target and peel back around them. You have the Encore, you have the Equalizer. Bait EDG into an overdive and see if you can fight back with a very strong 3-item Ash. Rayo's going over. No, it's a flick back outside of that, but he's flicked back out of the Broad Ultimate.
The Encore comes on down as does the Equalizer, trapped on the red carbon as EDZ just isn't that tanky.
The Vi goes first. It's a bad play on the flank from Angel, who's had largely a he had a pretty good game before that. That might open up the Baron. Fog of War has not been EDG's friend in this series. OMG have been so much better at using Rayo from the Fog of War to do something important. Angel and ZDZ both die because OMG pull the trigger on a bit of a lazy EDG, positioning too close to danger.
They will take the Baron, will OMG. EDG at least trade for Soul Point, otherwise else. But of course, all the while Harry was sent to shove top lane, so they should be immediately looking for plates. We'll have a look at this replay again. Fog of War, not their friend. Massive combo.
I just don't see why you would stand there. You know, why play the risky angle? You're on vision. They can literally see you with their champion moments. You're not being tricksy by holding that angle, and you don't have the vision over the wall. You know, EDG, it happened with Leave in that first game. It happens with Angel here. EDG have just not been positioning very well around these critical areas of Fog of War. And we don't expect this from EDG. Not from the gameplay they showed towards the end of the regular split. But EDG, we said, look, OMG, they're probably not going to be in this series if EDG show up. Yeah. I don't think EDG have showed up the way they did at the second round robin. They have shown up in the way that they showed up in the first.
Despite having controls all the way down the river, Angel thought he was safe. He just wasn't.
And that's the thing, though. So, well, yeah, but Sam, he wasn't in the river. He came from the enemy jungle. Yeah. Right? Like, that's the thing. Sometimes vision can bait you into a false sense of security, but right there was no reason to do so. There's a whole pocket of vision in the enemy jungle. Right? Could easily have maneuvered around that. You have to be very careful with that. Now you'd think with both the carries having an oopsie around that Fog of War, they'll have learned that now.
Trinity Force into Miraman to Trinity Force? Did he double Trinity Force
no, that'll be the Orn item.
Ah, Orn item.
That just shown up twice there. I mean, this is he's got the Fiend Hunter bolts, thankfully. That's the interesting thing for him. Which means that on a fairly... Basically, he can get himself the triple insta-crit very easily. I haven't seen this one. Doesn't mean he has lower ult cooldown, of course, too. I haven't seen this one, though. I'm not sure it's... Yeah, I'm not sure what I think of that one yet.
I need to see how Corki mains and how that kind of DPS check is. Because again, Fiend Hunter bolts go on cooldown.
It's going on cooldown like right now, actually. Yeah,
exactly. He's got 3 autos to get with it. I suppose he gets to proc Fiend Hunter bolts very regularly.
Does, and it does give him the ult cooldown that Corki lost quite a long time ago. Going in with the Talia wall now, trying to zone him off the tower.
We'll do just that. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Flash to get the knocker, but there's a redemption coming on down. And the Diadem of Songs, all that healing and shielding, they just don't hurt anyone.
No one else is looking to go in. No one else is looking to go in. They do. I mean, and the flashes are now coming back up from OMG. If you're going to do that, you need to have the immediate dunk afterwards, the immediate follow-up with Corki and Ari. It's just not there. EDG, they're falling prey to OMG, who are frankly better as a unit than EDG.
It's been kind of scary to see, but you're absolutely right. And again, this Seraphine healing and shielding as well. You've got this massive death pool. You dive into equalizers and volleys and unraveled earth with all that healing and shielding. Look how big those shields are now.
What an upset this would be. OMG were solidly worst team in the LPL for so much of this split. ReZero comes in, changes everything, flash away from Star. It's an important cooldown to take.
Angel can now maybe look for them again. Still a lot of shields to work with. Still quite scary to overforce it into the death ball.
There's the Zhonya's available, or at least the Seeker's available for Rumble, which will definitely hurt EDG's engaged chances. Now here comes the arrow, goes into Palkia.
And seismic shove after. It's another 9 on the Richter scale, and unfortunately the earthquakes are hurting. Xiaohao is behind, but just can't pull the trigger.
He can't pull the trigger. He's too late. EDG, their playmaking has not been good this game, and OMG have punished that, saying, well, if you're not going to make a play onto us, we'll make the play first. Xiaohao now coming in from the flank.
Are we in a world where EDG are about to go zero
for
down to
Starry.
OMG? They are going to try and look for Starry. How simple will it be to actually kill him? Look at the healing and shielding. He's still at half and there's a redemption.
Zero is going under that tower. He might die on the
my
retreat.
God.
Even he ends up living. The Seraphine value is huge.
Late game Seraphine with all of this. Moonstone and Diadem of Songs combined is providing so much value. They back away, having not quite claimed the game, but near enough. One Nexus turret alone between them and the bare base.
What has happened to EDG? What has happened to this team? We thought they were on par with NIP and WE, who look really good in their best of fives as well. EDG have looked well off the boil. Well off the boil. I mean, this composition plays itself, Sam. You know, when you see summoners down on the other side, you jump the people out of position, you immediately burst them out, you get resets on Ahri, and then you go through the rest of the team fight. This is a powerful Ahri with the Death Cap and a Shadow Flame upgraded by the Ornn as well. EDG should feel absolutely happy to just blast the first target, but no one on EDG is calling it and being coordinated about it. We've seen Xiaohua go in, no one else follow. We've seen ZDZ go in, no one else follow. EDG clearly do not understand when each other want to make plays.
I also don't think EDG know what to do when Leave is behind. He was left at 0 and 2. They just didn't know what to do with him.
Well, he did that to himself.
Very true, but then again, it's also like, you know, obviously Palkia got a lot of those early kills, wasn't Leave, and again, EDG, when they look at their best, it's often with Leave as a kind of real point of power to actually do the DPS checks for them, and they just don't look like, if it's just Xiaohua and Angel, they kind of know what to do.
Yeah, and real credit to OMG. This is a team which people had, I think, actually correctly written off for most of this split. And a lot of these players have been on very poor form for 2025 or not finding the results. You know, Moham was really not good last year. Starry, it felt like, you know, he came in with a head of steam and it felt like, well, we just stopped talking about him because he wasn't really putting up the results really in the same way. And, you know, you focus on your 1xNs, you focus on maybe Jachi or someone like that. Starry had fallen off the radar. Harry, similar kind of story, a player who, you know, maybe a couple of years ago, a little bit more notable, realistically wasn't putting up that many things himself. And Hydro, his debut was by far his best one, and since then he's kind of chasing that dragon again. All of these players have been playing fairly well today, actually. You know, it's the second game where they've gotten ahead of EDG. I think that Rayo is probably ReZero, this guy, whatever. I'm gonna alternate between them. I'm gonna alternate between them, and it'll just it's based on vibes. But I think that this guy coming in has brought this team together. I think that their drafts now are making more sense because they're actually playing towards them now. Moham and Starry with their more intricate bot lane picks. I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if you see stuff like the Lethality Jinx coming back out of Starry, a player who really likes going towards that when he has the option. OMG perhaps finding a rare spurt of form.
I'd love, and we're not going to see it in the post-game stats, but I'd love to see healing and shielding done by the side of the Seraphine at the end of the game. We just don't get those numbers, which I think is a little bit of a shame. I get why it's not in every game, so the numbers aren't necessarily useful for every game. But in a game like this, I think that as the game has gone on, it has been so frustrating to make those picks actually stick.
So OMG, the longer it goes between plays, the better it is for them. I think whenever you have summoners up, and you know, they do have a couple down right now, but whenever you have summoners up, it's a problem. He goes dashing backwards.
Encore just wide, but he'll get the flash for 2 ults. The longest cooldown at this point in the game, it must be said.
Yeah, and getting rid of that flash means that no flash Call of the Forge God shenanigans like ZDZ did at that top lane inhibitor. OMG happy to take a summoner there. Make sure that they're also staying a little bit more safe on the retreat now as well. They need to keep their summoners available for the next big fight, really.
Rumble's 4,000 gold ahead, by the way. He's got 4 items.
He's so insanely strong, and that means that actually EDG, they could go towards the Baron, but if they do, I think they just get roasted by the Equalizer. They might still go towards it. There's probably going to be a teleport from the Rumble. Yep, there it is. There's no arrows still. There's no Encore still, so a lot of the CC is down from OMG. EDG, they're going to use the lacking ultimates to go towards this. Steel may be coming in through.
Can look for the Steel Season to assist angle. He gets it! That's huge, but what about the fight after? Harry just burned out Angel, by the way, and still Rayo's alive. The Tempered Fate buys time, but it's not going to save poor ZDZ, and the Forge God has unfortunately slain mortal men more than enough to fell the deity.
ReZero, what a beauty. Gets the steal, dies for the attempt, but I don't think he cares at all. With the members dead on the other side, I think that OMG, with the arrow coming back up and the Encore soon after, I think they should look to end the game now.
I'm sorry, EDG Ren, but he loves Baron Amelia more than you do. He'll head towards the Nexus turret for the rest of the team. The Cataclysm comes on in, but unfortunately, the end of days looks mighty like EDG's as OMG continue to pray, and Ornn might be a god, but what about a team of them? They name themselves after one, and they'll look to claim the last of the inhibitors and send themselves to series point here and send EDG to Nirvana.
EDG were coming in very much as the favorites today, but OMG now 2-0 up have exposed EDG's weaknesses around objectives and lack of mid-game proactivity. OMG, I didn't expect to see them go up in this kind of scoreline. I thought they'd maybe take one game at best. They're proving us wrong though. And OMG, particularly through this jungler that's come in on fairly short notice, midway through this split after the second round robin came through, somehow rescued them from a bottom 2 finish in LPL, and is now at the point where perhaps they can get themselves into a playoffs qualification match. They'd have to win this game and then another game to get into playoffs, but that just seemed worlds away from what they were capable of in that first round robin.
All right, folks. I know there's a lot of you in chat right now. I can see that. If you've not hit the follow button,
it's there. It's right there.
If you've got a Twitch Prime, you've got a subscription. If you want to help get us to over 50 new users on Opera GX, that doesn't even cost you any money, actually, by the way. It's like a minute of your time to get a very cool browser that's actually significantly better than a lot of the other options out there. If you're going, you know what, I'm getting really annoyed by how slow things like Chrome are, try this instead. It'd be a nice additional or new option for you to give a go. A bit more updated and shiny and new. Don't get stuck with Windows Explorer of the new age. You can move forwards into something nice and new and shiny. It'd be a good option. So there you go. Just consider doing that.
I've been so impressed by Rayo, man. This guy has been so important for them coming into the jungle. Like, he's coming in, like I said, after the first round robin where OMG did look like worst team in the league. Then, they've managed to really come together as a confident playmaking team. I mean, this is something which I really appreciate from them, is that they're not afraid to pull the trigger in a way that EDG are clearly afraid to pull the trigger here. That composition from EDG should play itself, but there were just no hands on the keyboard that were playing at the same time. It was actually really quite distressing to see EDG, a team which looked very good in the second round robin, fall off to this level against a team that should be far below their level, on paper.
Leave in playoffs, man. It's got to be studied. How many years in a row is this now where Leave just hasn't delivered in a playoff scenario, pressure scenario? I think there's some issues going on. It's not just him, of course, but again, when he's normally a star, he's been second best today.
Yeah, I think back to like, I think it was Winter versus Top Esports last year. He was exceptional despite the loss. So Leave, I think he has delivered in Pressure Series before, but then you think back to, well, the EDG Doom squad with Leave and Vampire and who else was on there? Solo Kill, Monkey, and Fisher. All of those players have pretty much gone on to be better since that roster, by the way. But no, at that point, he was pretty bad there too.
It's a 20,000 damage discrepancy in bot lane, and it's a 30-odd thousand discrepancy in top. I know that's all into Rumble. It's somewhat expected, but that is still pretty bloody obscene.
I am so surprised that EDG just couldn't use the massive Bard early game. You don't have to whisper adverts, Sam. I can just do them now.
Adverts.
Ooh. Sometimes Sam will try and mouth something and I'm like, you can just say.
Yeah,
I know we want to be professional, but sometimes it's easier for you to say it. This play here was the killer. This play was the killer because I think if you'd pulled the trigger to Xiaohao a little early because he was a flash Jarvan against a zero flash Ash Seraphine, I think you catch them before they group up with the rest of the team. He goes too late. He goes down. Leave gets caught. He just headbutts a frickin' Talia wall, man. That was just unacceptable, actually. That was actually unacceptable.
I mean, nameplate Toff, would you think that's Leave?
Well, I know what he's like from when he's playing poorly, so sadly, yeah. Leave is one of the... Leave, when he doesn't lock in, is definitely a problem child.
Thanks for the show, Shakino. See, you gotta do those calls to actions, guys. It does actually lead to people following you.
Howdy only came on now. Previous games worth rewatching or not too exciting? First series, I think LNG were pushed more than I would like to have seen from them. TT actually gave them issues in game 2 and 3 where Missing and Croco had some rough mid games. 1XM was very, very good though. 1XM was very, very good. I think clearly were better laners, really.
And I think there's just a sort of slightly wider issue for LNG in terms of what are they doing in the mid game in terms of positioning around big objectives when they're not playing for them but just making sure there's river control and stuff. It's like actually TT collapsed faster than LNG kind of repeatedly, which left Missing out to dry. Like the first pick on the Leona in particular, I don't blame Missing that much. Like that should not have been so free a turn to Baron and a pick off on Missing with LNG so lethargic to respond. And that will be something I think they'll need to just go over in VOD review and say, okay, what was happening here that allowed these kind of picks into Baron gives over? Because actually they gave up a number of Barons and had to recover from game states they just didn't need to be in, bluntly.
Disappointing games from EDG. And we're trying to balance it here, folks, because EDG are really collapsing here. They're genuinely collapsing, and this is really difficult to see from them. However, OMG, this is like invigorating stuff from them. You know, one player comes in and it looks like they can change so much about it. I'm not sure I can reach past you like that. I actually don't know where. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. All right, we can do that. What's on the streamer? Lower of the game, it was Harry. Yeah, Harry was really good on the Rumble. Very, very powerful game from him. G is correct. So in terms of the Opera sponsor, you have to download and like sign up to it. So you have to download, install, and then like sign into the browser effectively. It should be fairly obvious, I suppose. It was actually one of the things when we first did this thing, when you yeah. And obviously just try it out. It's cool. It's different graphics. I think a lot of people kind of get like, and myself included, you can kind of get attached to your browser and then not really change much about it. Oh, so OMG have chosen blue side, EDG have chosen first pick. No surprise there. Nigel! Someone actually already typed that.
And I just saw that.
Oh.
I appreciate the attempt.
You talked about Halo Combat Evolved during TT match. Any comments on Halo 3 hype when it first released? Experience of it? Oh, it was a very special time to be alive. It was the first like red carpet event for gaming, really. It was the kind of like culmination of a trilogy which had kind of like really dominated the early 2000s. And yeah, it was really special as someone that kind of grew up with that. Halo Combat Evolved is my favorite game of all time, and that trilogy, being around for it was very special. You know, the culmination of it was really important to kind of like see a like a shooter game actually have a story in a way that not many others managed to have an engaging story, and it really have like an ambitious story and it work out. Particularly Halo 2 did do very well at that. And I have to say Halo 2 and 3 have somewhat half completed campaigns to an extent actually. Yeah, I think that Halo 3 was the online nature of it as well. It was the thing about that time of like the internet was basically the internet was less split. There were less places to do things. People were playing less games overall. So that meant that people would kind of like collate. They'd go to the same game. Everyone would be playing Halo, or everyone would be playing Call of Duty. It meant that the player bases were much more kind of like they were much more kind of complete.
Yeah.
You know, like everyone would be in yeah, it basically meant that when you were playing Halo Reach, well, Reach is where it started to split a bit more, but like when you were on Halo 3 or Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 1 or whatever, basically everyone was playing the same game.
The early days of Xbox Live were very special.
Well, that wasn't the early days of Xbox Live. That was like 5+ years after.
From like 360. We're talking to that. Those
no, Halo, the original Xbox and Halo 2, the original early days of Xbox Live.
I agree to an extent, but I think that when everyone started getting Xbox Live was with 360. Really, before that, it was a little bit more niche still.
Yeah, but that's still not like the early days of it. So funnily enough, I've talked with Mono about this too, where effectively like the early days of Xbox Live came from Xbox, obviously from the Halo 2. Yeah, the dual wield in Halo 2 was insane. And they introduced the 2-weapon switch, dedicated grenade button. They kind of revolutionized shooter controls at that point. Damn, are we really gonna get an upset 3-0 from... Are we gonna have a double Nirvana win day? That's kind of insane. The more I think about it, it's just so insane. I remember when I was a kid and I played Halo at my friend's house. I went to the game store and asked for Halo on PS2. Oh no. Yeah. Xbox exclusive. Dude, if EDG lose this, they're never living it down. Just another split in Nirvana with a team that should be so much better. Like, the Clear Love as a coach has an awful track record, folks. I mean, he was on JDG last year as they kind of underperformed. He was on the EDG Doom squad. Like, he has not had a good track record at all. Okay, perhaps one last game. Not going to lie, I kind of... Oh, hang on. Screen didn't like that for a second, that was weird. Was that the stream on my screen? Yeah, I have to say, I'd quite like it to be a short day, so I can actually get a nap in before my top podcast later. What is that word? Okay, that'll be our last round for this game. Have I done all my Umas for Capricorn? Yeah, I've done all my Umas for Capricorn. I did them a while ago, actually. It didn't take me too long, luckily. Although I need to start planning for the next CM now, which is, that's going to be the problem, really. Do that. Yeah, I'm running, Karanshan, Bakushin, and Augury Cup. They've all got Sprint S max speed with, like, a green skill for speed. I think all of them have head-on. Maybe one of them missed head-on. They all have, like, some form of... Oh, yeah, they've got the Super Creek Halloween ult as well. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know. EDG, I think EDG just look really bad today, folks. I think they look really quite poor. I'm really worried for them. You know, obviously, I think this is a team which should be doing so much better than they are. So much better. You know, players like Leave have been, like, promised for a while to be great players. And bluntly, I just don't think they've delivered. I just don't think they've delivered. Sure, that'll work. Really hard to get exact volumes on this. Okay, is Subway decent in the UK? Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty consistent anywhere in the world, really. It's about the same as it is everywhere else. To be honest, it doesn't really change that much. Okay, game 3. So what's still available? We still have Jace Malphites. Both of them are banned away. The Orianna taken as well. We have Varus is an important one. Huh, very interesting, sorry. Yeah, Varus is the big last one available. Do you ban that out as last pick here? Last ban? Surely you just ban that out. EDG will be first pick here. Poppy banned away. Wukong banned. So Varus first pick available. Now, I wonder if they do this because they feel like they have an answer to the Varus. And if so, what do they have? Do they go Sivir? And Bessa first pick. Could be jungle, could be top lane. Either of them play it. Now, I suppose they lock in the Varus, and they're okay with that. Now, of course, the problem is, if you get Ambessa Galio'd, you still really hurt. You need to survive until you get to Edge of Night for your spell shield, really. So you're locking this in. Nico's already gone. So you can also go towards... they lock in the Nocturne, partly because they want to not have Nocturne on the enemy team. I think Xiaoho's a good player of it. Also, a lot of the early game matchups are kind of gone. Ambessa could also go into jungle as well, of course, and I think the Nocturne's fine into Ambessa as a jungler. So now what you want as the Nocturne is another engaged threat, so you can turn off the lights for the engaged threat. Rise, solid pickup for Angel here. Hai Chao can go towards something like the Anivia or the Cassiopeia or the Malzahar. Any of those three are pretty good there. Rise Kiana looks good here. Put the Ambassador into the top lane means that Harry can't go towards the Cassante. That's gone. The Renekton's gone as well. So a lot of the top lane matchups which are good into the Ambassador are already banned out through Fearless. EDG are letting their AD carry go, though. They're not going to get AD carry here. So presumably it's going to be like Sivir banned away. So they're going to struggle with AD carries that can survive lane versus the Varus. Maybe, I don't even think you care about the... I don't think you care that much about the Aphelios, really. Yeah, I think that the Anivia's okay here. It's a little weak against the Ambessa, but pretty good against triple low range champions if they all choose a target which isn't her. I will say, I think that ReZero is not feeling great in terms of combos right now. Second round of bans. I think OMG ban it. They ban Yunara. Of course Yunara's there. So they choose not to pick up the Yunara. You ban Yunara. I think you banned the Sivir as well. Yeah, I think you banned Sivir. Which hasn't been played in the series. Is the last one that's played there. I've heard it pronounced as both Rayo and ReZero. I'm just saying ReZero because it's an anime, and I wonder if it's an anime reference. Sivir is banned away. So now EDG, do they have to go Aphelios? I don't think Aphelios is great for their comp. Aphelios is awful into Nocturne as well. Do you have to go Thresh Aphelios? What would you go then for Moham into Thresh Aphelios? I think EDG should be planning for Thresh Aphelios here, really. Hey, Sam, how's it going?
I've got myself some tea.
EDG chose not to pick up AD carry early into the draft, and that means that they're running out of some picks here. I like the Sion. Sion's good. It neutralized that top lane match. We did say a lot of the good matchups the Ambassador are gone, and kind of like the Xanthi and the Renekton. And Sion's fine. That is okay. Easy enough to lock that one in, really.
Yeah, I think the Anivia could be a bit annoying for a lot of these characters, I have to say.
The problem is that Nocturne doesn't have any synergies right now. It's good into something like the Aphelios if it's locked in. The Rek'Sai banned away means that they maybe wanted the Sion, and now they don't even get that.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Are we Ziggs? Ziggs isn't potentially that bad here. Gives you some range. Good. You can mess with the Varus a bit.
Ziggs is good. Ziggs is good. It allows you to kind of bypass the problems that the Anivia can cause you by being longer range than her. And you can throw the bombs at the Varus as well. Now, yeah, I guess the Leon is also fine here. If he does that, I think Moham might just go to Braum. Braum is not bad here now. Rakan's okay. You can get kind of dunked on by crazy hype, but Ambulance is inside.
It's for EDG.
Perhaps. Now the problem is, EDG have not been very coordinated at all.
And the thing is, like, Rakan gives you a follow-up to the Nocturne. I think if Nocturne goes second here as well, if you get walled into Nocturne ulted, it could be really obnoxious. I don't think going first as the Nocturne will necessarily be that simple, though I think following up on a Chains of Corruption, following up on a Rakan engage, very doable. And I think if that one bit of CC lands, specifically a good wall, or a good Grand Entrance, or a good Chains of Corruption, then the Nocturne and Sion come flying, and it's a bad time. I think if Nocturne's going first, it's very possible to go beyond the range that you can get followed up on.
I think I like OMG's draft just a little more. Just a little more. I think that EDG have some powerful dive combos, but they have shown they don't play the dive combo as well. And that's what's selling it with me. You know, they have to be coordinated between Leona, Ziggs, Qiyana, and Bessa. They didn't show that last game with a very easy combo to play that with. On the other side, you have, you know, Anivia and Sion peeling for the Varus. I think the Varus is fine playing poke Varus this game and will do a bunch of damage. I think that OMG, on the form they're showing today, will play this composition out better.
Still, Qiyana with a lot of good lanes to play through. Will always be a bit of an X factor. Maybe that's the way to make this happen. I think Angel and Xiaohao have been the bright sparks for EDG. ZDZ has been a non-factor in the bot lane. Unfortunately, it's not delivered when it matters the most. Palkia had a great start to that game and then didn't deliver as the game went on. Leave has really struggled. I think beyond that, it's EDG's coordination in the mid-games have been so poor, and I hate to say it, but this is a mid-game spiking comp. You are running Qiyana, Ryze, Ambessa, all these things that need a couple items, and that discussion will have to wait until after our Gyos, assuming the mics are turned on. Oh my god, that's a level 1 flash.
Level 1 flash, he wants to go to the invade. He wants to get over vision. If you can start on red buff, that's such a big thing. You want to get it. Oh, ReZero. This jungler has saved OMG's splits, and he might just be winning them the series versus the EDG. Can he get both down here? Qiyana's starting on Wolves. Does he start full bot side and go top side? I think he does. If Qiyana goes to... Watch the minimap. If Qiyana goes towards blue buff right now, I think this game might just be over. Now, what does Nocturne do? Doesn't have the...
She is coming.
Okay. Oh my god. He doesn't spot him right now. Doesn't spot him right now. Use the passive. This is going to get tight now, folks.
A reminder, Rayo has used his flash, so could get jumped on quite aggressively here. There's that win on that.
He gets everything. So he does get the red buff, but he won't be able to get the full camp steal. Xiaohao, I don't know if he had full information. I think that's coincidence, really, but he will end up losing. Haichao will end up losing his red buff. Now, he's going to go over into the enemy top side, take away those camps. So it is actually going to be somewhat even. Good response here from Xiaohao. Saves what could have been like a complete dumpster fire of an early game.
You can see the pings towards the enemy blue buff here, so I think ReZero will now take these Raptors and head over to the enemy blue buff.
Okay, so this is the next level. So if you end up taking now blue buff on the other side, you end up getting, you know, basically 3 buff onto him.
Yeah, they'll know he's going in there, and it's worth noting Palkia and Leave could theoretically join, but Palkia now at about 20% HP may not have the most fun going to contest.
Yeah, you remember it takes a little while to kill enemy camps. You're slow to kill enemy camps. So basically, Xiaohou is going to stick around and take all topside camps. There is no 3 camp to take from the enemy blue side for ReZero because the wolves were started on by Xiaohou. He still will end up taking 2 of these, it looks like. I don't think they can walk in and contest. He's going to hit level 3 off this, so he'll have the spell shield. There will be... Well, there's no ward for him to put in. Leave might try for something here.
Moam's coming up. There is a smite. I think there should still be a secure on that there. There's a Zenith Blade. We'll need to smite this camp away. No, he can't. It's reset.
He's ignited as well. And his bot lane's not coming over. Oh, Rayo. No flash. He's going to die.
They're ghosting to try and give this to Angel.
They give it over to him, and the bot lane of Starry and Moham can't... Well, they don't stick around. I think that Moham had to try and stay there to achieve something. And suddenly, Xiaohou Xiaohou is back into the game, which he should have been out of from level 1.
Yeah, really nice stuff from his pathing there. Comes over, wins that Raptor fight. The smite was used on the red buff, understandably so from Rayo, but it meant he didn't have it for the Raptors. And then, honestly... You've got to stick around and fight that. The fact that Palkia gets the reset, gets to come over, having got his full HP bar back, and OMG don't take that opportunity to come and contest that, it's tough.
That is so rough for ReZero, because he'll have thought that he might have been seen at level 1 now. But of course that wasn't the case. I think it's just, I mean, you don't often see wolves into topside start. That's got to have been, that is some crazy, like, next level from Xiaohou.
They've got to have made some assumptions there about what's going on. Very defensive pathing there from the Kiana, who theoretically actually doesn't win a 1v1 versus the Nocturne at early levels. It'd be very tough as a melee range champion into that.
It's not even theoretical. She just doesn't win the level 1. You don't win most of the individual fights, really. Nocturne is one of those champions where you don't often see him as an invading champion because he doesn't have a Lee Sin Q to gap close. He doesn't have any gap close, but he is so good at killing you. Very, very powerful champion at dueling at the early levels of the game, because it's passive and the spell shield, the amount of stats you have.
Unspeakable horror fear.
Yeah, well, it's with the stats that you get when you spell shield and that Q. So you get both of them, means that actually your stat stick, especially with your keystone runes, either being Conqueror or PTA or Lethal Tempo, are really, really strong.
It's going to put Rayo significantly far behind in terms of hitting that level 6, which is going to be a big problem point. It was a really cool little bit of level 1 shenaniganery by both teams there, but in the end, it's EDG who come away with a significant advantage as a result. Big lead for the Rise in mid lane as a result of that first blood, and actually that's going to be the egg pop, but we see that every now and then in this matchup. It's later on where the Rise struggles into the Anivia.
It hurts that Angel did get the double buffs, you know? pretty hard to play against that. Also hit the level 6 early as well, so he has the extra damage from his combos. One of the ways that they kind of fixed Rise a little bit as a scaling champion, and the difference between solo queue and pro is like, okay, when he levels up his ult, he gets power on his combo, so you kind of like give some solo queue value, but less. Hang on, can you stop the recall? Yes, you can. Alright, fair play. So, OMG, they're going to be falling behind now. 1,000 gold. EDG, no strangers to getting early gold leads, actually.
He just dropped 3 minions to try and interrupt that back.
And in fairness, he did. Haichao really wanted to stop, because Angel doesn't have teleport. He has goes to hang on. Xiaohou, he's going wrapping around there. No, there is potential of a flash rune prison.
This is one of the reasons why Kiana Rise is so dangerous, because actually Kiana's ability to follow up on a Rise route from River is very large, assuming she's got the flash.
Yeah, the Rise Kiana has been a huge LPL combo. I don't really think other regions have played it that much.
LCK tried to no real success. LCK Kiana was not great, it must be said.
Top lane completely awash. Harry just existing, really. Now, if this goes into late game and the Nocturne is behind, the Nocturne is kind of going to be useless. So at that point, you're basically just ulting to turn the lights out for the rest of your team to fight a little bit better. Where I was trying to get behind bot lane, maybe. We'll see.
He is.
He put the vision plant down.
Now this gets interesting. Mom looking for potential engage. Good spell shield on the Zenith Blade denies that potential bit. There will be a fear on to leave, but he's satcheled well over the attempted wrap around look. Still be a good chunk, and I appreciate the look in there. Kiana will likely get the scuttle crab.
It was well played for. Hang on, if he gets this, he gets level 6 as well. So that
Rayo won't.
Rayo won't, but you need to deny the Kiana level 6. Well, you better bloody win this then, basically. Just sticking around here, this is a problem. Rayo does have smite as does Xiaohou. Well, I mean, Rise is coming over. I don't know if you want this, OMG.
Gonna try. Starry's not here. It's currently a 2v3. The Anivia can look to wall someone, which could be a little bit dicey. Are we fighting this? Yes, we are. Unspeakable Horror. Flash on forwards. Doesn't quite get the tether, and Rayo full sends and gets in trouble. Just about survived for now. There's a Realm Warp behind, and OMG are left real low. Angel looking for some spell fluxes. Overcomes Xiaohao with a bit of audacity to his name. And the Empress of Ishtal causes some trouble. The Glacial Storm is good. Palkia goes deep. Starry left low, goes down. The Eclipse Blow gets that one. Flash for the bouncing bomb. Won't quite get the kill, but the second will.
EDG explode the early games. OMG, they're on the brink of victory. They had that level 1 plan so intricately planned out. Rayo leading this team from the worst team in the LPL to one that potentially could be on the road to playoffs. And they've completely fumbled the early game. The level 1 didn't work. The early invades didn't work after that either. Flash is here in a completely nonsensical play. You don't have the follow-up at this point. Don't have the level 6. Things are falling apart for OMG very, very quickly. And they're losing their summoners from this. They're giving a lot of gold over. And I'm not seeing that kind of underdog mentality of, you know, being better coordinated, even if they're not necessarily the better individual players on paper. They just look like they're panicking now.
We've seen a fair number of, I hate to say it, but this little thing called a reverse sweep, the most dangerous point in a series, particularly if you are theoretically the worst team. If you're 2-0 up, this is where the team with a bit more veterancy, a bit more grit, can get in your head. And if you lose this game, the momentum swing, the mental damage and little doubts that start to creep in can really hurt you here.
Seeing vision control really start to come online from EDG now. Bot side of the map is completely lit up. Grubs are going to be taken by OMG on the top side as Dragon is taken by Xiaohao here. So OMG need the game to slow down now. They probably just need to slow down, just get some items. You're not going to be able to fight for a while unless EDG make a mistake. Now, of course, you can play around that. Bot lane quest. This is interesting. OMG are choosing to swap away from lanes and just say, look, you can get the quests if you want. We just want to get out of some of these lanes.
They're going to try and make the Paranoia die for him. The public execution happens, but now the Paranoia falls. But still, incoming Rel, they're going to have to leave this one alone.
So they end up using the first Nocturne. It doesn't really do that much. The Unstoppable came through from the Ambassador, and the Fear Tether was broken by a flash afterwards. Xiaohao is going to get entire bot side camp steal through, so he's going to even get even more farm ahead of ReZero.
We'll do at that point. I get what they're trying to do with that play, but it's a good reset and roam there from Palkia to get some support in. ZDZ does have to flash. I'm not sure whether Palkia did. Looks with the Hex flash coming off cool, and he may have done, but I think he actually flashed in that play in the mid lane, so I take that back. Just memory took a second or two to catch up there. Either way, bit of housekeeping here. EDG find themselves 2,500 gold up, largely to be found in mid and jungle, with a decent lead in the bot lane as well. And that's giving them a good platform to work off. Again, the issue may come in, though, as this game gets a little later. Jumping onto Hai Chao, but the Zenith Blade just wide.
Good dodge there from Hai Chao. Good reactions. Palkia roaming across mid lane, trying to make something happen. He had a very good early game last game. Of course, that didn't end up leading to the win that they wanted, partly because the leader was on him, the support, not on someone actually more useful that can actually do damage. Be tanky. Of course, the later the game went, more things kind of didn't work out for him. Not a great wall there from Hydra, actually. You should be able to... You can basically force people into pathing into your Q, which is the important thing for it, basically. Hydra getting to that point, it's a big problem for Ryze to deal with in the individual lane, but Angel getting away from that early game, the kill, 3 assists, is very happy with how things are going for now.
Yeah, and again, that's nice that the Ryze does help mitigate what can be a really problematic matchup later on. EDG, I will say, we've seen them throw these. Yeah, in 2 games in a row, basically. In fact,
it is indeed throwable. It is throwable.
Hex flashed over. They know he's in there because it's a ward.
Because okay, now the thing is, folks, EDG were not very coordinated in any of the games this series so far. Neither of the other two. So what might happen is OMG, when they start fight, hang on a second. Angel doesn't have flash.
Well, going to throw down a ghost. We'll be burning that summoner.
Okay, and no charm available from Moham yet to force the play, and I don't think the damage would have been there on an only mana Anivia. No AP built up for him just yet.
Don't think that's how the site's pronounced.
Huh? The sites?
Don't worry about it. Chat will get it. Chat will get it.
Only mana. Oh, only mana. Right, okay. Okay. Crombo onto the con.
Oh boy. Well, that will be a lot of bombs. Only need the one there. The supreme display of talent is disgusting. The Chains of
Does
Corruption
get
just get one back.
Yeah, gets the stun under the tower. So still a 1 for 2. Crystallize on their route. Does he go for an ult here? That's quite low on Leave, and he doesn't have that first item, though.
This could get interesting. Leave is going to die here. He's gone. That's a nice pop. And actually incoming Scion. This is nasty. Flash on forwards. The Audacity back. Can he get the kill? I don't think he can. No! A wonderful Terra Shape and a Q will land to bring down Rayo's skull.
Yeah, uses the E to get past them. Xiaohao gets one back, so it ends up in total, I think it ends up being a 3 for 2 in favor of EDG, because Leave and Palkia both die. Rayo does get himself a kill on the board, though, first of the game for him, and gets back for that Hexblade. He just should have backed off for that 1 for 1. Harry did somewhat mess up there, but he should have flashed for the E and the waited really for him to use the extra mobility afterwards. So Harry messing up mechanically a little bit there. Should have just flashed for that Roar of the Slayer, get that slow, and then played it slower after that point.
Yeah, it was nice problem solving there from Xiaohao to get out, because I thought he may well be dead as well. And at that point, once you've kind of committed, I understand why the Nocturne's going to stay in that play. Maybe they can look at Harry here. He doesn't have the flash or the ult, so theoretically, if you can lock him down for long enough, he'll take a lot of damage. But over comes the Rakan. Don't know if you've got the damage for the kill anymore here. The Solar Flare well wide. In comes the quickness of the Grand Entrance. Now Palkia trapped with the turret. That's scary. Damage back with a decimating smash, and EDG just about survive.
Just about, though. A bit scary. End up using some ultimates on that bot side. Moam does on the other side. Every time a play like this fails, though, you feel as though OMG breathe a little lighter. Now, Leave over that wall. Rayo does have ult coming up not crazy far into the future. Probably, like, what, 20, 30 seconds off, I suppose? About a quarter of the cooldown left. That Hex Plate's up and available. Gets himself a bit of fun. He's managing to keep himself... Well, he's caught up in XP now, which is the big thing for him. He's not completely out of the game, even if he's 1,000 gold down. Still actually can be somewhat of a threat. And yeah, every time one of these plays fails from EDG, you do feel as though OMG see the light a little bit more.
ZDZ's now got to the Eclipse, which makes the lane versus the Scion so much easier. We saw early on Harry was actually bullying ZDZ around a little bit, but again, the Eclipse breakpoint for Ambessa is so nice. Plus the level 11, suddenly you've got Omnivamp and Armor Pen, and nice dueling tools with Eclipse, which makes things so much easier.
He's not been displaced for a while either. He's going to be late on his quest a little because of the lane swaps from OMG. They are going to be later to bot lane and top lane role quest, which is a big problem because they're the ones which actually get value the earlier into the game you get them. EDG, they basically have all of them now. They have all the relevant ones anyway. Dragon is alive. There is an ultimate for the Nocturne. Angel needs to be a little bit careful on the bot side of the map. He does have that flash, of course, but don't want to overextend into the Nocturne. Of course, EDG, their carries have been caught out an awful lot in the first 2 games, so you won't put it against them doing that again. Dragon started by EDG would be their second.
I think we're just going to see the Scion shove top with the grubs and look to try and get a plate or 2 there. Difficult to get through the Ziggs wave clear. Yeah, and if you're just threatening a lazy smite if the Glacial Storm would come on through. I've seen 1 or 2 ticks on that cause some trouble around objectives before. It kind of can sometimes
so if you then panic and miss spite, then it's just like the next tick of damage would kill it. So
trying to combo with damage sometimes is that kind of window where you kind of smite ability or ability smite where it's not perfectly synchronized.
One of the ways that he's really not good at these WQ combos. This is like the 3rd time I've seen him just not get the right pathing on that wall to kind of force the Q. Kind of like angle it slightly. Froggen got to teach him a little while. Herald is available with poke there from Starry. He's got that 1 item. He really needs a spell shield ASAP. In fact, I'd almost suggest skipping the Muramana and going towards that spell shield, meaning that he can be much more safe in these team fights. There's a lot that you can use that on. Of course, there's stuff like the Leona can disengage from that. Of course, there's stuff like the Ambassador ult later on, which will be a killer if it ever hits him.
Angel's taking the Scuttle Crab. That's a little unusual, but you take it while it's there.
Yana's got other stuff to do, and Angel has a break in the wave, wants to be closer to mid lane as well in case someone jumped onto the Ziggs. Kind of understand it, right? You know, that Angel with the upgraded boots, Rod of Ages taking over. He's a little bit easier. He's probably the tankiest person in his team for a little while now at this point. I mean, Leona's not too bad, but really Angel being able to kind of like tank up the initial damage, just pop Ghost and phase rush his way out to safety, really makes him quite a dangerous person to move around the map whilst also being very safe.
I feel like we're seeing a lot more locket builds on our supports again, and Aftershock again. We're not just seeing kind of Spellbook, Redemption, Mikhail's kind of first items quite so freely.
How started by OMG? Do we see our first kind of grouped up fight of the game ever since that early disaster from OMG? Apps, EDG, walking with Angel, Shahar around one flank. Ambessa's not teleporting in yet. In fact, they could do, but they're choosing not to.
Harry's going to ult now in to try and cancel something out. The sign will be here via the ult. The Solar Flare lands onto 2. The Mega Inferno Bomb is nasty as hell. Harry in the backside, they will make that a turnaround as Palkia dies. What about this Sion, who's a bit of a menace, actually, in this front line? Hellfire's not great from OMG, though, despite getting the kill.
No, but they do have teleports to use if they want. And the Herald was reset. They'll have to go through that again. It's a kill. EDG, well, they're not too unhappy with that, I suppose, if they get the Herald. Harry is going to walk over. Nocturne's coming again, but doesn't have the ult. Can they catch anyone on the retreats?
Might be the plan. Leave is safe over the back of the wall. EDG and Angel, though, might be not in a great spot here. Someone may be asked to flash. Still got an angle for a big old chunk. Over the back of the wall goes Moam. Blocks the public execution vaguely, as EDG is in the end forced to flash.
So ends up getting another couple of summoners out from that. OMG, no, they don't get the objective itself. That is a problem. That means that mid lane turret, particularly with the Zig Satchel after, is going to be probably dead. That's why EDG were fighting quite hard for it, I think. If they can get mid lane turret, it means that OMG have much less of a platform to launch these Nocturne assaults from later on into the game. Now, Rakan's died.
Oh!
Xiaohao has killed Moham.
There was an ultimate.
Yeah, I think Rakan just walked into the enemy jungle and died.
No, that was his jungle. It's just he basically there was a Kiana in his jungle.
No, Sam.
exactly. That was
no.
You're right.
No, he died around enemy red buff.
Yeah. No, I think I saw Leona and assumed that was Rakan.
No.
You're right. It is.
No, he just dies in the enemy jungle here.
Dear.
Yeah. So he just walks in, try to get some vision down, and just gets killed. Gets ulted. Tries to dash away. Doesn't react in time. Dies.
You are so right. I think I conflated Leona with Kiana, which is just wrong.
Yeah, very different champions, I hear. Moham dies that. Free kill over towards Xiaohao. 2,000 gold ahead of Rayo now. I mean, we've seen what Kiana can do from ahead. Perhaps Xiaohao can full carry this. I will say, this is a pretty good anti-melee comp from OMG. We've seen how EDG have thrown games before. I actually prefer the composition from OMG if it gets to late game. If EDG end up diving into OMG, it's a problem. EDG, one of the ways they can win, though, without diving in is just by taking dragons, taking a Hextech Soul, and then eventually just becomes very, very hard to play against Hextech Soul, against stuff like Ziggs, and the chase down from Ambessa, who's slowing you all the time.
This time EDG do actually get to stack dragons. They've not been quite so clean at that in the last couple games. That just gives them a bit more obvious of a win condition. They are the ones in control of the River Knight right now. Moam has his Celestial opposition swiftly broken there.
Dragon up in 30 seconds. EDG trying to starve out vision control. Not doing a great job of it, though, actually. You look at the ward just outside. They sweep it now, so they do end up getting that. Rayo's back out onto the map. Has the Protoplasm harness, so he really wants to be tanky on the way and realizes, look, I'm not going to be the one doing damage. And realistically, I just need to go in and survive somehow or other. Might have to go for a steal at some point too. Not on this one, then the next one. How much do you want to give up for this? Herald's not being used mid lane. Yeah, interestingly, it's going top lane. And Nivea is going to be up there to wave clear for now. Can teleport, and instead it's the Scion in bot lane who can ult up the river to help start the play.
Potentially pick off Palkia a little bit there. Moam with the Ghost. Does look for a grand entrance. Can't quite get the space. Scion has ulted him, forced the Angel to back away.
And Ambessa's got free time on top lane. EDG might just choose to take turret. Okay, so they're going to choose to take the immediate gold advantage and give up the dragon. I do wonder whether EDG could have just fought anyway. They give up that dragon and they give up that early chance of a soul point.
I'm not sure whether I'm a massive fan of that. Of course, ZDZ didn't have teleport, as you noted, so it wasn't going to be that simple to come on over. And again, he was the one with the Herald and Infantry after the slightly panicked retreat from the pit, so he's the one who ended up having to use it. And again,
they might jump Xiaohao here if he stays too long. Rayo's in bot side jungle. They did spot him heading over the Tri-Brush there. They might try and sniff out the Kiana here.
They're going to try and phase check it. No, they're not. There goes the Edge of Ixtal into a little bit of an escape there by the Hex Gate, just kind of aware he might be in a bit of danger there.
Okay, so the cost of this play is EDG get more map pressure, and they end up getting about another 1,000 gold ahead, but OMG do end up getting that dragon and stopping the earliest possible soul. OMG, reminder, do have 3 grubs, and they had that crystallize means that they will really hurt these towers if they start opening up. I'm quite interested to see if OMG do try and push out 3 side lanes. You know, just an auto attack on a tower like this actually could be quite big for them for opening up the map, because of course the longer the lanes are, the more that Nocturne can kind of punish you when you overextend.
Indeed. ZDZ just doing a little bit of chunky there onto Harry, who's in fairness doing quite a good job of being a tanky old frontline this game.
No, EDG don't have great anti-Scion tech. No, Kiana's never been that great versus tanks. She's better than some, because their ultimate does have some percent HP when you hit it against the wall, but it's not crazy amounts. Ziggs does have good damage in general, but I just look at this and I'm like, okay, it's not fantastic. Xiaohao does go over and steal Gromp there.
And again, looking at Lee's build, that's not a Leandri's build, that's Serap's Blackfire, so we're going for cooldown. The sign will take a while to die, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Ambassador will eventually do a decent amount, but it's going to take enough time that Harry will be able to buy space, and if he gets to disrupt the melee divers jumping in, maybe Starry and Haichao can get the damage to really work. See that Starry's very close to the Edge of Night now. Once Edge of Night's through, I think OMG are pretty happy to take 5v5s, because at that point, stuff like Free Ball and Ambassador ults, the Leona ults, don't have the same threat that they would do. Now, we haven't really seen that much threat on Starry in general, because OMG have not really been turning up to the pitch battle. I've just been saying, no, not just yet. These kind of plays would be hard to make.
There's a cleanse, a Chains of Corruption wide. They do get the summoner out there at the very least for EDG.
Yeah, they do. Early cleanse there, actually, from Starry, who thought he could Captain Jack it a little bit, but that's important. Summoner down. Summoner economy, of course, important when you've got these engaged champions versus players with cleanse on them, but it is a swing and a miss. Varus does get to keep wave clearing through mid lane.
Bot lane turret will fall though, and OMG not being able to get to any of those structures. Palkia needs to be a bit afraid here. The unspeakable horror comes on forwards and is then running away by a bit of a nightmare courtesy of Nocturne. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down, but not that
They were
much
looking
damage.
Potentially for a kill combo, actually. If they walked into that, then Xiaohao could flash for the ultimate. Of course, Starry, no cleanse to get out of the wall stun or something like that. So EDG open up another 1,000 gold lead with the tower down on bot side. Some camp steals away. The slow bleed is working in their favor. However, EDG do need to find a team fight. They need to make that aggressive play. And the problem is, when they look for those aggressive plays earlier in the series, the counter engage from OMG was very powerful. And I think it is again here, actually. So once again, we find ourselves in a situation where EDG may find themselves a little afraid to pull the trigger.
And they've been timid, tepid, both those words, in the mid game over the last pair of games. The very strong early Jarvan didn't really manage to find that many mid game plays. Angel, again, while I was making some fun songs about him, was not necessarily finding success in terms of his combos with the jungler.
So this question in chat about why did Rayo go for the protocol? Might be a fun Palkia hit. It looks like OMG are actually looking for this.
They're going to try and interrupt that realm wolf when they do. He is in a lot of danger. The wall's not fantastic. Flash Ghost gets him out to safety.
No, it's the bad flash from Rayo. He wanted to keep the fear tether on Angel, though he's caught out.
Angel needed to keep going. He actually is still running away. Can he keep sprinting out? That's phase rush proc. Does now get slowed down. When's the next wall? It's there. He's knocked up and should be knocked down. Palkia is coming. The Solar Flare comes on down. But now remember the rest of the fight. Man advantage. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down. Starry looking for an angle. The supreme display of talent puts Rayo in a difficult spot, but the Protoplasm Harness gives him a lot of time. The heal keeps him running as Harry now in the front line. As ZDZ trapped on the wrong side of the wall has to sort of Drakehound step around the globe, and they get out.
It's not a clean pick from OMG, but they do get the kill. They take a good shutdown from that for one, and you notice how EDG started panicking, because I think if they hadn't taken the HP bars down there, OMG might have actually been able to start Baron afterwards, and that would have been terrifying. Starry, he did blow Flash, I believe, in that fight, as well, everyone in the midsection from OMG. In fact, everyone but Harry ends up blowing that Flash. Mid turret, I think, will finally go down. Yeah, in fact, it definitely will do. Crystallize Satchel down. We'll get some of that gold back for EDG, but a bit of a reality check for EDG. Dragon has now spawned. A lot of summoners are down. A lot of ultimates are down.
The thing is, there are more flashes available from EDG. Jungle, top, and I was about to say AD carry, but really Ziggs on this bot lane can still do quite a lot of work.
Edge of Night is available for Starry. That's really important for him, trying to see if that keeps up and available. And I think EDG, if all ults are down, probably feel worse about this.
They do. How are we playing this? Chains of Corruption, Glacial Storm. If you get trapped in these choke points versus a Varus and an Anivia, it's miserable. Flash Frost lands onto ZDZ.
I can see that the Supreme Display of Talent, that's down. You do have the Solar Flare. You do have the Public Execution. That's a walk over the Hex Gate. ZDZ looking for a flank.
They're going on to leave! That's pretty good jump on there. Will force him to jump away with the Flash. Does survive.
Okay, but now the Nocturnal is down. ZDZ in the pit, though. He's walled off from his team.
Public Execution at the back line. Mega Inferno Bomb to Starry. I think Starry's gone here. In comes Xiaohao, looking to Audacity, and the supreme display of talent is just that. As Angel picks up the kill, Harry will buy space. A Realm Warp after from everybody coming forwards. There's no tower to retreat to, and they murder OMG in the river.
OMG, they try a little too hard and they split the fight. I think as soon as that ult goes on towards Leave and it fails, they had to back out. EDG has so much to thank ZDZ for in that fight. Manages to get onto Starry after he lost that flash in the last play. And that spell shield couldn't save him. EDG will get themselves their Baron, and finally they find a coordinated fight.
You might be looking at EDG finally getting that win they've been hunting for all series long. They found a lot of flashes to make it happen. We are seeing OMG look to shove waves, and maybe they can play around this dragon that still hasn't gone down. We'll look at the replay because they try to jump Leave and don't quite secure it.
They do, yeah, and I just think going onto him with flash is just a bit of an issue here. The W from Moham's not good enough. If they catch him there, sure, I understand it. But then they go back towards the dragon. ZDC's spotted, and he just ends up nailing Starry, who has no flash. He just can't walk into ult range at that point. Dragon is still alive. EDG are probably looking to take that one uncontested. I doubt that OMG can walk up and do much about it. I think now with the Baron and that gold lead, I think at this point the comp from OMG has fallen too far behind. They were trying to get the wins similar to how they did in previous series, but the team fights are more coordinated from EDG now. And I think that particularly Rayo has fallen so far off the face of the planet, he just can't. It's basically a 4v5.
Yeah, he's really, really, really struggling. And I get the idea with the Protoplasm to try and find a way to be useful. And in fairness, look, if OMG can somehow stall their way to, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes, we might be having a different conversation. But I don't know how easy
they do have a Nivea Varus. That's pretty good, but they need to survive through another 2 minutes of Baron buff. Harry's really tanky as well. Doesn't matter that he's a play behind. At the end of the day, he is still a Scion who will just like defend for forever. You see that EDG actually don't even feel that confident about pushing up towards this mid lane. Haichao potentially could have walled them off there too. And I gotta say, this is probably Moham's worst game of the series. Yeah. He's really been quite impatient on the engages. I think he's, of course, he died in the enemy jungle a couple of times too. Struggle game from him, despite the fact that he came away with a very good Seraphine game in game 2.
And we kind of chat about it in the draft score, saying, look, the Nocturne's great if it's going in second. A little bit more questionable if it's going in first. And he kind of goes in and realizes, I don't really actually have that much ability to have my friends follow me up. If it's a wall or a chains of corruption or whatever that goes in first, maybe that's a different conversation. Quite
Hang on, going on CDZ, no flash for him.
He does get over the wall. Haichao's trapped himself behind the wall, but overcomes Moham with the quickness. Can he get in? Will do. The public execution allows him to buffer through. Realm Warp in to climb support. EDG now here. Can they keep ZDZ alive? No, they cannot. Falls down. Health bar's not great from OMG, though. The supreme display of talent leaves Starry in the dirt. Flash away from Harry ends up being the 1-for-1. Solar Flare catches out the side. That Crystallize means that Angel's not involved right now. And now Palkia kind of trapped. They blow up the turret from across the wall with a satchel.
I just don't think Starry's positioning's been good enough. Do they have a flash forwards? Angel could go for the spell flux here. Danger with this rise.
Yes, the Glacial Storm. The Crystallize is proving a little bit problematic.
Yeah. Oh man, OMG, they're just not executing well enough to play against this kind of gold deficit. I think their composition's all right. It's very good, actually. But I think that they've just fallen too far behind now. EDG walking in, and Angel with flash still will murder them if he gives them the chance.
He forced a satchel away there to get caught on the wrong side of the wall. But now Palkia actually trapped inside that Glacial Storm. He's going to have to be a bit careful here.
But there's no Leandre. He's jumping forwards. It's Harry.
I think he's gone.
Okay, that's actually a free kill. I thought they'd do less damage than that, honestly. But call me a liar. Another kill for them. EDG not able to finish the game like that. Oh, good damage onto him. They do have the ult coming back up for him.
They're going to try and look. This is so bloody risky. Are you sure? No, they're not.
He does not want to go through that minefield. He would pretty much instantly die. EDG, 8,000 gold ahead on soul points. Loss in this game sends EDG to Group Nirvana, confirmed they will not be in playoffs.
No Axiom Art for Xiaohao, it's just raw damage. Has now got the Edge of Night alongside the Cyrilda's Grudge to really pop people. I think the Serpent's Fang into people like the Rakan, into people like this Seraph's building Nivea. Very, very valuable here in general. That's some of that decision making there. Items are just proving that a little bit difficult, aren't they? At least Starry's now at 3 items. At least you've managed to get this Anivia towards a fairly decent point. Power hasn't had to turn that arm guard into Wazonia's, so can justify.
Hang on, Palkia's walking into the... He doesn't have a flash. He's walked into the Anivia. Palkia gives up a free kill. That's huge. It delays EDG from setting up the map again.
That's all your wards gone. And again, that's the combo that we were worried about for EDG. There's a lot of short-range and mobile carries who will get punished by a wall. Haichao's learning on the job.
Just imagine if they were even in gold. They're 9,000 gold down. Now, the problem for OMG, that play happens a little too early. If it had happened a little later, when the big objectives were happening, they'd be much happier. Now, they still will get themselves better vision control because of this, because the enemy support is dead around the time where they want to be warding out across the map, but still, quite at the time they would have wanted.
Ari is potentially at risk here. Look at Xiao.
No, they see him on vision. He's fine there. He's got himself the Ghost Blade. He knows he's okay for that point now. They do lose themselves a ward there. Sweeper was good from Xiaohao, who is very, very fed. He has 5,000 of that gold lead. Now, that does mean if Xiaohao dies or doesn't have a good fight, then EDG, they don't have the gold lead that you necessarily would think otherwise. OMG, they do have the better composition. They do. But I just don't think this amount of gold is something that you can play back from very easily. I suppose they have sort of done that earlier in this series. Now let's look at the poke, look at the spell shield on Starry. If you can keep that, that is a big game changer for him.
Quite enough gold there for the full death caps return.
Oh, he walks into a minefield. Starry's spell shield is gone. He walks into a minefield. That's genuinely huge here.
TP in now from ZDZ. Will be coming towards that mid lane turret, looking for some poke. Lands vaguely on the power. That crystallized doesn't trap anyone.
No, not yet. Those walls are really dangerous. Starry losing that spell shield could genuinely be so important. Misses the skill shot there. Of course, it's quite hard to keep your spell shield against some of these big skill shots, but don't walk into them yourself. This dragon would be EDG with Soul. Cleanse, Flash, and Chaos available for Starry. Keep your eyes on that. On the other side, a lot of those abilities also there. Xiaohao. So much Leave got chunked quite low. ZDZ comes on in. Oh, he fails it!
Fails it! That's an awful combo. Now they can jump into ZDZ, who publicly executes pretty well. Now the Paranoia too. Trying to turn around as Moan buys time, but it's blasted. Leave in danger on the other side. Gets feared, but Satchel's away. OMG. Kill the Palkia. Golden goes Haichao. The storm is still rolling. Xiao looking at damage. Misses the edge of Ixtal, but they've lost Starry and Moam. Rayo's running away, and that will surely be it.
That'll be it. Even with the fail flash from Xiaohao, I don't think it'll matter. OMG go a little too far. They had to play more defensively. Play back. You can't dive onto the enemy team. EDG use the gaps in the front line to go towards the kills. And ZDZ in particular on that Ambassador has just been unstoppable in the backline. EDG will find their first win of the series and keep themselves alive. No 3-0 here in the second series. EDG, the favorites today, save themselves for another game.
They do. It's not done yet, but the ignominy of a 0-3 sweep and a descent into Group Nirvana is stymied, assuaged for now. But they've got 2 more games to go, but the start is here. Will it turn into more? We'll have to wait and see on that one.
OMG will not get themselves their clean 3-0. They will be kept waiting again. Rayo went for a very ambitious early jungle path, and I have to wonder if that hadn't been Xiaohao managing to walk over at the level 2 after taking Wolves, whether that game would have been theirs. I think the early jungle path was very ambitious. Obviously now in retrospect, it looks like it threw a lot of their lead in that game away. And OMG, I think they panicked. I think they really panicked. I think Moham had his worst game of the series by far. I think Rayo was not good enough in this game either. I think that actually the other 3 players, they were fine on the whole, but the jungle support, I think they panicked it. I think they started to feel the pressure a bit.
I agree. And that early game in particular was just not good. And this time, it was just much simpler for EDG to play with the lead. They got the dragon stacking. They can just keep playing the way they were. It made it a lot simpler. There was less decision-making to worry about there. And I think from that deficit, particularly Rayo from a deficit, just looked a little bit lost there, unfortunately. Guys, I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera. We cast LPL here pretty much every day. And we've got a lot of games going on at the minute. If you are in chat right now, and you have not hit the follow button on whatever channel you're viewing on right now, please hit the follow button. Come on. We know you want it. Give us those numbers. On top of that, you can subscribe. Or maybe Twitch Prime. Never seen a Twitch Prime in my life. No, not shouting out Nymaera, who may have showed me 2 hours ago, but I've got very short-term memory, guys. So I need a reminder of what a Twitch Prime looks like. Just, you know, just because I'm a visual learner that way. On top of that, we've got a Ko-fi link, which is a way of donating and supporting myself and Alex. Whether you're in Twitch or in YouTube or wherever else you happen to be viewing, it's a great way of supporting us. And on top of that, we have got a sponsor for the month in the form of Opera GX, who is, which is a fantastic new browser, gaming browser, very customizable. takes all your extensions over from Google Chrome as well if you're a Google Chrome user, so you can still keep using a lot of that, and also it just uses a lot less memory. So it's a better version of something you're already using, and it kind of fits into a lot of your hobbies if you're here watching League of Legends, I have no doubt. So do consider having a look at that one. Also, that costs you no money, just 2 minutes, if that, of your time, and we've got a break, where in fact you've got 2 free minutes, so consider using it.
One of Leave's better games as well. Very good defensive play from the Ziggs. I probably should have crawled that out more, actually. His defensive flashes were genuinely very, very good here. You know, the Ziggs, good pick into the Varus as well. Ended up being very impactful. And now we'll get ourselves, you know, at least one more game. We had that 5-game series yesterday as well. Quick series to start out today. We were wondering whether it would be a quick series because EDG would just smash them. Obviously not the case here.
Not so far, at the very least. And EDG are finding themselves with that all-important win. Like, Xiao actually gets a game where he gets an lead and gets to snowball into a victory. Good for him. And again, Leave actually has a good game. This feels like the first game this series we've seen Leave actually play well, which is very, very important. And 1 or 2 moments on the misfortune as well, but those couple pick-offs were so problematic. And OMG, it just looked scrappy this game. The pick combos were fantastic. The early game decision-making was poor. Rayo from behind was a bit, I don't really want to know, panicked, over-eager. Not really judging his moments well. Here's another great play where they went looking for it, did manage to get the quickness combo in. And so Leave is able to flash out, which caused some problems, and they have to try and play the fight after. ZDZ actually had a good Ambessa game, permanently threatening the backline. And again, for a player that I think largely had been diffed by Harry across this series, he finally has a good game, and that does matter.
Sam, I need another coffee. But I might go do that.
Go do that.
Okay, remember that there's words on stream.
There is indeed. I'll wait until we see some of these highlights and we'll do the MVPs. Yes. Oh, there's some painful bits to witness here. Oh, everything's clicking. Good grief. Player of the game goes the way of Xiaohao. I think that's very reasonable. He was a very good Kiana. Very, very astute early pathing. Really broke the back of OMG for all. We sort of started the game a long, long time ago, and that one, it's a big deal. So 1 to 2 games, exactly. We'll put some words on stream now. And everyone voted for Xiaohao. Not exactly a surprise, I fear. There we go. We can go. Ready for the words on stream, guys? Here you go. Fantastic. You advanced 3 levels. Oh, guys, I'm not going to lie. My brain is somewhat fried. I don't know how much use I am right now. I hope you're having fun over in the other chats. At least they do avoid that 0-3 humiliation as we were talking about. That would have been disastrous. Ooh, it's looking a bit tough here. Oh, this is a tough one because you can't see what everything's going on. Quick, guys. M's a lie. M's a lie. Ooh. I think this might be it, guys. This might be it. Waited. Nice, Qatari. Rip. Rip, rip. Alas. No. Oh, no, not what I wanted to do. Go away. Oh, I've got to wait. I see. Right. That's what's going on. Start. Nearly there. Ooh, Dex Ream. Perfect. Advanced 5 levels. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Found 11 words, guys. Who will win next game? Difficult to say. I mean, OMG were better pretty clearly in the first 2 games in terms of coordination. That was not a great game from them, and theoretically they are the worst team. So there is a real world where this becomes a reverse sweep. I think if OMG don't win next game, they just lose the series flat out. They're not winning a game 5. They're not winning a game 5. So I will withhold judgment. I don't think either team has been spectacular. That was a very unfortunate loss there for OMG. job, team. Hell yeah, one more go. One more go. Yeah, just a quick heads up. Again, we don't mind you in Twitch chat specifically. We don't mind people asking questions, using that information, do what they want with it. But like generally speaking, we try to avoid like outright chat about like odds and money and betting stuff like out of chats because it kind of ends up taking away from the game, which what we're more interested in. So don't stress about asking questions. If you want to use that to do other things, that's completely fine. No pressure from us on that one. It's just about kind of keeping the atmosphere correct. We've had some issues before with people being a little bit hit and miss on them. Do we have time for one more? We probably do have time for one more. Just about. What's got people on screen? Guys, we're going to have to be quick. They're about to get into draft. I don't want to have to quit words on stream. Don't do this to me. It's looking tough. You is indeed fake. Well, that looks like... Oh, guys, come on. I don't want to block draft. No. Here we go. Move that there briefly. Hang on. Can I change the cam? What happens if I do this? We still good? It's still on here. Hang on. Let me move this up. We're going to move this around. That's all right. Guys, we're gonna have to be... There we go. That'll do. For now... I do need to talk about draft. However, I think you guys have just about made it. You have. Well done. Well done, my children. Where is words on stream? Let me remove words on stream. Where? Oh, where is it on this? What? Where has Alex hidden it? Huh? Well, we'll minimize that there. That's fine. Okay, we're good. It's there. It's not a problem. Right, draft's happening. I need to change the music. I'm thinking, why this doesn't sound like draft music to me? It will do shortly. Aha. Much more like it. Much more like it. So, EDG over on blue side did get first pick. Malphite, Aurora, Nautilus off the table. Wukong, Ori, Jace. Taking the Lulu first pick tells me they want leave on something that can carry. Yunara might be a consideration at this point. So it might just be saying we'll thresh Felios here. This is going to be likely the Yunara now in response. I don't think it's been played. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been banned. Well, he's going to Trundle instead. Try and deal with the Lantern by putting the pillar in the way. Can sometimes interrupt some of those moments. See whether that actually works out, but that has been done before. Blind picking Trundle was not great in the last series. We saw Croco try it and then realized he had no one to tanky to steal stats from. We'll still lock it in regardless. This will be the Yunara as well. Theoretically, the Aphelios can be a little bit put under the weather by the pillar. It's also Trundle plus Enchant. It's not quite Shinzao and Enchant. You don't quite have the same target access, but the Wild Growth keeps you bonking. So even if you don't have the stats to steal, you've still got someone to empower you to do the thing. And the Whimsy can allow you a bit more move speed than you might otherwise have, even across your frozen domain. We're now looking at probably a jungler that can deal with this. You want something with a little mobility. Nah, not bad into the Trundle. Again, mostly you're not really someone whose stats can be stolen. A lot more conditional about that timing. And again, can bully out a lot of these champions by virtue of range. Blind Trundle. Risky, risky. We'll deny things like Harry going towards a tank should he choose to do so. Attempted that with the Scion last game, was a bit of a menace with it. We are down Ornn and Scion, so we'll deny a Cassante most likely. Tank junglers aren't really a thing at the minute. We're not seeing things like the Sejuani or the Maokai in the jungle. Malphite is banned, so it's not even that. And again, Trundle into the Malphite sometimes been an answer. I suppose Mundo might be the choice, but again, Mundo's a bit weird in that he doesn't build that many resists. He's much more of a HP stacker than a raw armor stacker. Yeah, he will build some, but either it's been a blind pick Trundle. Lulu first pick for EDG, which signaled the Yunara. The immediate response was the Aphelios Thresh to catch you up.
Hello, hello, chat. How do you be going? Okay, so competitive bot lane. If you land enough hooks, you can win lane. Besides that, you expect the Lulu Yunara to have a bit more value. And yeah, Harry going towards the Gnar. We see he has played a fair amount of Gnar in the past. ZDZ, not going to get crazy amount of matchups into it, though. I mean, Jax seems to be... He is a Jax player. Probably is a Jax angle here for ZDZ now. Just checking, hasn't been played? No,
it hasn't. That was in the last series when Keshi gave it a go and did a fair amount of work on it, even if it wasn't quite enough. Angle for Stylus was Vid Student wondering. Let me think about that. Trundle ult's not bad, but you've not got that many steals. Lulu ult's not bad. Again, you don't get that much from Yunara. I think it would be awkward, personally.
Well, Wukong's gone. Is Pantheon been played yet? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of AD skirmishes, you are pretty low on the ground now.
Lost an Neferi as well, so you don't even have that option. Zac would be fun, but would be, again, something that Trundle can manage theoretically.
Pillar can actually interrupt the junk. That would be very, very different. I haven't seen this role. Rare does play. He played it in Demacia Cup,
Did
actually.
He? I don't believe
yes,
he was.
He did. Weirdly, I seem to remember. We have a Zac. Folks, this is one of our first Zacs. This is one of our first Zacs of the year.
Echoes now being hovered. We are getting a little deeper into Fearless. So you do start seeing some of these pocket picks that have been lurking around and haven't hit meta as yet. We'll see whether it might even be our first Zac of the year. Jax now a big consideration as well. You did call out that Jax.
I'm completely lying. He hasn't played it. This is something completely new. I mean,
wow.
So this is something just completely new. Okay. I mean, it's really good at jumping onto stuff like the Lulu and the Yunara. Can get into the backline, and Victor doesn't always like it either. However, one thing to know, the Trundle pillar can stop the jump. It doesn't just get you out for free. Actually, Zac can be quite bad into Trundle. Nidalee, top lane into the Gnar.
Okay, so is that Nidalee top? Is that going to be won't be Trundle top?
That'll be
Trundle
Nidalee.
Have a horrible
it's Nidalee
time.
top lane into the Gnar. It's a lane counter. ZDZ did play bits and pieces of this back in the past. Okay, so High Chat, think about his pick now. There's a lot of squishy backliners. If you go for the owner, you have a ton of dive. Soul AP basically now over to war. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and redo the sizing because I made it smaller.
It's all good. We're going to go into game now anyway, really. So we'll change over anyway. So, Very different drafts, folks. Very different drafts. OMG locking in, I think, our first Zac of the year.
Wow.
At least here in LPL. Haven't found out whether it's globally. EDG have a quadruple range composition, but Yone, Zac, and if a Thresh hook ever lands, it is just someone explodes. EDG have plenty of damage. The Lulu does buff them up. I actually think OMG get away with a better composition, though. They have far more CC. EDG basically have 0 engage. They are hoping for lane domination and then pray that they can team fight. Now, they've not been a good team fighting team, really, in this series. The last game was better from them, but even then, they ended up having some more risky ones, really. I think OMG walk away with a better comp.
A little bit. Because it was off words on stream, because I changed to the camera mode because we were just finishing up as draft started, so I switched over.
Gotcha.
That was why. Getting ready to head into this game. Very different drafts again. Was picked an LCP, so
yes,
there you go.
SOFM played it one game, lost with it, so it was an LCP. First time we've seen an LCP, the second in major regions. We are really going deep into our drafts now. Fearless rearing his head a little bit. Let's get into game.
Level 1 play, Palkia. It's a bit of a chunk there. It's interesting, we got the Glacial Augment from Moam here.
Yeah, we do see that a fair amount, so that's not uncommon. We see that into the ranged lanes. We saw that when Draw played it. If you're playing into double range, it means that when you land the hook, they can't run away at that point. So it means they're kind of locked into play. Also means that the Flay slows them as well. We might see level 1 there. EDG have been playing in the LPL since 2014 OMG. A little bit before them, I believe it was 2013 was when they joined the LPL proper. They both played against each other a number of times. EDG reaching 16,000 kills as an organization here in the LPL.
Second highest in the league in its history. I'm trying to think who would be higher than that at this point.
Either WE or IG would have to, or RNG.
Yeah, maybe.
This is one of those.
Lineage,
it might end up being RNG, actually. Oh no, Rayo smited! Rayo smited!
Oh no! This could get spicy, and it's won by Xiaohao. Oh, he greeded to try and double camp. He's now going to have to try and jump away, and will do so.
But he has to level the E as well. Rayo smites. Xiaohao didn't have his, but Rayo smites early. There was no reason to do that.
Well, he started Raps and came over to try and be defensive. Now Xiao can just run at him.
He can look for the Chomp, gets the first hit,
He wants
the
that
second.
passive.
He wants the passive. Flash for flash, though. Xiaohao will manage to force out Rayo from his jungle. Aggressive early invade, working well for him. And Rayo, for the second game in a row, has been butchered at the level 1.
That's really nice invade timings there. And again, sometimes you do this on the Zac. It's going to try and split between the turrets. It's not going to be allowed to do so. So he won't be able to come over and contest the Zac any further for free. Angel's got the shove in, though. And again, Zac's not gone to his red buff. Xiaohao's going to go fight again. They've got 3-lane push.
Well, it looks like he's managed to get himself... did he have to skip his red buff?
Yeah, he did.
So he's had to skip his red buff. This is disaster for Rayo. Can he get onto the other side of the rift and he look for a Raptor steal? He's going to have to get a camp from the enemy side of the rift against lane priority. This is disaster for Zac.
Can he pick up his Gromp and then maybe Scuttle Crab at least?
He needs to get a camp from the other side of the map. At some point. Otherwise, he's just going to start falling behind.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real killer. Now, reminder, folks, EDG need a good early game. This is a very difficult composition for them to play because they have 0 engage, quadruple range, yes, but they're quite squishy into a very heavy dive comp. If Zac ever lands a knock-up, if Nar gets a flank, Yone gets an ult, Thresh lands a hook, people die.
Trundle's gone straight to his Wolves. I think he's going to try and rush straight over to the Raptors now.
Yeah, the thing is, Zac's going to meet him there, and Trundle will end up Trundle will end up beating him. He'll have to E away. The thing is, Xiaohao has Pillar now, probably, so he'll be able to cancel his jump.
Flash there, actually, from Harry, who's afraid of a potential takedown angle.
Mega Knight's coming.
Mega Knight, and again, the last stack of that Hyper could have been dangerous. Zac's had to leave. I don't know whether he got the camp. I think he did, actually.
No. I think Rayo gets the camp. Rayo got the camp there. I think if you look at the smite, he had his off cooldown, so he was able to smite the Raptors. Trundle's now going towards top scuttle. I don't think that he can go towards a Raptor respawn kill because Yone had push up in mid lane. Rayo has managed to recoup some farm. He needed to. The problem is Trundle does have all camps up now besides those Raptors, which were just taken. Gromp is alive from Rayo. But Xiaohao is going to be very far ahead. This is a problem. You know, the Zac is going to be a critical part of the engage for OMG. And that smite earlier was just disaster.
It's a thing you do when you're trying to double camp, right? You smite early to then basically, as the Zac, get the double damage with your pull together and get both kills. It's kind of managing the aggro, but it's just risky. And it's well read by Xiaohao.
You don't have to smite early for it. You just get the kill. You just smite when it's in range. You get the Q and then you smite later. Doesn't land the knock up here. Last and misses the Q as well.
Phantom's away. Does go look for that while he's got the opportunity.
So what's the logic on smiting early?
As I understand it, it's been a while since I've done it, but basically you smite early partly because you want it off, because if you're smiting at that point, it allows it to come off cooldown in time for Scuttle Crab, so you can fight on that one.
But that's, so you need it to be, but that's when you have 2 charges of it, which you're not doing there.
But which is why you do it early in the jungle, so it goes on cooldown, it comes off cooldown fast, and because you started Raps and came over, I think that's why, if my memory serves.
But the thing is that you're still recharging your second charge, which would happen regardless of whether you smite or not. You don't get a faster smite cooldown because it charged up the second one in the background anyway when it's off cooldown, right? So I'm surprised. I think he just, hang on, this is probably a dive onto Harry hit.
He's going to eat a fair amount of damage, and there's the pillar, and he does go down. Hang on, over comes the Zac, trapped under the turret now. This gets a bit interesting, but a good chomp back, and now Rayo just doesn't have enough DPS. He's gone down into his passive.
Here comes Yone, here comes Yone.
Can flash on him, ult over the wall, looking to go on top of CDC and top of Xiaohao as well. They have killed off the Zac, so it ends up being the 2-for-1 turret shots. Pretty scary, but there's no additional follow available for Xiaohao.
Yeah, there's a flash available for ZDZ as well, so we would have been able to get out. It's still the 1-for-2. Rayo gets the assist kill to Haichao. You're losing a plate in mid lane. This is a mess of an early game. And once again, OMG just falling off this early game.
Yeah, so it's only if you haven't smited the first 3 camps, and again, it was the second camp.
Yeah. So in that case,
because he went Raptors over to blue.
So in that case, there is no logic to doing so. Basically, it only matters when you haven't used your first smite charge, and at that point you'd be missing out on recharge for your second smite.
He had it, say.
Which is why he shouldn't have smoked early. So it makes exactly no difference. It only matters towards like end of your kill clear, right?
I thought it was the other way around. It matters at the beginning of clear, not the other way around.
Bot lane. See that Starry and Moham doing fine in the 2v2. Harry dodging away. Wow, that's a nice little dodge. They did have the ward in the brush though.
Rayo's going to need to jump away here. Can he get pillared out of this? I think he can. I think Rayo's about to have a really bad time. You pick the Zac into the trundle and you get pillared and flashed and failed.
Flashes and fails.
Oh, Rayo.
Look, Rayo has saved this team from many a situation, but honestly, I feel like the pressure's getting to him now. Last game was a disaster, and this one has not looked any better. Rayo, what has happened to him? So good in the first 2 games. This one and the one before it, though, really starting to cause some issues there as he's crumbling under the pressure.
And again, like, what do you do as the Zac off these invades? You've got no lane prior, and the Zac is miserable in this early stages. And he's going for AP Zac as well.
Well, you are the only magic damage on your team.
Yeah.
I suppose going tank into the trundle feels a bit crap, and you're against full AP. I'm not exactly. Maybe you go for the protobelt. Occasionally we see that from the Zac. I'm not exactly sure the full build would be, whether it'll be, I guess it could even be something like the Storm Surge, right, if you're really going to go for something crazy
Gunblade.
Like that, I'm not so sure about that one, but yeah, Rayo just messing up, you know, yeah, that early smite really has screwed him over, regardless of the logic behind it, it has screwed him over, and then he's just fallen out of the game. Xiaohao, let's be honest, any pro jungler, if they get that kind of lead where you panic like that and you fall behind, this is like a solo queue game, Sam. It's like a solo queue game where you fall behind.
It's really, really tough. He's now looking for potential angle here. If he can land the hook, then maybe, or a lantern gank. But again, he's got the level 6 and a dream right now.
Alternator gives him some damage to work with. OMG behind 2,000 gold. So much of it is in top lane, but realistically, that top lane lead has come through from Rayo not being able to... and the thing is, he has camps up. Hang on, flash forwards in the bot side.
Comes the Severum and the Crescendum. The Moonlight Vigil goes wide because EDG have to have their bot lane a flash. Pillar interrupts the slingshot. And that's like 3 times we've seen that interrupt now.
Yep, that's the problem with the Zac. He saw the Tarzan. He saw, not the Tarzan. He saw the Trundle. I just saw the Zac. I'm like, oh, Tarzan's a big player of that. Ram might go for another play here. They see Xiaohao on vision. Pillar, is he going to be off cooldown? He's really looking for this.
Gets in, there's still a Let's Bounce available. Leaf doesn't have the flash, he's going to die. No, the Wild Growth still gets that one. He gets to bounce around Rayo, gets the shield, gets on the other side of the pillar, rather. The lantern back is not needed, but they will still flay and get Xiaohao as well, who flashed in. That's 2 for OMG.
Okay, so Rayo opens up something.
Hook.
Hook, where's it coming? I think with the flash on Palkia, it won't really lead to much. Palkia was even potentially looking for go back there. Severin will make that hard to do so. OMG gets some kills, importantly so. It stems the bleeding just a little bit. That's some story there, actually. Ouch. Lantern just taking off of cooldown there. OMG. I mean, they've come back from deficits before in this series, and I have said in this game, realistically, OMG have the better composition. Now, ZDZ has 2 kills, but it is a top lane Nidalee. I just don't think it's very useful beyond a lane counter. But now you have the Zac and the Gnar behind. Does that reduce OMG's engage to a point where EDG don't have to worry about OMG's composition, diving them on repeat, and killing the squishy members of the team?
Look, the goal of that early game was Xiaohao saying, look, we know how to beat OMG. It's get Rayo off kilter. And they full sent it into the enemy jungle. It was really good from Xiaohao. And in fairness, that's what the lane priority earned you. The thing is, now Rayo's actually gotten involved in every kill they've gotten. Yes, you're 3/4 of the deaths on the other side, but at least you've got something rolling. You don't get the early dragon, sure, but Xiaohao's going to get these grubs. That's all well and good, but again, yes, you're down 2,000 gold. It's all in this top lane, and we've seen Nidalee gold, or Nidalee lead top lane, and realistically, it's fake leads nearly all the time, unless your name is the Shy.
Harry just trying to survive up here. Can he hold on to his turret? I thought Sam was noticing something or talking to something. No. Just wanted to check. Check if you're okay, buddy.
Yeah, no, thank you for checking in, but actually, promise, I'm fine.
It's all good. Rare's on vision again here, by the way. Victor, by the way, completely fine scaling up in the mid lane. I suppose so is Haichao. Haichao is a notable Yone player.
He's even, which is nice.
Level advantage in the top side. The kills plays helping that. Top lane. That actually is the earliest quest I've seen so
hang
far.
on. That's a very dead Lulu. Jesus.
That's what happens when you get the collector first, folks. That's what happens when you get the collector first. Starry ends up exploding Leave. This is a game with a lot of squishy members. You can see why he's going for this kind of build instead of hook over the wall.
Oh my god.
There was a ward that, so Leave saw that one. Now, can Starry, this guy who's had such a good history on the Aphelios, actually. One of these prodigy AD carries that occasionally comes out of the LPL. Can he be the difference maker? Only 1,000 gold lead now. Top side benefit for EDG, bot side for OMG.
And Rayo full sent at bot lane multiple times. And again, he knew the win conditions. Look, I'm behind, but if I can just make this Yunara and Lulu suffer, we've got a win condition here.
Rayo finally looks like for the first time in a long time actually feels like in farm up. One of the big things about this Zac going AP, it does a ton of damage when you got Magic Pen. Actually, what the heck is he going? Anyway, a number of options he can go towards with that. One of the big things is that basically no one's going tank into Xiaohao. So the Trundle is going to get 0 defensive stats to play around. Starry walking force. Oh, he's flashing force. There's no flash on Leave.
Oh, Leave's got nowhere to run. When's the next set of autos? A Duskwave just wide.
Close run stuff. He'll be forced out of lane. Topside Rayo does not like this at all.
Has to back away. There's the pillar. The subjugate comes down. Flash away. They get out, but that will be top lane turret that's already fallen.
It's already fallen. Starry forcing Leave away from the turret. He is going to be able to recall, but bot lane is not a happy place for EDG. It really is. You can see the mirrored sides of the map. There's an arms race between top jungle and bot lane. Mid lane kind of being the one even keel between both teams. 1,000 gold lead for Starry on the Aphelios. I think that is more useful than a 2.5k lead on Nidalee, despite the fact that it is such a large lead and double that of the Aphelios. You've gotten that bot lane quest very early. It will get him more gold. Yeah, Harry is going to struggle to do anything useful this game. That's just the nature of it. He is going to be kind of just playing for utility, really. He won't be that useful. However, EDG are a very squishy team. Collector Aphelios going towards potentially an Infinity Edge second as well. He will one-shot the enemy team.
There's the Zac, there's the Zac! They're gonna jump away the Moonlight Vigil! It's disgusting! Let's bounce, says Rayo! And they get another! This Zac was supposed to be out of the game!
Rayo builds up the Proto Belt and just bounces the ult on top of him for the last bop! Rayo, despite the disaster early game, comes in again to say, look, top lane's done for, let's do something about bot lane. OMG get their turret down there. 4 kills on the Aphelios. It's going to power farm Starry up to what could be that Infinity Edge very quickly into the game. OMG have a win condition now, and I think EDG have to be scared, Sam. I don't think their composition can withstand the might of a team fight of just any engaged landing and the Aphelios putting in damage over the top.
I'm going to put this out there. I'm a little nervous about this mid lane too. Not in quite the same way, but Yone's in the most recent meta since the nerfs to Second Wind, to Doran's Shield, to Fleet Footwork, all the things that allowed Yone to get through lane even. He's even in lane. That shouldn't really happen to a lot of mage matchups these days. You expect a bit of a CS discrepancy. And now Angel's in danger as well. We'll throw down the gravity field. Rocket Belt out of it. And now can look for the Fate Seal. Can't quite get on top of him. And now that's going to have to be a jump away.
Oh, that could be a problem. There's a teleport for CDC. And that's with Death Ray. Where's the Death Ray? It's coming off cooldown now. Zac dies.
Dear.
Oh, Rayo swinging a miss in that time.
Haichao can't quite get over the gravity field properly either. That was a bit much. And the moment I say, oh yeah, but this mid lane could be a problem, he just gets a double kill onto the Luden's Victor.
Oh dear. Yeah. Oopsies. So, Haichao.
He'll be danger here. Shadow's coming.
A little bit. Dodges out on that spear. Good E there. Teleport coming in from the Gnar to secure that dive. Very good E to the side there. If that didn't happen, the spear probably would have led to his death. He could have flashed away from the turret after that point. Xiaohao, he might go for... Hang on. They might go for a dive under the turret here. Trundle might come behind him here.
Gnar is coming. Makes it a little bit harder. About halfway there. Does he have the heart?
He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Where's the pill? Okay, he's in fine for now.
It's not bad damage back. Will be forced to back away. They know where the Trundle is. Does that mean anything for OMG? Not really. 1600 gold lead. It stands for EDG, as I conflate the two teams briefly there in my brain. What this currently means, however, is that EDG's gold lead is all in this top lane, with a little bit around that mid jungle as well. The problem is, again, Starry, I think it's going to be an Angel, can do a lot of damage there to this Victor, who's built very squishy to try and pop some of these important members on the other side.
Yeah, Haichao, the one really taking control of that matchup there as Angel. Yes, very bursty, very vulnerable to the Yone. And I have to say, EDG, their whole composition, very, very vulnerable. I do somewhat understand why he didn't go towards Rod of Ages. He really wants to try and poke people out. You know, if that laser does land onto Aphelios, you can get that kill. But it's such a knife fight now. You know, someone just takes a random skill shot from an Aphelios, from the Victor. Whole fight can change, actually. This is going to be... look, when we finally get to 5v5s, this is going to be a very tight run game about skill shot accuracy, about dodging, about positioning. Neither team particularly sturdy.
Xiaohao with a potential lane gank, just to see whether Haichao oversteps. What happened? I appreciate the observer toggle there. Just show what Xiaohao was doing.
Problem here is that you just can't lock down Yone. I mean, what do you have there? I mean, at best, you get at best. You can't cancel the ult either with the pillar. Then he just kind of blinks to the end of it if it happens that way. Dragon goes to the side of OMG. Now what OMG can also do is actually wait out for a dragon or two after what did they roll. Cloud Soul, not bad in this game given how many ranged champions there are. I think Yone will really like that. Aphelios not bad with it too, be able to run thing too. Zac's in a bit of a weird spot, because he's either going to hit his E or he's going to eat shit. So, like, in that case, I'm like, whatever. I mean, in fairness, it does keep your ult on target, but on the whole, I really look at, like, the Yone and the Aphelios, which feel better about it. As he found out by Rayo. I'm not actually sure Rayo really wants that.
Possibly not. Jump away just fine. And, you know, credit to Rayo. It's only 700 gold down in what could have been an utter disaster. And it was an utter disaster, but solid triaging from a player that we saw kind of not stabilized last game very, very hard. And EDG, basically, the game plan was take Rayo out.
Well, Rayo kind of took himself out, and he kind of did again. And again, just that poor early start, kind of like, again, not securing those early camps, kind of did it to himself. Again, really, Clean Feed just having a bit of a wobble. Well, I don't know, hit the refresh key. And he'll ping back to live. Watch it. And now. I was wrong. Didn't ping back then. Actually, the speed's gone really slow now instead. Okay, it's the opposite of that. Harry, down almost 3,000 gold. Now, folks, this isn't going to be useful. The problem is, look, we've told you this already. Look, the gold lead looks really bad. But it's a gold lead on a champion that doesn't convert gold lead into wins. Nidalee, when she's ahead, it's the bare minimum. All you're trying to do is effectively, it's kind of like old jungle Nunu.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to make you even less useful than I am. Like old Nunu, like occasionally you'd ult him, but you're not really that big. You're not there to do crazy amounts. You're just there to make sure the enemy jungler has even less fun in a game.
Absolutely. Dragon, 3 minutes off. Still not going to be a consideration. Haichao will unbind his soul, look to Take a little bit of a crystallized proc there. Yone just threatening Angel a bit. There's going to be a potential angle here from Showerhouse. He's going to force the ult. There we go. Gets over that potential pillar angle and gets away.
Yeah, you kind of accept that's somewhat of a risk, really. Whatever. Lose the ultimate. Probably weren't looking to fight in the next minute anyway, really. Dragon was down, Rare's on the bot side of the map. So this is the problem they're going to have with champions like the Yone. Now, occasionally you can pillar fellas and death. Occasionally. This is going to be a very hard game for EDG to engage onto carries, though. On the other side, you know, if Zach lands, there's some comments in chat, and I completely agree with them. Like, if Zach ever actually lands and engage onto a carry, the game is actually pretty much over. I know that EDG slim gold lead, but again, if the hook lands, hang on, Palkia!
Oh, he's so dead. That pick combo is brutal. Now Rayo rocket belts towards Leave and gets him to go ult and dash away with the untouchable shadow.
You can't stand close to the fog of war like that. It was Leave in game 1, Angel in game 2, and now in game 4, it's Palkia, which might open up something for OMG. No, it doesn't lead to the mid lane turret, but it does potentially mean that OMG can move across the map and cause issues elsewhere. Gravity Field trying to stop Haichao from walking into the turret, not particularly successfully, might I add. Nasty damage from Haichao onto him. Flash away from Angel. That is bad as well. Flashless Victor cannot escape that a second time.
And again, this is not a Victor that's got Roa or Seraphs. He is going for Ludens into what I suspect will be a Lich Bane or a Cosmic Drive, looking at the items in inventory with the Aether Wisp and the Fiendish Codex. We'll have a look again at this play. We see Xiaohao go by, and a little level 9 Lulu eats death.
Now, this is the 2019 Worlds Classic of G2 beating T1, where they let the support go first, or whatever. They let the first target through, and they engage on the second one, because they think they're safe. Because if they were going to engage, they would go on the first person. So they caught Faker out when they let Wolf go by him. One of the bigger brain moments in all of League history, actually. It was insane for those of you who missed that 2019 World Semi-Final Series.
I've forgotten about that, actually. It was a great moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, caught Faker out as he was walking by. Thought he was safe. One of the few times where it felt like Faker's game sense was beaten by a team. G2 2019. What a time to be alive, folks.
So they were such an odd team. As actually Leave will get a little bit of a chunk there. Ow. Basically, you know, G2, particularly around the bot lane, played AD carry like no one else. In fact, they played AD carry wrong because they never peel for the AD carry. Perks had to do all his own stunts.
Yeah.
Most recently played Kaiser and Zaya.
God, Starry is so ridiculously fed. So fed. He's got the Infinity Edge Collector going towards more pen in the Lord Dominate's regards as well, potentially. I think it probably will be that. I suppose you can go towards the Mortal Reminder. No, I mean, the healing that's going to come through is actually from Trundle, a bit from Nidalee. It's not crazy, though. Worth noting that Lulu ult doesn't really count as a heal or a shield. It's just like bonus HP it gives you for a short while, which is kind of annoying for anti-items. You don't really get to deny the Lulu ult.
We'll play into mid lane here. Is that Herald? Theoretically go down. They'll do a fairly decent job of chunking it out, but it won't be stopped from charging.
Okay, Dragon's alive now. OMG do have push in mid and bot lane, and EDG, I mean, guys, what is happening, you know, with their lead? You know, this Nidalee, this is what we're saying. The Nidalee just doesn't work very well. From ahead, jumping onto Haichao. Good crit there.
Yeah, that's the Immortal Shield Bow giving you the 50% crit. Again, the Wind Brothers do get double crit and things. Mid lane, Starry lands a Gravitum auto that could have turned into a Binding Eclipse. And Starry burns the Moonlight Vigil while that was happening. Dragon secured. Yes. There was an attempt on his life. He burns nothing there but the ult by the looks of it.
Yeah, so it's not like it's Summoners. Starry, I think, probably threw out the Calibrum ult, used that for the follow ball to apply the mark, and the Binding Eclipse kind of went crazy there. I would imagine that was the case. Yeah, and he will one-shot people like that. He's going. It does look like he is going towards the Lord Dominate's regards, as we were saying. And basically at that point you have full pen, because you've maxed out your E for the lethality from Fellows as a champion, you have it on Collector, you've got the % pen as well, and there's a Dead Man's Plate on Xiaohao, and it just won't matter. And this Trundle will immediately evaporate.
A little note as well, because I think sometimes people just kind of sleep on a Fellows, kind of gotten used to it. Reminder that he has a very unusual level up mechanic that we don't see on screen, but basically when he levels up, he gets to choose stats. Yeah. There you go.
You see it in the bottom right, left-hand corner, right? The 6, 1, 6, 2. Basically, they are stats which you level up. Now, the ult is actually its regular thing, but the first three are basically 80 attack speed, then lethality, flash forward doesn't lead to that much.
Starry might now be in danger, but Harry comes on over. Moam goes down nice from ZDZ, and the side of Leeds pick one up there. The pick goes wrong for the first time.
It does, but hang on, Rayo's going in!
Oh, the Wild Growth buys some time, but that's very deep. Rayo's going to go down fast, and they've not got the teleport in. Yone's only turning up now. Hang on, Leeds left quite low here. Will it matter? There's Baron up.
That's such a mistake. I think Rayo thought that Starry could flash in. He flashed and missed the Dusk Wave. So Starry didn't get the damage down. He flashed forward and got no damage.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Baron's now going down. EDG, can they try and turn? He's picking to a game-changing. There's no smite in OMG. Starry has the ult coming up in like 15 seconds.
Can Haichao find the Yone ult? That could be a threat as well. They've got to be a bit wary. Leave hood up. Fate sealed. Pop back. Immortal Shield is there. Harry with the ult into the wall. Bit of a shield. Starry being threatened by ZDC. He's winning that 1v1 with the Severum Crescendum combo. Down to about 1,000 HP. They do get the Baron. Haichao now in danger. The Spirit Cleave overcomes Baron. Lantern out. Potential angle. The Moonlight Vigil gets chakrams, but no damage.
And OMG completely throw away what was a dominant game state. They were fine in terms of gold, and then they throw things at an engage which doesn't land, and Starry misplays as well as Rayo. OMG, we were wondering if the pressure got to them. Remember, this is a team which realistically a couple of weeks ago thought they were just down and out. Worst team in the LPL yet again. Right here, Moam fails the hook. He dies for free. That's a bad play, but you can give one kill. That's fine. The E in afterwards, well, that one's cancelled, and then he thinks again. He thinks, oh, I've got the Q. I've got the Q. I can go for it. Protobelts flashes, looks for the knockup, and it's not bad. But the flash from Starry doesn't get him in range, and he doesn't get the kill. Massive mistake from Rayo, Starry, and Moam individually, which leads into the Baron for EDG.
Let's engage here still. We follow the trigger. We are looking for Angel. Rocket belts away. Lantern out.
Can you just cancel? Can you cancel your jump with the rocket belt like that? I actually didn't know about that mechanic. That means that he doesn't get completely caught up in things. That's how it should go down here, really. OMG do have Soul coming up in the next 2 minutes. And it is worth remembering again that a lot of the lead is still on the Nidalee. This is still not OMG in a bad spot. Because that Ephalios, if he does actually get the damage down, which again didn't happen last time, will be a huge problem for EDG.
Oh, we're going to have to try and kill her away. Haichao gets to Mortal Steel out with the Q3 on that one.
Moonlight Vigil not up again. Haichao was looking for something, does hit the Q3, doesn't choose to pull the ultimate. Around the last Baron as well, worth noting that Haichao took most of his HP fishing for that ultimate. Didn't actually have a great fight himself either. OMG, they're at, despite the early game, how did they go for it again?
Oh, they do! Going. Ooh, that wild growth interrupt was very nice!
Yeah, it's not just the Pella, the wild growth as well. Rayo goes down for a 6th time. OMG, what have you done? This should have been down and out.
They've done such a good job of coming back into this game from the early start as well, but they're kind of just learning how to deal with a Zac again, aren't they? Good wild growth there. Very astute timing from Palkia.
To be honest, Sam, I think it's also Rayo just misplaying and just flinging himself in with no passive. You know, at some point, yes, it is EDG playing around. They're disengaged with the Pillar, the wild growth. On the other side of it, look, OMG, you're choking. Again, last game it happened here. Starry is still very, very strong. I know that Leave has now evened up the goal, but the FL should be able to one-shot the other team. OMG, this should have been a one game. You have misplayed to lose this. So far, isn't over yet.
No, exactly. And again, I do get that as the Zac, to an extent, you are going to be fishing for that jump in, the lantern out. That's the kind of thing they've been doing. And I get what the thought process is here. But again, with this build on the Zac, you are just that bit more vulnerable. I get why you've decided to do it. It's not like it doesn't have its upsides, but it is just that little bit more volatile, isn't it?
No flash on Starry really worries me because he has to find a way to gap close somehow. If he does land and all, someone does explode. Haichao, similar kind of thing. As long as OMG land the engage, probably good. It's just EDG. Well, got a little bit of disengage there. Rayo is not actually very safe there at all. He's not tanky, worth noting. He has some HP built up, but not much there. Gonna give up the dragon. They can give up a couple of dragons, let themselves scale up. Problem is, at that point, then you're dealing with like really kind of knife fight, team fights where you're not very tanky on the Zac. You know, you misstep once, you're also not very tanky either. EDG can blow you up.
One of the big issues I think OMG are also running into is just the lack of vision control. You're trying to play Thresh and Zac when they know where you're coming from every time. It's a lot harder to make the plays happen. Hang on, Angel. That could be a really unfun experience for him. We're going to pull the ult. There's the Zhonya's. It's just the Braum guard, though. That's broken. Has got the NLR in inventory, so should be able to turn into full Zhonya's.
Yeah, he'll get that soon, but it's still nice to know that Haichao can look for these plays.
I think you could have. I think the blue buff was blocking the blast guns. Would have been hard to get the auto off.
Yeah, and I think he was afraid of Lulu maybe getting in range or enough damage coming through to polymorph him afterwards there. Worth noting, Leave's gone for the Hex Optics again on the AD carry, by the way. Got on the Nymaera this time. Item is very much underrated. It is very powerful. Gives you basically extra damage, extra AD as you're hitting people from long range effectively. OMG, even from a 5k deficit, you have ways to play out this game. You know, Haichao if he lands an ult, pretty much game over. Rayo if he lands an engage, similar thing as well, although he has been disengaged very well. Even stuff like the hook, very important. It's not like there's a Mikhails and Palkia. It's not looking for that instant CC removal. There is a cleanse on Leave. He can do that himself, but no one else can.
Haichao would just love to get towards his Infinity Edge as well. Just not quite there. Got the pickaxe and the cloak. Can't be miles off at 300 odd CS. But again, without his ult, could be in a bit of danger here. He needs to wait for the Q3 and try and get out of here. There's the redemption heal. He's still dead.
Has no ult, pushes up too far. It's hard to catch him out in the side lane, but you do it twice like that, yeah, you will die. Haichao now misplaying as well. The whole of OMG having a nightmare.
They had Starry and Moam coming over, so they were clearly trying to respond, but I don't know whether the Lantern was on cooldown.
I don't think it matters. I think he was dead by the time they arrived anyway. There's so much damage on the Victor. I think it's a misjudge. I think you're probably right. I think that's what he was aiming for. Like, oh, there'll be a Lantern, blah, blah, blah. But, realistically, oh, he uses that to roam him over anyway. Maybe it was that, but, I mean, Haichao doesn't have ult. You can't be pushing up like this when you don't have that vision. Haichao goes down easily. Every single member of OMG having a bit of a nightmare. On the other side, though, Xiaohao's turned up to play. I think that Palkia, despite that earlier pick, has also had some good moments now on the Lulu. And now with a 7,000 gold lead, OMG continuing to crumble. Sam, I think we're getting reverse sweep angle here. OMG,
feeling it, isn't it?
The mental is crumbling.
That's a Medjai's buy from Angel as well, who's got Medjai's alongside everything. It's a very aggressive build on the Victor, who's 5-0 and 1.
He actually refunded the Medjai's there. He went for the nasally large rod instead. I saw it pop up. It basically, if you complete it on the UI, it'll do it that way because it's a different thing. But he does still have the 10-star Dark Seal. I would have actually preferred him to go towards that. The movement speed is very important to try and outstep some of these aggressive plays. Baron is up again. OMG, do they have the vision control to look for an engage? I don't know. I don't think they do. It's all on, like, Starry, can you flash forward for like 1,000,000 damage? He has the Hurricane. Starry has enough damage to carry this game, but I also think Leave will also one-shot him in the right situations now too, especially with the Lulu backing him up.
The fact that Leave has managed to come back into the game is great news because he was taken out.
Harry still not in the game, sadly, is he not? Does he have, where is he actually in here? Trying to siege in. Lantern cancelled onto Starry.
They're trying to turn it onto him. They missed the Nidalee Spear. Xiaohao trying to trade out there. There's the hook after. Redemption's flying everywhere. Wild Growth flashed away from Starry. Still trying to chase him down. He's got Chagrams to work with, but Xiaohao just runs at him.
Starry's died on the other side, though. He walked onto the turret. Haichao misses the ults.
They tried to get something, can't find it, and I think EDG are taking us all the way to Silver Scrapes. OMG cannot convert the mid-game, and a fumble here and there will lead them to disaster.
It's an even fight.
You're right,
it's an even fight, Sam.
Oh my god.
We're calling it too early. Xiaohao, but Starry ended up taking down Leave on the other side because he walked over the turrets, and Harry and Rayo ended up cleaning up the back end of the fight. It's not a one fight for EDG at all.
So
it goes 3 for 3. We called it too early.
I genuinely saw Haichao fumbling. The cameras were on him. I was like, well, this is kind of over. I'm just blanking on the other side of the fight.
Yeah, so watch what happens here. The Lantern is cancelled out by the pillar. That looks great, but Starry has the rifle turrets, the most powerful combo in the game for auto resets. And he gets so much peel from the Thrash, flashes back, and watch this. Leave gets hooked and gets put onto the rifle turrets. Starry just zeroes him out with a sniper over the shoulder and then gets enough damage onto Xiaohao where even he ends up dying to Harry and to Rayo as well. There's a lot of percent HP here. He just gets obliterated.
That they do, and again, Rayo, for all he's behind, he's still annoying on this Zac, and we've said it before, Nidalees aren't exactly great with the gold lead. That's a 900 gold swing over to Rayo.
So Rayo, you know, he's got the Knight's Vow in as well. Haichao, oh god, all OMG need is like one person to have a good fight, and you can see how fragile the composition from the EDG is. That is a fight which goes even after the Lantern is stopped by a pillar.
And Starry missed his ult as well. It went wide. He didn't hit either bot lane with it.
And that's when they had what? Well, more gold lead than a 5,000 gold lead. You know, that is a big gold lead with a lot of mechanical plays going well for EDG. Can they make that happen again? Starry doesn't have summoners now, importantly.
Neither does quite a lot of EDG, it's worth noting.
Actually, okay, who has summoners? There's a teleport that on like mid lane. There's 2 teleports available. That's it across the entire map.
I think there's probably more mobility, actually.
Hang on, they're going towards the Baron.
How does Trundle get in here?
Dragon is up. Well, Trundle doesn't have the flash.
It's Gravenson. He can't walk in.
Well, we'll see. He's knocked up there. Does the Baron go down? He's in range.
Oh, he steals it!
Xiaohao steals the Baron. They can walk over. OMG fumble again.
Just ult him, Haichao.
No, but look at this now. Victor's teleporting towards bot side. He's going to push in towards that wave. Reminder Dragon is up as well. OMG, come on. You can't do this to us.
He had no smite. What are you doing? You are binding Eclipse. You've got Death Sentence. You've got ult from Haichao. Just full send.
Oh my god, well, he did end up landing that smite. It's what ends up stealing the Baron. Dragon will go down. EDG will deny the soul from OMG. Folks, this is heartbreaking for OMG. You know, a team which we didn't even think they'd be here. Bottom 2, we said that so much. EDG, we thought they'd be so much better in group perseverance. They have had a difficult series today themselves. This is getting to the point where you can physically see the stress in this game. You can see the tension and how it's causing misplays to happen. I think Rayo's early games and last game in this game, the smite used early meant that he couldn't get his own camps at level 1, and probably a mistake to do so. But then managing to claw his way back, and then the engage is failing again, time and time again. OMG, I like the composition. They just needed a little bit of a platform to play from. That's felt like a lot of OMG's split. Good drafts, not quite able to survive through to their power points. It's felt like I've said that story a lot over this split, and it might just happen again for the last game for them in Split 1, which would send them to Nirvana. A bit of a home ground for them now, really, into Split 2 of this year.
It is. That's the hook. Hang on. Double flay. Triple flay. Trying to go bulkier. They should get a bit of support for support. Can they jump out? They can. Oh, hi, Chow. And over goes Lee. Bloody hell, son. We'll get away with it.
Haichao has had a disaster with his ultimates as well. Trying to close the distance, just can't quite do so. It ends up being a 1-for-1 between supports. The Lulu being down is important. The inhibitors are starting to crumble, though. OMG, what can they do to fight back?
Starry!
Oh, Starry, no!
He's got the G. Actually, he's turned around well. There was a Meganar in front, and Rayo buys space elsewhere. Haichao threatening onto ZDZ. They do get the passive off of Rayo, and I think
Starry
he's dead.
needs to recall. Starry needs to recall. Rayo goes down.
Meganar.
Starry needs to do something. He just misplayed again. His GA still up, though.
Can try and play this around. The Duskwave is doing a decent job of clearing out the way. ZDZ's actually trading up with Haichao much better than you might expect at this point. He's got the round. Leaf's gone!
Leaf's gone. Starry just onslaughts him. Leaf makes the mistake this time, and Haichao
ZDZ
goes onto ZDZ.
The passive not enough. Missing the moonshot allows them to escape. They can't finish the game.
Son, the game's gone on. The game goes on. Starry steps up again, and Leaf steps up again. And, folks, it's not been a great series from Leaf either. You can tell on both sides of the rift, tension is taking control now. Tension is taking control. These teams are not playing particularly well. You can tell that it is about largely the mistakes, the capitalization on them. This is not a standard game of League of Legends. This is people trying to play for their tournament lives. OMG realized, if they win this, they're through. They didn't expect to. Perhaps that's catching up to them. EDG on the other side. Thinking, oh, in hell, we might go out here despite high expectations for the position in group perseverance. Starry has his flash available. Is 7-1, almost full build.
What on earth is Harry building? He's got a Warden's Mail, there you go. Will Nugget the Rangers has the recurve bow in there just in case, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it might go towards a Wit's End later.
We'll
see. Look, we'll see. Again, this is not typical League of Legends now, folks. This is people who are stressed out of their minds on the stage, you have to imagine. 9,000 gold lead. It feels a bit decorative now. Realistically, this game is still going to be about how much value does Starry get in the fight. Now, we haven't seen Haichao get value in a fight. I guess it could be about that too. He's just had a nightmare. He's missed every ult for the last 4 fights. Now, Haichao's not landed a good ult this game. He has had an absolute disaster game. Angel yet to die on the other side. Has his Zhonya's, 10-stack Magi's, has a death cap. Angel can also be the determiner here as well, but, well, hasn't really gotten in range of Starry, and vice versa. Both those carries have been somewhat staying out of range of each other.
Do OMG want a full send again? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Nearly at a GA for Haichao. Level 18. He's not had the easiest time of it, has he? There's now the Magi's in for Angel.
Yeah, we did just call that. It's full build for him. That movement speed really important for him. He might get some ramping value in a fight if he gets a first kill, get some extra stats as well. That's kind of secondary at this point. The 10 stacks is the important bit. Gives you that extra movement speed. Cosmic Drive helping with that too. You can see that there. Good damage on Starry from just that one death ray. But if there's one little flick off the wave there from that Infernum, he'll return that right back. Starry does have flash, could look for a big play if people clump up.
Really wants a Bloodthirster.
Yeah,
really wants a Bloodthirster.
And the thing is about the Aphelios, because you're a bot laner, you can get the extra item, and that will be important. He's just gone back to base now. Well, he gets Lantern back. Nexus turrets are down, man. OMG, they are really on full defense duty. How much does he get from this? He needs to get himself a Bloodthirster hit.
He gets it, he can do it. That will be the play. The GA on top of everything else. He's such a problem.
So what can OMG do from this point? Well, realistically, they're holding on, and they're hoping that Haichao lands a key ultimate. There is a GA coming in for Leave at some point. He has that steel sigil coming in. There's a GA for ZDZ.
Just giving me every wave.
Look, there's a couple of points to this, right? Harry is not really... Well, he might be able to get a big Mega on now, so he actually might be more useful than Nidalee, which is a big problem. So as Nidalee can give attack speed to Leave as well, being a pseudo enchanter, max level at level 20. course, helping with that. Brez got the Knight's Vow.
it.
There we go. Bloodthirster in for Starry. He is very, very, very hard to kill. And there's no anti-heal on the side of EDG either, which might come back to bite them.
No GA done for Leave quite yet either.
Yeah.
And he's 2 levels behind. Finally hits level 17. That's important, but again, that little bit of discrepancy there has proved problematic.
Yeah, Nymaera into hyper late game does have some issues.
Ooh,
Jesus
away.
Christ, the damage back though
Is nasty. Adds a lot of damage onto Haichao. Needs to Q3 away. The redemption comes in. There's a hook. Then goes Rayo with a rocket belt looking. Can't find it. He flashed for that as well. Doesn't have the passive. Starry still trading. Jeez.
That is tight run stuff. Starry trying to DPS check a little bit, but he's basically playing like the Juggernaut of old. Leave jumps forwards, pops the ultimate, doesn't get the pillar to get Harry trapped in front of him though.
Worth noting as well, at this late stage in the game, you start doing different weapon rotations because Severum and the Infernum allows you to work. Misses. Was that the Severum ult? I think it was for the heal.
It doesn't matter, but he ended up missing it. Doesn't matter either way. Starry down that flash, looking for the hero play, can't land it. Starry looking at everyone else missing their engage, trying it himself. This is tight run stuff, as we were saying, but now the pressure goes on again. Baron is alive. Dragon was taken by EDG before. There's that objective not available.
Inhibitors back up for the side of OMG. That's important.
Okay, rifle turrets for Starry. If anyone steps on that turret, it is going to hurt very, very badly. You see there, one auto goes into Xiaohao. Not enough. The Lulu shield tanking it up.
Flash off Moam, by the way. Had to get on the other side of that pillar. Xiaohao gets another good pick there with that.
Yeah, Trundle has that extra value.
Go
like
again.
That. So we're going again. There is no Moonlight Vigil. Rayo, he can get that ultimate cancelled. Haichao, he can teleport in, but he needs to come now.
He's might be too late. It's a 4v5. Harry has to hop away. He's going to go down. Flash away. Not quite down. Rayo jumps in. Can't find it. They've turned off the Baron. Redemption's flying. A second one on top of it all. EDG can't find the turn they were looking for.
Oh, Rayo takes even more damage from that the Arc of Judgment over the wall, but the Baron has been peeled off of Starry on the inside track, pushing up with a wave on towards this turret. Crystallize will help them if they auto-attack it, choosing, though, to stay safe. Spear goes wide.
Doesn't land the hook. He's dead.
That's one dead. The pillar finally claims one there. EDG playing it slow, using their range advantage. Not great engage, but the pillar can do that, especially at the level 18. It's maxed out now. That slow is nasty. Baron to EDG, forcing a potential game 5.
Welcome to the hyper late game. Haichao's not going to death dance. Harry's actually caught up here as well, largely. Not quite at the wit's end, but very, very close. It will be important because, again, the other side of this is this Victor is such a problem. Doesn't have a lot of penetration, but no one's really built MR yet. It's only now it's beginning to come in, and he's just been tagging people with Death Rays and Siphon Powers. We've not seen the big Arcane Storms of yet, not seen those kind of Category 5 expansions, but it is still very, very strong. Gathering Storm.
Yeah. So, folks, he has the Gathering Storm room. It is past 40 minutes. That's isn't that 70 AD or something like that? What it is fucking lot of it. Is so much of it. Leave doesn't have that. Does anyone else even have Sorcery? Maybe from Angel or Palkia? I don't believe they will do. It's probably the Scorch on Victor, if anything.
Obviously, we've seen fairly standard weapons rotations here, but late game, you start to see different kind of weapon rotations from the Aphelios.
We have seen that already, actually, in the Severum Infernum, which
Yes.
allows you to have that onslaught with the AoE damage. He's gone to the utility weapons right now. You might get rid of the Graviton first, and again, go forwards into the blue-red. Basically means that you can sometimes one-shot the entire team when you go into that red active, and you're spinning around. The Infernum will just do absurd damage.
Don't try this until 40 minutes.
Hang on, jump over the wall. You've got to be careful here, EDG. Hook missing.
Close. They just need one to land to OMG. EDG just need to avoid them. It's been a tight run. Take the hook. That could be Xiaohao dead. Not the jungler. Not like this. The one could buy some time. He needs to flash out. What about the battle back? Not there. Rayo goes in. The other side. Harry with the Megadar. They've gone on to leave. They've turned it around. Big damage back though. They've blown up the bot lane.
Oh my god, that's so much damage. It is in turn for the Gnar, but Harry's done his job. Make it to late game. Get the ult. Can they jump onto ZDZ? They'll try, but they'll miss.
The pillar interrupt wasn't quite there. The smite slow, but ZDC could still keep pouncing away.
He's got level 17, very high level now. Lands that Q, that could be
Oh
everything.
boy,
Flash
Q3
away.
just wide.
Angel is still alive. That Victor is terrifying.
Pull back, pull back, pull back. Where are we going now? They've still got the Baron rolling, but they are significant amounts of damage down. How do you stop this? They need to reset and clear waves.
I don't know. They don't have the bot lane. They're dead for 20 seconds. They're going to kill turrets very, very quickly, even if they don't have the grubs. How much wave clear can this Victor do? Can they avoid the engage?
There is no flash on Victor. Worth noting, if he steps too far forward clearing this wave, he will die, and then the game is still over.
Oh my god. I don't know if they should stay. I think it's a mistake to stay. They take the inhibitor. They should go away now. Please don't look for that. No,
Rayo
left delay if you can't.
He jumps in! He gets the knock-up. They've got Angel down to the Guardian. Sorry, the Zhonya's. There's no Angel because he's dead. No Guardian or otherwise. Starry gets that kill onto the jungler. Oh my god. They're actually doing it!
They're actually doing it. OMG on the brink of upsetting old rivals. Leave trying his best. Besides that, the ults.
He's got the wild growth, but look at the Moonlight Vigil, the last auto! Starry is a whole constellation! The death sentence lands, and Edward Gaming desperately tried to clear the waves, but it will matter! Not at all! Oh my god, go to playoffs! Edward Gaming crash down into Nirvana.
OMG, a team who took 7 months off from the LPL, come back from Nirvana through the cycle of reincarnation, and will live again and beat EDG.
I can't believe it. In that fashion, after the early game, Rayo was out of this game.
I cannot believe it. Physically, I cannot believe it. OMG will upset EDG from Group Perseverance from Group Nirvana, and we will have a double Group Nirvana win in best of 5s. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Wow. Wow. That was quite something, guys. Thank you for being here and joining us for it. It was a very exciting day. For those of you who got to stick around for it, please do make sure you hit that follow button. If you've got the extra bit of cash, consider throwing a donation our way as well. That was an upset, make no mistake about it. Fantastic stuff from OMG. Despite the flaws, despite the rough edges, it was certainly an entertaining and a heartfelt win nonetheless.
I can't believe that. I'm still speechless. OMG are genuinely one of the better drafting teams in the LPL. I don't think they can always execute on them. What we saw in that game, I think, perhaps worse at the early game. I think Rayo being a player who has his downsides, very ambitious early jungle pathing, but falls off.
Does that mean that OMG are now playing IG and we get WELNG?
It does.
Oh my god.
Now, that is a very important note, Sam. You have noted a very important thing there. Because OMG win, they are the lowest remaining seed in this play-in stage. That means they play the highest remaining seed at this point, which is Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming, OMG will be our matchup, and I actually think OMG could win that theoretically. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
I agree.
And that means that LNG going against WE. And that is a much closer match. I think that's actually our 2 better teams in W and LNG. One of them will be denied Group Ascend and playoffs.
It's kind of wild. It really, really, really is.
Folks, thank you for joining us. If you have been enjoying what you're seeing here, think about liking, following, subscribing wherever you're watching it. If you enjoyed clips from this series, think about posting them somewhere as well. Actually, one of the best ways to get our name out there is to get clips onto things like Reddit and Twitter. It makes a lot of difference to us. And most importantly, enjoy yourselves and think about turning up again, because we're going to be here tomorrow for the rest of our Knights Rival stage. I need to take a break though, folks. I need to...
Yeah, me too. I'm not going to get a chance to stream today because I've got recording and stuff still to finish up. 3 things for everyone back at home. Please hit that follow button if you haven't already. Number 2, our sponsor Opera GX is available to everyone. It is a free link to click and download for a really cool browser. It's not spyware, it's nothing crap, it's actually a good browser. It'll cost you 2 minutes of your time to give it a go. And that will help support us, even if you don't tend to stick around with it. Last thing, you can obviously subscribe and use the Ko-fi link to help us out there. Opiate, by the way, don't worry about it. I get you were still learning the things. It's cool.
And Walter, thank you so much for the sub there as well.
Thank you.
That will be the end of our stream today. It was a hell of a run. Thank you for joining us again. It's very cool to see, by the way, a lot of people tuning in for this as well. We're noticing our viewers go up, which is really, actually, it's nice for us. You know, we've been doing this for, this will be our 3rd year pretty much doing this. We're about 2.5 years in or something like that. The stream will end here if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid you over to as well. I think that's all from us. We're gonna send it over to a break. We'll leave you with some of the stats here, and we'll head off. Oh my god, win the series.
Angel. Oh, Angel, you tried.
4th year. In terms of the actual streaming of this, we started doing this in 24. Thank you, Airwave. That's very kind of you. Yeah, we started, because I was casting LPL in 23, and then we started casting LPL on the stream in 24. In fact, I think it was particularly in 24 summer No, it was in 24. Yeah, so that's second. Like, this is our third year doing it. Okay, let me go find someone to radio over to, and we'll play it from there.